global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 7. The greatest podcast intro of all time. You guys just saw that was pretty epic and amazing. We have a missing Rogers base right now. He ran away in the middle. I think we scared him away when the milk came along. Oh, wait. Whoa. There's some motion going on.
Looks like he's a little off base there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm standing in for Roger. I'm standing in for Roger. I don't know what all that was about. I don't know what was happening with the milk. I don't know what the Joy-Con in your pants thing was. But I'm here instead. Roger left. He does not approve of any of those messages. Hope you all have a lovely evening tonight. You got me instead. So hello.
Oh man,
I'm Puppet Kong. Hello.
you're
Puppet
bananas.
Puppet Kong. Yeah, I'm Puppet Kong.
Puppet
Nice
Kong.
to meet you.
Puppet Kong.
Wait, nice to meet
Hello.
you, Puppet Kong. Where
Nice
can
to
they
meet
follow
you
you,
all as
Puppet
well.
Kong?
Thank you very much. You should all unsubscribe from Roger's base and follow me instead. Puppet Kong at Puppet Kong.
All right, just this is the new Arlo replacement. You just make a Puppet Kong account.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with actually Arlo's a buddy of mine. We went to college together.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we did. Shout out. Arlo was he was wild in college. Him and I, man, the wild nights we had. We could have a whole stream about that. But
Oh,
that's
I'm
okay.
sure.
You got to introduce everybody, Prime.
Puppet Kong, you're slightly out of frame, my friend.
Hold on. Thank you very much. Let me read.
I know. Is this your first
Absolutely.
live show? I understand.
Yes.
I
I
first
couldn't.
live show.
There you go. I couldn't tell if you were shy or.
No.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not shy at all. Hello,
Oh
everybody.
God, those beady eyes.
What do you got?
It's a thing of nightmares.
What kind of problem you got with my eyes, man? I think you're racist, honestly. I think that's what this whole. I think you're very racist.
Not my DK.
No,
absolutely.
you're not my DK. The Kong family's pretty large. All right, let's go ahead and introduce everyone. We'll start with Ed64. Josh, welcome, buddy.
What's going on? So glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, that's awesome. Then we have Favlam here.
Howdy, good to be back. Hi.
Just know he's a professional Nintendo simp. It's not me, guys. It's him. Okay.
I do be liking Nintendo. I do be liking it.
Then we have Lanky Kong's twin brother, Rogers Base.
Right. What's up, everybody? I don't know what Puppet Kong was doing over there, but he's gone now. So hello and welcome. I did leave because of that intro, though. That intro was very strange. It was good though. It was high quality.
Yeah, it's a unique intro. You'll never see another Nintendo podcast have an intro like that. That's for sure.
I agree. The lasers coming out of your pants was shocking to me.
I love when we have a person who hasn't been on the show yet since we launched the new season, and they see it for the first time. Like I was literally watching your little photo to see your reaction. You were like,
I've been on the pod multiple times since they've done it, and it still shocks me every time.
Every time.
Yeah, it never fails.
all right. We have Eric Moore, the Spice Lord.
Hello.
Gamebird Classic.
The classic, baby. How you doing?
Yeah. We have Stash Man.
What's up, everybody? Very exciting week. Exciting day. Lots to talk about.
Oh, man. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. I don't even know what the fourth topic is going to be. We'll find out. We have a lot to talk about. There's so much we could. Like, I literally had 7 different ideas for the fourth topic. I'm like, okay, there's just too much shit. Whoever takes it can just pick it. I don't even care. Anyways,
if we even get to that point.
Yeah, I'm Nintendo Prime. How you guys doing? We're on the eve of Donkey Kong Bonanza. I know. Other side of the world's already playing it. I get it. All right. Well, let's just get right to it. Let's get to our topic roulette. Let's just get Spice Lord out of the way. What do you want?
Let me get to it. You know what? Let's go with the Kong Bonanza.
Okay. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about with Bonanza
going here.
Not impressions. That's next week.
Yep.
Next week's episode. We got to actually spend some time playing it.
Of course.
Might have it beat by then. I heard someone beat it in 5 hours, but they just like rushed to the end. So.
Jeez, man.
5 hours?
Yeah, they rushed to the end.
Well, to be fair though, like, if you rush Mario Odyssey all the way through, you could be in about 5-6 hours. I just did it on a live stream the other day. Even with the cutscenes, without skipping stuff, it was maybe like 5 or 6. So
yeah, some of the platformers seem to always be able to rush through if you're just not going to worry about collecting everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's half the fun.
Yeah, it's not an enjoyable experience.
No way. No, that's not the right way to play the game.
But they're like, well, I'm going to play it again in 100%. I'm like, I know, but like, you know what? You know what that tells me? If you rush through it, maybe the story is just that good. You just had to know what happened next.
Got to keep going.
Maybe. I haven't read any of the reviews today. I'm going in fresh. It's going to be awesome.
Same.
Oh yeah.
All right, Eric. So you already went.
Yeah, I got to call you out on something.
Oh shit!
You screwed up the season.
Oh yeah, it says season 2. I know. It happened.
Nice.
Thanks for the call out. It's fine. I'll fix it.
Wait, is it not season 2?
It's season 3.
No, it's season 3.
Oh, I see.
I'll fix it. I'll only probably screwed up on my channel because they set up their own streams. Unless they copy pasted mine.
Which is very well
totally copy pasted. I was erasing it. Right.
I copied and pasted.
All I had to do is change a 2 to a 3 and edit and save. Yep. And now it's better.
Yeah.
All right. My bad. Hey, you know what? I got a lot going on.
I know.
Right?
I'm just giving you
the only person that might be a little bit busy is Roger's base, but then he's only got 3 little rascals running around him all day.
No, that's true. I don't have 3 little rascals. I got 1 Pomeranian, and that's certainly enough for me. I feel like that's enough to deal with.
That's why you keep up on One Piece.
That's right. That's right. And One Piece. That's right. Oh, here's Puppet Kong. All right, he's back.
Oh, he's back. He's been saying hi.
There you go. Someone donated earlier and said, "R.I.P. Puppet Kong." He's fine. He's right here.
Nice.
Hello.
He's back.
He just likes to take a nap now and then. It's all right.
That's right. Exactly.
All right. Let's go to Gamebird.
Let's see. I'll take. Oh, man, we got a really exciting topic, but I'm actually gonna go for one that's less exciting but still exciting. I'm gonna choose topic 2, the Zelda movie cast.
Oh,
all right. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, this one's less exciting. Well, how's that less exciting? That's like all everyone's talking about today.
Yeah, right.
It's mildly less exciting. I don't know.
You're more excited for the other topic that's still there. I get it.
Absolutely.
Really exciting. All right, Stash Man.
I will be taking the Nintendo Direct predictions.
I fucking knew it. You just put me in the same predicament I was an hour ago. All right, got it. Good luck. Good luck. All right, so I'm topic 4. By the way, I'll just let you guys right know. If you want to super chat into the topic that you really want us to talk about, that's not one of those 3. That might help me decide which topic I'm going to go with. You can decide. User decides. All right. Let's go ahead, Eric. What are we talking about first?
We're talking about the game that is coming out tomorrow, Donkey Kong Bonanza. as Nate said before, we're not giving our impressions because obviously we don't have it. First thing we want to say is it's got a 91 on Metacritic and OpenCritic. This makes it the highest rated game in DK history. Ooh. Does this raise your hype? Ooh. For me, no. I'm already hyped as hell. So this doesn't add to it. I'm just ready for it.
I got really sad for a second. I was like, "Oh, he's not hyped," and I was like, "Oh, because he's already he's already maxed out. Hyped. Yeah, right. He's already maxed out. We're good. We're good." I was about to.
Go, already pretty rough. He's maximum hype.
Yeah. The meter's full.
Yeah. Flam, what are you thinking?
I just think it's like, I think it's great because I was slightly worried about it, not necessarily because I didn't think it was going to be a bad game, but I was worried just because of how, I don't know, like World was really good. And I know it's a totally different team, totally different development process, whatever, but just the vibes, right? The vibes were just kind of like, oh, are we going to get something that's good? Is it something that has like a lot of meat on it that we're going to get to sink our teeth into for the Nintendo Switch 2 finally? And with these reviews, I feel a little bit better that that's what we're getting with this. We're getting a pretty like meaty piece of just game. It's going to take forever to beat, or if you want 100% it, and it's not going to be like World is that fun multiplayer feeling, but I've since put World down, not necessarily because I don't like it, but just because like, I'm already past it, I think, at least for the near future. But now I'm ready to like, all right, give me that first person, give me that Breath of the Wild moment for this console, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. Josh, what are you thinking? How's your hype
just
level?
a quick sidebar. Okay. My hype level has been at, like, I've been stoked for this game since it came out. I'm one of the probably few people, maybe both, like one of the two people that like Donkey Kong 64.
No, you are not alone, Josh. You're not alone. Here we go.
You're not alone either.
Let's go.
Got it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Let's go.
With you. Right here.
Crazy
Yes.
when you say that. The second highest rated Donkey Kong game of all time is Donkey Kong 64 at a 90.
Above the countries? Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Seems crazy. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, and again, it's not like that really correlates. It's been how many years, right? So
yeah.
That being said, from the moment they showed anything about that game, I was like, yo, this is like, I don't know about you guys, but I think a lot of us probably figured it was the Odyssey team. Like it just oozed Odyssey charm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. It
100%.
was, and so I couldn't be more stoked. I did go, I took the little one to Walmart and they had it set up.
Nice.
And she wouldn't like, she kept hitting A as I was trying to because I wanted to record a little bit, and and she kept taking like player one. And so like, I'm like, okay, I just got to record. And then every time it's on, like she turns the switch on to play Mario Kart World, she's like, I want to play Kong Kong. I'm like, well, it's not, it's not here yet, And she stopped saying Kong Kong as much. It's because she's getting a little bit older, but every now and again it still comes out. So like, I'm excited for Kong Kong Bonanza.
Cute.
Hell yeah. Roger?
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely in agreement with everything that's been said already. I mean, if my wall behind me does not say it, with all the Donkey Kong barrels and all the Donkey Kong stuff, random Luffy in the middle, but next to Luffy's King K. Rool. So there's still a little bit of Donkey Kong stuff on there. But yeah, man, I can't wait. I feel like I have waited, much like Josh. I'm a huge fan of N64, Donkey Kong 64. I feel like I've been waiting for a 3D Donkey Kong literally for 25 years. I was so sure that we were not going to get one, that last year I interviewed Steve Sobel, who was the host of the old Hot News 64 VHS tape. Turns out he's a neighbor of mine, lives 10 minutes away. And so I was interviewing him, asking him, like, what would you like to see with an upcoming Donkey Kong game? Because his rumblings at the time, DK Country Returns HD was like being rumored, that they were like, oh, that's going to be coming to Switch. And he was like, yeah, I just miss the days of like the good old 3D Donkey Kongs, though, where you could walk around. And then lo and behold, this got announced in March. And I just saw him 2 weeks ago at Anime Expo. And he was there with this kid. And they're both like, are you streaming Donkey Kong? Can we come over and play? And so even the guy from the N64 VHS tape, Hot News 64, 25 years ago, was stoked for this game. So yeah, I absolutely positively cannot wait. And based on everything that I've seen, the review scores, right? Again, the Metacritic's super high already. And I think that did actually increase my hype a little bit. I feel like I was already kind of at the maximum amount of hype, but I think it pushed me over to like an 11 once I started to see that like, oh, this is reviewing as well as like an Odyssey or something else. Because I feel like I think we've even talked about this like last time I was on the show, because it would have been around the time of like the Switch 2 experiences, right? Where we were sharing our thoughts on stuff. Yeah, I see Stash over there. Like, yeah, nodding for sure. It was right beforehand. And I had played Bonanza at that event, and I was explaining that like I thought it was really amazing, but I'm not like that big of a Mario fan. So I'm more of like a Donkey Kong, even like more of a Sonic person than I am a Mario person. So I went back and I played Odyssey about, I guess it would have been like 3 weeks ago or something on stream, because they had done that Switch 2 upgrade. And I'm like, I want to go back and try to see if it's better than I remember it being. And I ended up loving it. And that got my hype even higher. And then now, like I said, with these review scores, the fact it's being developed by the same team, the gameplay already kind of being like Odyssey, where you're collecting all the bananas. It's just, yeah, it's going to be great. I have no doubt this is going to consume my life for the next 2 weeks. So I can't wait.
Stash Man.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm very excited. I walked away, of course, from the Switch 2 experience event. Super excited. As you guys know, I played twice because I loved it so much.
Much to a certain lady's chagrin.
Right.
Yeah.
I still can't believe you got away with that.
The ire of one of the employees.
I know.
That's also rare, because a lot of the employees were like, if you just enjoyed your time with it and they could tell you enjoying your time with it, they're like, yeah, just play again. It's fine. And I know the day you went was not that busy, because I saw you the day before at the Nintendo store. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So hype levels, it's maxed out. It's been maxed out. I've just been trying to manage the max level, right? As we all know, when you get really hyped for something, it's really important to just kind of try and manage the hype so you can do the other things you need to do in life and focus on those things and not think about, a game that's not here yet, right? When I saw the reviews hit this morning, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't even thinking about the scores hitting today. I mean, obviously it's the day before. Yeah, they're going to hit today, but I wasn't even thinking about it. Only because, look, if it gets a great review score, I think that's a big win as far as maybe the rest of the casual gaming side of it, right? There's definitely people that put a ton of stock in whatever that number is going to be, whatever that Metacritic is. I think there's a lot of people that probably say, hey, if it's at least a 9 out of 10, it deserves my money. Anything below a 9 doesn't. Which is why I don't give scores on my reviews, because I think it diminishes the value of a game when you do that. And it actually hurts its discoverability. However, when I saw those numbers, I was like, this is good. This is great to see. I don't need them to tell me it's great. I played it. I know it's great. I said in my impressions that I think it will be a Game of the Year candidate. A lot of people crapped on me for saying that in the comments. And I didn't care, because I know it's true. I knew it to be true. And here we are.
Yep.
Which is great to see. I said in the video that this is the Super Mario Odyssey team. People said, you have no proof. I'm like, you're right. I don't, but I know it is. So everything's been proven correct. Yeah, I agree. But man, I'm just super excited that we're finally here. This feels like kind of a, obviously we're going to be getting into some of the other topics later, but it does feel like almost like a second launch of the Switch 2 right now.
For sure.
Like this is the big one, big single player IP to kick it off. It's been 26 years. I even said in my comments earlier, like, God, 26 years to wait that long and then beat a game in 5 hours. No thanks, dude. I would never do that. That's nuts, right? Just to think about when you've been waiting that long. But look, I was a big fan of DK64. I have it up on my shelf. I actually have 2 physical copies up there. I don't know why I have 2. I really don't, but I think an extra one somehow got into my collection. But I absolutely love the games. You guys know I love Donkey Kong Country. reviewed them all on my channel. Big fan. So, that's it, guys. I think everything else you guys said, I completely agree with. I'm happy to be here. Hyped beyond belief.
Perfect. Gamebird, how you feeling?
Yeah, listen, this is an interesting one because I've had a journey of evolving hype for this game. When this game first got shown off, there was a couple things right away that stood out to me that I instantly fell in love with. I love the new Donkey Kong design. I think he looks fantastic. I love how charismatic and quirky and just how animated he is. The world looked vibrant and colorful and looked really neat. That being said, watching that first trailer and watching the treehouse stuff, it looked fun, but I had reservations about this game. I expressed this on the podcast. Then Stash went and got to go hands-on with the game. And I asked Stash, I'm like, listen, my biggest concern with the new Donkey Kong game is there more substance than just a playground where you could destroy the environment and grab collectibles? I was worried about that. I just wanted there to be a lot of substance here and something more than that. Then Stash told me, hey man, I'm telling you right now, this game is going to kick ass. I had so much fun. I had to play it again. I was playing it as much as I possibly can. That started to build my hype and my confidence in the game. Then we got what was possibly the greatest single focus game direct we've ever had from Nintendo. And that blew me away. That kicked my ass. It looked so good. I love Pauline. I love the new take on her. I think it's adorable. I love the old school kind of King Kong vibes that I got from the trailer, the dynamic between Donkey Kong and Pauline, and the fact that she's fully voice acted, giving that human element and that touch of character and relationship between the two of them, I think is going to go the distance in this game. So that really surprised me. Skill trees, obviously,
awesome
costumes and transformations. It just blew me away. Boss fights. It looks like there's a fun, quirky story involved. So hype level shot up instantly after that moment. One of my most anticipated games of the year. And I don't know that the reviews today leveled up that hype again. And maybe this is the wrong word for it, because I don't want to say that it justified my hype, but it's really cool to see when you watch something and your hype grows for it and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this game. And then on top of it, you're seeing critics say like, dude, this is one of the best Nintendo platformers, open world platformers we've ever had, if not maybe even the best. The gentleman at IGN who reviewed it said that it surpassed Mario Odyssey in Galaxy 2 for him. That's huge. Like that is a huge thing. Mario's been kicking the 3D platformer world's ass for decades now. So I'm just really excited. I'm getting the game physically. I have it ordered physically. So I'll be playing tomorrow. Part of me is tempted to double dip. I want to play it so bad. I'm going to hold off, but part of me is really tempted to just download a copy right after this podcast and be irresponsible and stay up way too late when I've got work early in the morning. But listen, man,
I should have taken work off.
I did that for this. I'm taking so many days off for like Nintendo related like days, and so it's tough. But I will say, man, I feel bananas for this game. I can't wait to get my hands on it, and I could easily see this. I mean, it's too early to tell now. I haven't actually played the game, but based on what I'm seeing, based on what I'm hearing, I could easily feel like this could not only be one of my favorite, if not favorite, Donkey Kong games, but maybe one of my favorite 3D platformers of all time. Time will tell, but I can't wait to dive in.
I just want to mention one thing that you brought up that none of us brought up, but it was a really good point. And again, I was already like really excited. However, something you mentioned was seeing the transformations and the leveling, right? Getting new skills. That's something obviously we didn't experience at the Switch 2 experience, and definitely like shot up my hype level where I didn't think it could go any higher. I'm like, wow, This is huge. So I just want to
He's
mention
a zebra
that.
now.
Dude,
Exactly.
skill trees and
yeah.
a leveling skill system in a Nintendo 3D platformer. Yes, please.
Yeah, like
and
unheard of.
specifically
badass.
on the topic of the skill tree thing too, that I find fascinating, and something that I think also made me realize like I probably am going to even like this more than Odyssey, is that essentially like it's as if when you collect a moon in Odyssey, you get a skill point to like level up your moveset, right? You can add to your vitality, you can get a new move, you can power up your moves, whatever. That's literally what the bananas have become. They're as prevalent as the moons. They're hidden all over the place, but you can actually utilize them to make Donkey Kong even stronger. So like my assumption is for a lot of people who are like more hardcore platformers or people who are like more used to this, is they're going to like buff up all of their actual abilities and not necessarily like buff up their vitality and just like go to town and rip to shreds like a lot of these environments. And it's going to be cool to see the different way that people are playing.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing I wanted to hop off of real quick was you were mentioning about the reviews. Is I'm kind of the same as you. It's like I don't really review stuff as much anymore with like number scores. But what I do like to do is I like to read reviews of friends. And there's two in particular. There was one, Tim Geddes over at Kind of Funny.
I like
did
Tim.
one today and mentioned, also a huge Nintendo fan, also mentioned that he liked this more than Odyssey and both the Galaxy games. And I was like, wow, okay, that's surprising. And then hearing that paired with my buddy Gene Park, who also reviewed the game, gave it a perfect score. And I had talked to Gene like 2 months ago when I went to Epic Universe, because we went for the media preview for the opening of Donkey Kong Country. Yeah. And we were talking about like our experience with Bonanza at the event, and him saying, you know, like I enjoyed what I played, but like I wasn't as hyped as you were after you were done playing it. And now to see he's at that level and was won over, I was like, oh yeah. We're locking in. Like this is going to be an all-timer. Yeah. So I think it was cool to see those two different perspectives and like how they evolved over time. Yeah,
totally. Can I add one last thing I forgot to mention, but this is an important one for like how I'm feeling about this game. And this happened when we got that direct on this, not necessarily with the review side of it, but when we got that direct for Donkey Kong Bonanza, this game to me represented one of the things that I love most about Nintendo, and it's them embracing the weird side, you know,
for sure.
All the weird, goofy stuff that they plug into their games, the weird ass transformations, you know, the huge orangutan with butt cheeks and like the banana mane and the ripped zebra that can run on water. That that completely encapsulates like what has helped made me a lifelong Nintendo fan. I love that side of Nintendo when they're like, let's do something weird here. And they plug this sort of stuff in all sorts of games. Obviously, you know, I think A Link to the Past, adding like the Mario elements into it and just all the weird like Splatoon, you know, just the whole game is so weird. Nintendo with characters named like Crispy Sean, who's like a tempura vendor, you know, like that's the like I love that it looks like we're getting a full dose of that in this game. And it's just another element that has me amped to kind of get lost in this world.
Yeah, and the music is something I feel like also that it's just like going to be that hidden, that extra layer. I feel like it's always an extra layer, especially something we found out with Mario Kart World, where we were like totally didn't expect that. And it was just such a treat. Like I always hear people being like, oh, it's an $80 soundtrack with a game attached. Right.
Exactly.
So I am looking, even if they do like a fourth of what they did in Mario Kart World with music wise.
Oh, yeah, there's like over 100 tracks.
Yeah. And they do anything like big jazz with Donkey Kong, but then with, you know, the typical jungle sound. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I'm gonna be listening to that on stream literally for
100%. Yeah,
DK's soundtrack is absolutely legendary.
I'm sure. Yeah,
you hear it throughout so many of my videos on my channel. I will put it like in the background, be it, you know, Aquatic Ambiance, Sticker Brush Symphony.
Oh yeah, I was like Aquatic Ambiance is like iconic at this point.
It's so good, dude. So good.
It's crazy too because I think even with like the DK64 talk we were mentioning earlier about like maybe there aren't a lot of people that are huge fans of that game. Everybody knows all the songs. I mean, like the DK rap is iconic. Right? You've got like even the different like the bonus music from that game specifically was the first thing that they listened to that was remixed that was on Nintendo Today, where they played like the like that specifically that track. So much of like what it seems to be the soundtrack of this game is obviously directly pulled from the stuff that we got from those Rare games.
Yeah.
So I do love the fact that it's like they're taking the stuff that was great about the Rare stuff while also implementing it with like the gameplay and the stuff that they've learned from Odyssey. It's like a mix of all the best possible worlds. So yeah, it's honestly a dream game. The fact that it's coming out in the way that it's coming out is already amazing. So the fact that the game is actually good, it's a cherry on top. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to apologize in advance. It's thunderstorming really bad where I am. So if I like randomly cut out, that's why.
Fair enough.
Yeah, shit happens.
Fair enough.
I'll
Stay
try to
safe,
tune
man.
it down
You
for
got
you.
There you go.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great. Prime, how you feeling?
Oh man. So before I dive into it, there's a couple super chats I wanted to feature that's all about this hype because holy crap. Janky Kong, appropriate.
Yes.
On a Kong topic. Can't believe people doubted DK. Literally the reason I got Switch 2. Been waiting for this longer than 3D Mario. You think? 26 years? Just saying. 26 years. Yeah, I think you've been waiting, man. It's pretty awesome. And then this is one that really gets into my hype because I really loved Mario Odyssey. And it was very obvious to me when we saw this game that it was, the initial reveal trailer that it was the Odyssey team. It just very, like, literally my first guess was, oh, hey, it's Mario. And then the punching on the wall, I'm like, okay, no, that's not Mario. It's DK. The rumors are true. It's actually a 3D Donkey Kong. Because all the rumors, everyone was leaning, oh, it's probably just another side-scrolling DK that maybe has like a 3D thing to it. Well, no, actually, it's a 3D DK that has some side-scrolling to it. So that's pretty awesome. And again, shouldn't be surprised because Mario Odyssey was a 3D Mario game that also had some side-scrolling in it for Mario. So like, oh, that's kind of see how that works. But this comedy from Demonic Brawler, really sums it up pretty well. I was excited for DK Bonanza when it was just a rumor, and even more excited once it got revealed. But my hype levels went through the roof after the Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct, and now I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve. Did that Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct, I think, hyped everyone.
It really did. I mean, the fact that it did so well, like people were talking about the viewership on it right afterwards. So many, even the reaction videos to that Direct ended up on the trending tab on gaming. So it's like, that definitely sold people who weren't already sold on the game. Yeah.
And I think it was a Direct that was needed because someone like me,
for sure.
I'm a huge Nintendo fan. I was always planning on buying this Donkey Kong, and I'm sure I would have enjoyed it. But I had those concerns. I was concerned about substance and just that there was more than the destruction. That, like, dude, the discourse after that Direct, like people who don't even care about Switch 2 are like, okay, that was a good, like, that was good. Yeah,
that was pretty sick.
Yeah. And Carcon, who's actually been playing it, one of our fellow Japanese fans.
Nice.
So, I played last night and on my commute to work this morning, and they're in love. Smashing is so fun. I feel strong and unstoppable. Went back to fantasy life, and I missed smashing the environment. A bit of a different game. just a little bit different. But no, look, I obviously, I've been looking forward to this game for a long time. I as someone who has played every single Donkey Kong game, honestly, I never felt like it was ever at the level of a Mario. Even the country games, like, they're really good, and the land games, they're really good. It's not Mario World. It's not, Mario 64.
Okay.
I know. It's fine.
There's an argument to be had there. I mean, DK, Donkey Kong Country 2, best side-scrolling platform of all time, literally better than any 2D Mario game ever made. But neither here nor there. That's fine. Topic for a different video. That's fine.
2 has an argument. I'll give you 2 has an argument.
I gotta go.
Is that for me, Donkey Kong's never really felt like it's been on the same level as Mario, and I feel like that's also been reflected in even the sales. Mario just sells significantly more because people tend to enjoy the games more, and the country games are great, but they're usually more challenging than Mario, and maybe that put off people from it getting massively successful. And I thought Donkey Kong 64 would have been the game that did it, but it scored a 90, but it felt like nobody played it. It was really weird. It's like, it's really well reviewed, but nobody plays it. It started to remind me of Metroid Prime. Like, feels like a game that should sell 10 million, but I don't know, 3 million, 2 million. What do you mean it's a 95? How's nobody playing this game? So, to be fair, if it's like an indie game, that's incredible sales. But for Nintendo, that's That's a drop in the bucket for them. That's Kirby kind of sales. So I sit back and I look at obviously the direct that really got my hype going, and then Stash doing his impressions that really got my hype going, and then the reviews today. I knew it was going to review well. I know some people were predicting it to be like a little bit higher up in the 90s. I didn't really care exactly where it fell. What I cared is there was not a single negative review.
Right.
Not even a mixed review. Everything's our 8s and above. That's it. And that to me, let me know, okay, I haven't played this yet. I haven't even played the demo. The reviewers are putting this on the level of a 3D Mario. And that, I mean, yeah, I saw some of the reviews where they said, it's better than Odyssey. That's all going to be subjective. Of course, obviously, guys, review-wise, it's like 6 points lower than Odyssey. It's all going to be subjective on if it's actually better. But one thing I kept consistently seeing when I glanced at the reviews was it's like they took Mario and smashed it into the best of Rare. And I'm like,
that's heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy. And there's literally smashing. So,
right. Yeah.
Like, I'm just, my hype was already really high and it's through the roof. And when everyone is just saying that this is the first game, because, Mario Kart World has a little bit of controversy with it sometimes, the price point and a little bit less tracks at 30 instead of 32, well, all this, whatever. Point is, nobody is being controversial about this game. Literally, everyone is saying this is the first game to come out on Switch 2 that you need to buy a Switch 2 to play. This is the one. And that's crazy to me. Because it might be the highest rated Switch 2 exclusive the rest of the year. I think Metroid Prime 4 is going to be pretty high because Prime games always go pretty high, but it's also on Switch. You don't have to buy a Switch 2 to play Prime 4.
Yeah.
So I kept thinking, what else could be coming out this year? Maybe Splatoon Raiders. But then I look at the Splatoon games, they don't tend to score quite this high, and it's a spin-off. So I don't think that's going to get up here. Then I'm like, well, the Hyrule Warriors game, if that does hit in December, maybe it might be the best of the Hyrule Warrior games, and it's going to run silky smooth because it was made for Switch 1, so it's definitely going to be, hopefully, a lock 60 FPS. But is that going to do it, or are people kind of done with that Zelda? I don't know. So that's kind of it, too, by the way. I kept looking at Dragon Drive. I don't think that's...
I don't think
that's game of the year. I'm not strong.
10 out of 10. Yeah,
doing the test, but it ain't going to be reviewed like this. This is a game that could take one of the 6 Game of the Year slots at the Game Awards. It could happen.
It will. There's no doubt. Even the way that like people are talking about it, who are people that are on the board that nominate games for Game of the Year. Yeah. This is currently at this point in time, even despite how well Death Stranding 2 was reviewing, it is currently between Expedition 33 and Donkey Kong. It is one of those two games years to lose, which is, I think, bonkers. Like, even the fact that this game, people haven't played this yet, and, the reviews are just coming out, and they're already talking about this like it is the game to go up against Expedition 33, which is also like a masterpiece. So, I can't wait.
I think 100% this game will be in one of those Game of the Year slots. I don't know that it could win Game of the Year, but I am 100% that it will be. First off, it's Donkey Kong reinventing itself, which is always a big deal in gaming.
Yes.
Whenever a series is able to reinvent itself successfully, that goes leaps and bounds for a game. Not only that, it's offering a combination of platforming and mechanics that don't exist elsewhere.
Yep.
So there's a lot going for it, and it's reviewing in the 90 plus and stuff with tons of 10 out of 10s. And so I think it's got all the makings of a strong Game of the Year contender.
Hey, Astrobot walks so Donkey Kong could run. All right.
That's right.
You know what? I'm not.
That's right.
I'm gonna stay away from that one. That's what a touchy one with PlayStation fans today.
I don't know why. Why is that such a touchy one?
Can't we have both games? Right? Can we like 2 flavors? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally like both games. I don't understand.
They're all good. And if you're a PlayStation fan, Astrobot won Game of the Year last year. Expedition 33 is probably winning it this year. So, like, Donkey Kong's not going to win it. It's unfortunate. Like, for Nintendo, it's unfortunate. But, it is what it is. There's a lot of more incredible games this year. A lot more competition, a lot more stiff competition. Yeah. We haven't even gotten to Prime 4, which a lot of people expect to also be in the 90s, and that could take a Game of the Year slot as well. It might even be the highest rated Game of the Year and not win. It's just not as popular as Expedition 33. So, we'll see what happens there. And don't be wrong, if it does score like a 95 and doesn't win, Nintendo fans are not gonna let this down, because the board is the one that rated it 95, and then they chose a different game that rated lower. You know what I mean? Like, because the fan vote doesn't count for that much on the Game of the Year award.
It doesn't.
Like
But to be fair, Fire Emblem Three Houses wasn't nominated, so
yeah.
You never know.
That's right. I guess it wasn't.
It won the fan vote for Game of the Year. But it was not a nominee, which is wild.
The reason I don't guarantee that Bonanza will make it in, because I do think Prime 4, if tradition holds, will rate higher, and they'll just give it that slot because Metroid Dread got one. So, if it's the highest rated game of the year, they got to put it in. My thing is, they put in the past Ghost of Tsushima that was an 83, and the Ghost of Yotoi is still coming out, and that could kick one of Nintendo's games out, even if it doesn't rate as high. Because for some reason, I don't know what it is about Jeff Keighley's awards. They like having two Sony games, two Sony exclusives, like every year thrown in. Death Stranding 2.
Rigged.
Yeah, Nintendo fans, by the way, would be irate if like an 82 rated Ghost of Yotoi gets in and Donkey Kong is left out. That's a 91. That's going to be pretty controversial. Especially when all these reviewers are like, best platformer ever. It's like, oh, but you didn't nominate it?
Wait, did you say Ghost of Yotoid? Because that sounds awesome. Like a Metroidvania.
Oh, that'd be sick, actually.
Spin-off.
Ghost of Tsushima game that's like a Metroid game would be awesome.
Yeah, I
with
think you
Yonoid,
accidentally created.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Yonoid, Metroid. Yes,
sure.
It's the crossover we never knew we needed.
That's right. Ghosts of Yonoid. That's crazy. It's actually crazy.
Dude, I'd pre-order it right now.
I'd day one, yeah, easily.
Yonoid on the Pizza Crusher.
Ghosts of Yonoid.
That's
awesome.
Ghost of Yoshi. I'll show you, buddy. All right. But no, I'm really excited for this. The reviews were never really going to make me more hyped. It was just going to more reassure the hype I already had. And look, man, it's DK time, man. We had the copyright thing come out with the movie. We have obviously the game, the theme park launches, probably some Lego sets coming to go along with all this stuff.
Aren't there already Donkey Kong Lego sets?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
there are. I'm on a big one.
Yeah.
One of those $300, $400, like the Day Tree, the NES,
like the Mario Kart right there.
Mario Kart. Yeah. I don't have the Deku Tree one yet. Could someone just like buy it for me?
There you go. Send it the step goal. Literally just do it a super check goal. There you go. Yeah.
Anyways. No, seriously, I was in a sporting goods store the other day, and they had the Deku Tree Lego staring at me. I'm like, are you just
at a sporting goods store?
This is a sporting goods store. Why is there? Oh, you want $400? Oh yeah, let me. God, why do I gotta buy a $300 baseball bat for my kid? I'm putting that back. I gotta get the Lego.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Deku Tree baseball
Put it there for me.
Use the Deku Tree as a baseball bat.
I'm like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in a sporting goods store, and it's staring me in the face. It's like, it's time. It's time. I'm like, no, get what you came for. Don't disappoint your son that you didn't get him a bat for baseball season. Anyways, no, I'm really excited for the game, and I literally can't wait. I mean, I'll be live streaming it tomorrow, guys. I still don't know what time I'm doing it at. It don't matter. I'm probably gonna wake up, take a shower, eat some breakfast, and be like, dude.
It's time. You got to do it. Yeah, of course. Let's go.
Breakfast
together strong, man. That's it.
We're obviously having a banana for breakfast. That's
Yep. Oh, of course.
Got it. Put it on stream. Screw it.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, so moving on to the second part of this topic. Nintendo shared a photo of what Donkey Kong Bonanza would have looked like on the original Switch.
Oh yeah.
Get that
Whenever
one
it loads in there.
Oh yeah,
That's so wild.
crazy.
Yeah.
Can I zoom in here a little bit? Is that looking?
That's pretty
too
good.
far?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. So they shared this out, and then according to Digital Foundry, Nintendo is using FSR1 with the game, a technique they used on Switch instead of DLSS. Also, the game does not support VRR. Do we think that Nintendo made the correct decision making this a Switch 2 only game?
Yes.
Yeah.
without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, you're already getting people complaining about like the frame rate on the Switch 2 version. Could you imagine the discussion around people being like, "Look at Nintendo's garbage game running at 10 FPS, bro. This is so bad." It's like you would get so many brain dead takes on Twitter and on social media. It's like, thank goodness. I already have enough brain dead people in my mentions on Twitter. I feel like I don't need to give them more of a reason to be brain dead, you know?
Yep.
So
this one's a no-brainer. Obviously reviewers have commented that there are frame dips, when you're digging super deep with you've got like destruction happening all around you. I could only imagine, like Roger said, how that would look and run on the Switch 1. But I mean, even looking at these images here, just like the plant life, I mean, just way more populated with plant life. They've got the updated lighting effects, like the light tracing that's coming down. You're getting a better running and a visually more stunning experience. I agree with Roger. I imagine had this game launched on Switch 1, it would be in a more bare, unimpressive, but also a state where people are going to be like, Donkey Kong is a shining example of why we need new hardware from Nintendo. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
the thing is too, like, we're not even all we're seeing is a still image. Imagine trying to burrow into the dirt, into the and I don't know if you guys have been playing a lot with like, games like Cyberpunk and going from quality to performance and seeing the difference. Like that, I didn't care about 60 FPS all that much. I didn't think, and now I'm like, oh, I can't. Like, what's happening to me? Like the Switch 2 is ruining me, but in a good way. Like, it's like, oh, this is stuff we should kind of start to expect, right?
Sure.
And then the flip side of it, if this was for Switch 1, let Mario cook as long as he needs to have a game that was built for the ground up for the Switch 2. Right? If we're already seeing something looking so incredible with Donkey Kong, let Mario cook. I'm happy. I'm fine being patient with that.
So on that note, we actually had a super chat with it. I said, what do you think this means for 3D Mario with DK reviewing so well? And the Odyssey team does when does Mario come out this gen? I don't think any of us doubt Mario's coming out this gen, right? No doubts.
No. Of course, comes out.
No. Yeah, this gen for sure.
Yeah, like whenever it's gonna come. They're not gonna skip a gen. They just came off the best-selling 3D Mario ever. They're obviously gonna do more. But I will say that it's interesting when like Digital Foundry mentioned that they're using FSR1 and also using Switch 1 techniques instead of using the Switch 2 ones, because we do know the game started development on Switch 1, and I kind of felt like they just carried that development forward and then just took advantage of the extra power. It also makes me think that this game maybe it's been done for a little while.
Yeah.
Right.
And they've been cooking on 3D Mario for maybe even 2-3 years at this point. They just decided back then in 2021 that, hey, you know what, we're going to move this to Switch 2 because we want the 60 FPS. We want the particle effects. We want the, they talked about the voxel stuff in their Ask the Developer stuff about how it just didn't feel right at 30 FPS. Like they were just, it just something about it was off. And then when they moved it to 60, suddenly it felt right. And kind of makes sense because some of that leads to the 30 FPS drop, which is because there's no variable refresh rate. That's actually what happens, guys, when there's no VRR. Whenever there's a little bit of frame rate drop, it drops at 30, drops it in half. It's stupid. And it sucks that the variable refresh rate wasn't being used on the actual screen, like in handheld mode. We know it's not supported in dock mode, but why not in handheld mode? It doesn't support it. It kind of lets me know that they really were trying at one point to hardcore make this for Switch 1 before they brought it over. So that to me means 3D Mario's probably been cooking. So to answer that question, not only are we going to get it, I don't think it's going to be that far away. I don't think it's going to be that far away.
I don't know if I
have been saying, man,
being far away though. Because I feel like to me this year obviously is a pretty big deal for them with the Mario anniversary coming up. I know we're not there yet. I'm sure we're going to have this conversation talking about the Nintendo Direct predictions, right? Like what's probably going to happen in the General Direct. I truly, genuinely believe the General Direct that's coming up is going to announce that there will also be a Mario Anniversary Direct. And that on the Mario Anniversary, just like they did for the 35th, we're probably going to get like Switch 2 edition of Mario 3D All-Stars with Galaxy 2. We're probably going to get Switch 2 edition of Mario Wonder with like a remake of Mario 1. We're probably going to get like there's a lot. The Mario Movie 2 casting for sure we're going to get. They'll probably announce the Donkey Kong movie stuff officially because that just
Mario Maker
like
3.
Trademark. Mario Maker exactly is something that can happen too. Like I think there is so much Mario and Mario Kart, right? They could do Mario Kart World like the first big DLC pack for that, and all of that would be plenty for a Mario thing, even if they weren't going to announce a straight up new game. But I do feel like whatever the first new Mario game is, I'm betting it's going to either be a Mario Maker or it is going to be, like I said, some type of Switch 2 edition of Mario Wonder, or potentially even a Wonder sequel. But I think 3D Mario, they're probably going to allow a little more time with. I am of the mindset that the team is probably split in two, and they probably have been cooking this up for a while, considering this was being made for Switch 1 originally too. But I also don't think the new 3D Mario is going to be like an Odyssey 2 in the slightest. I think it's going to be something
I don't think so either.
Totally different. Either taking advantage of mouse controls, totally new idea. Like it's going to be something else, which is another reason why I agree that I think it could be coming out sooner than people think. But I don't think like a full-fledged 3D Mario is like coming within the next 12 months or anything like that. Yeah.
Is the 3D World team, is that who did Odyssey? I don't believe so. No, like is that a separate
believe
team?
so either. I think the Bowser thing was a different team.
Hear me out. We get Mario Maker 3, and the gimmick, because it's 3, is you can build stuff in 3D with that 3D World format, or the Bowser's Fury format. Like if it's Bowser's Fury or like a game that's in that engine, that would be fire. That'd be
amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, play around with like a 3D playground. That would be cool.
That'd be awesome.
I think that would be a great selling point for it. But yeah, sorry.
My theory is that 3D Mario is going to be next holiday, and they'll pair it with Pokemon. And the reason that I think they'll do it then is because they said this thing very interesting. They started work on DK Bonanza after Mario Odyssey. They didn't clarify when after. But they were trying to make it sound like this has been cooking a long time. This 8-year gap.
Yeah.
We were making DK Bonanza a while ago. Like we might have been done with this game a while ago. Then we got to 2021 and we're like, you know what? Doesn't quite feel right. Let's have a team move this to Switch 2. But the rest of us have been working on 3D Mario, maybe even for a couple of years. So I feel like, obviously let the 3D Mario team cook. If it ain't ready, it ain't ready. Nintendo's always let them cook, right? Yeah. Nintendo is not one of those companies afraid to just push games back until they're ready, especially their biggest of their big games. So I'm not worried about it, but I kind of feel like it's going to get teased in September for the 40th, not come out till next year's holiday, which now we're well into Zelda's 40th. Sure. But it doesn't matter because it's all about lining up your big games to keep things selling. So, and it's funny because speaking of that, there was somebody who said something about, let me see here, about if this should have been the launch game instead of, I'm trying to find the super chat here. The launch game
instead of Mario Kart.
Yeah, instead of Mario Kart. Yeah. And I will say, I think for a lot of us on an individual level that prefer single player games, sure. But from a business perspective, no.
Exactly.
They bundled Mario Kart. They weren't going to bundle this game. And look how incredible Switch 2 is selling. And it's still, you still can't walk into a store right now and buy one. Now you will be tomorrow, limited quantities at Best Buy, maybe some of the other retailers too, but it's sold out every week. So at least in the US and Japan, I can't speak to some European countries. They might have better stock over there or less demand or whatever's going on. I know there's some people, they always say, well, I live in Sweden and it's been available every day. I'm like, okay, well, congrats. I don't live in Sweden, so I'm sorry. People might start importing if that keeps happening.
Do you guys feel like I asked this question today like on my stream earlier? Do you feel like Mario Kart is more like a companion game than like a mainline game for a lot of people? Like
yes,
it kind of seems 100%. To me like it's like the party game. I mean, I'm not the like I'm grinding time trials and I like the competitive stuff and like I'm not the norm. I realize that, but like I'm kind of wondering if strategically if they were like, let's launch with this one, and then the word of mouth goes that like, hey, this is a really fun party game. It's like Jamboree essentially, right? Like, but it's the series that everybody picks up. But now maybe they wish they hadn't waited so long on Switch 1 after seeing the sales of, even though it was only a couple months for 8 Deluxe to hit. And so, we're not getting that Breath of the Wild, like everybody, selling more than the systems, but I feel like there's some strategy here with what they're doing, and I think building the hype, and then especially, I mean, they've known for a while like that this game is pretty amazing. Obviously, now the reviewers are already telling us the same thing. Launch it a month later, and it's like you guys are the first people I've heard say this. It feels like the launch of Switch. It feels like the second launch of Switch 2 already, and it's only been
the grand opening.
And
last month was a soft opening,
which is, I think, kind of why it's smart that they've continued their like not really revealing their schedule. Which I know, like, obviously for those of us that are content creators, it's like, no, we want to plan around everything, but realistically for the common person, right? Like, they already know Mario Party's coming next month, right? We already have a date for Kirby. We already have a date for Pokemon. We don't have a date for Metroid yet. There's all these other things that can still come out before the end of the year. We don't have a date for Hyrule Warriors. We know that's coming. We don't have a date for Kirby. We know that's coming. Right. Like, there's already so much stuff that we know is out. And I think they kind of wanted to replicate the success of 2017 with the launch of Switch, right? Where like there was something every month. Whether or not you liked that thing is up for debate, but there was something really good every month. And the really big releases, the Odysseys, the Xenoblade 2s, the Mario Karts, the Splatoons, you know, they were separated by like a month or two. And I think they probably realized, look, people are going to want Mario Kart. And at launch, if they're not buying like the bundled version, if they really do want the physical one, the one game they're going to buy for Switch is probably going to be Mario Kart. Well, if they're going to spend all this money on a new system and then buy Mario Kart, why cannibalize their own first-party sales by having another big thing when they know that 2 months later people are going to have money from their paychecks and go, wait a minute, Donkey Kong, I do need another game on my Switch 2 now. And boom, they go to pick this up. Again, for us, it's like we're playing our Switch 2 every day. We're spending all this time doing it. But I like completely agree with what Josh said, that this seems like a companion piece sort of game that like people got it so they could play with their friends. They're unlocking characters. Maybe some people at this point, like the average person, probably has like, 10 or 12 characters unlocked or something. Meanwhile, we're all sitting over here like having unlocked Fishbone and Peepa and all, you know, like we've done everything, but most people haven't, right? And they're now probably around the 2-month mark, getting to a point where they're like, you know what? I could probably buy another game now. Like, and Donkey Kong looks great. So I think it was smart to let them cook and sit on it for a bit.
As we went live, the Amiibo alerts tweeted that Walmart has Switches. And they still have the bundle. So now you go in, you buy your Mario Kart bundle just like you bought, you know, the Wii and Wii Sports back in the day. And now you're also, now I'm going to pick up Donkey Kong as well. So like I think there
was a strategic restock here.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, I got a couple points I just want to bring up real quick on this too, as far as this question, right? And I do get asked this a lot. As far as, do I think DK should have been the launch title? And, my answer is always absolutely not. And I get where you're coming from, though. Like, you would have wanted that. And would I have enjoyed a single player outing? Yes. But again, from a business standpoint, but to break it down a little bit, Nintendo introduces game chat. This is a big deal. This is a huge feature. Which game is utilizing game chat and the camera the best? From the launch.
Of course,
right.
Yeah, of course.
So Mario Kart, that's one. 2, and I mentioned this probably a year ago when we did predictions on what we thought the launch title would be. I said Mario Kart. One of the big reasons why, though, is because it's going to get more people to buy the console because it's a multiplayer game. It's going to get more controllers sold, more accessories sold.
Yep.
The wheel attachments, but all the extra controllers, man. And that's something that the accessory makers also benefit from, and I'm sure it's very appreciated for all of them that is a launch game, because it makes it easy for accessories to fly off the shelf. The charging, yes, all of this stuff. So I think that's really important. And the last part is, again, this I've been talking about for a long time, and I am very confident that we are going to see an announcement at this upcoming Direct about it. But Mario Kart, the reason why it's a launch title and a pack-in, with the pack-in being, what was it, 75%? If I recall, or 70-30?
I think it is 70-30,
Yeah. They want everyone to have this game because Mario Kart is literally the driver for the rest of Nintendo's IP to advertise those games. And come on, man, like why would Donkey Kong and Pauline have one costume?
Right.
We all know why. Those are coming to Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that'll be happening once the game comes out. But I think this is something you can expect throughout the life of the console. So this is why they need Mario Kart in everyone's hands, because that is free advertising to 70% of Switch 2 owners.
Yeah.
Just by playing the game.
I totally agree with what you just said too, in terms of like them using Mario Kart as their platform to then promote their other stuff, right? Because like, especially they're doubling down on the fact that like Mario Kart is now Mario characters, right? Like they removed the Zelda stuff, they removed the Splatoon and Animal Crossing stuff. At some point, maybe that'll come back whenever they have like an Animal Crossing game to push or whatever. But realistically, with Donkey Kong, you could do Diddy, you can do, you know, Dixie, you could do Cranky, you could add all the new costumes for, you know, for Donkey Kong and Pauline. You could have all the Donkey Kong themed stages. You could then repeat this for an eventual Yoshi game. You could repeat this for an eventual WarioWare game. You can repeat this for like the next Luigi's Mansion, right? Like there's a lot of Mario franchise games that are tentpole that could easily be added to Mario Kart World and have those be like the big thing that pushes those. So yeah, I totally agree. I feel like that is another reason why World had to be out first, is because they want to use that as the thing that they know everyone's going to have to then go, hey, by the way, we've got this coming out in 3 months. So yeah.
Yeah.
I also think there's a simple argument as well that Mario Kart's their most popular IP. If you have a choice between your most popular IP and an IP that's never actually sold extremely well, you're going to go with the one that sells extremely well first.
Of course.
And that'll give you an install base that might want to try out the other one that has never been a massive seller for you, but could be. At least Nintendo thinks it can be if they put it in the right light. Yeah. And you've already obviously been pushing DK, right? Brought him back in the movie. He was very popular in the movie. And then obviously you have the DK theme parks, and now maybe people have more interest in it. Hey, we get this Mario Kart game out that we know is going to be a success. And then, hey, now we got 4, 5, 6 million people that already have the system before we would drop the big single players. Now you have an install base. And I mean, for Nintendo, the only question I really have for Bonanza, and this is one we're not going to know for a year, 2 years, is will it be evergreen the way Mario is? Because Mario is usually evergreen for like 3 or 4 years before sales fall off. Will this game be the one for Donkey Kong that goes evergreen? I don't know.
So.
Yes.
The movie.
Yeah.
The movie.
The movie is going to do a second push for
sure. It's going to get a huge bump.
Yeah.
Look at New Super Mario Bros. U. Sales shot through the roof after
everything.
The Mario movie.
Nintendo, all the Mario games shot through the roof
all the time. It
also, a little bit of a
it happens with bad games too, though.
Oh, constantly. I was going to say a little bit of a live fact check, actually, because I remember you were talking about sales. Now it's not really like a big thing for them. I think a lot of us just kind of forget like the golden era of Donkey Kong, because for a time, right, like with the Wii U, obviously, the Wii U obviously was not a huge system. So of course Tropical Freeze didn't sell a lot. And with Donkey Kong Country Returns, the Wii, in terms of like the top selling first party games on the Wii, there was a lot more choice and a lot more things that like reached out to your grandmas, like your Wii Fits and your Wii Sports, like things that hit more of a blue ocean than like a gamer audience. But when you look at the total sales, I just looked this up on the Nintendo website. In the top 10 best-selling games on Nintendo 64, coming in at number 7 was Donkey Kong 64, above, which is crazy to me, above Star Fox 64, Banjo-Kazooie, and Pokemon Snap. And directly under Donkey Kong 64, at the 8th best-selling, was Diddy Kong Racing on N64. And when you look at Super Nintendo, okay, in the top 10 best-selling games on Super Nintendo, number 3, the third best-selling game on Super Nintendo was Donkey Kong Country, and the number 6 best-selling game on Super Nintendo was Donkey Kong Country 2. So I think like it's just been so long since that golden era heyday of Donkey Kong that I think a lot of us forgot that no, there was always a long period of time in which these characters were like top of the line, best selling, like always doing well. And then of course we even date back to like the NES era, right? With the original arcade Donkey Kong port. Like Donkey Kong's huge. It's just he's sort of been out of the zeitgeist for a bit. And now we're in this renaissance with the theme park and the movie, and you know, even the character in the Mario movie and the re-release of the Returns games on Switch and this. It's like he's back.
I also wonder if there was a little fatigue.
Probably, which is weird because there were only 2 retro games.
There was only 2 retro games,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's weird to be like, oh, there was some fatigue, but it's like, yeah, but they were just kind of doing what the old games did, and we don't really know if it didn't feel fresh. You know, it just kind of felt like you're just repeating something that longtime fans are familiar with. The last fresh one was Jungle Beat spinoff, and then DK64, which I know it's in the top 10 selling, but the N64 didn't sell very well, so a lot of people didn't really play.
Forget Donkey Konga.
Yeah, Donkey Kong
game was badass.
I love it. I got my bongos right back there, man. I love it.
I'll say this. I'll say this. My first console was an NES. I've been playing Donkey Kong since Donkey Kong Country on the SNES.
Right.
And I remember when that first game came out, you know, friends at school talking about the game because we hadn't seen visuals like that before on a console. And that was the last time in my life. Obviously, I had a group of friends when DK64 came out who, you know, we were hyped. It's like a 3D platformer Donkey Kong game. But the most discourse I ever heard over Donkey Kong was in the SNES age. Fast forward to today, I've never heard in my life, as a lifelong Nintendo fan, as many people talking about Donkey Kong as they are now. There is I don't know with 100% certainty that this is going to be a big evergreen title. I think there's a strong chance for it, especially like you guys mentioned with the movie when that drops. And we also have those theme parks. You know, kids are going to be going to those theme parks and families, and that's going to be stirring up interest. I can say without a doubt, I think this is easily going to be the best selling Donkey Kong game ever, period.
Without a doubt. Yes.
You know, one thing we got to look at is like it's going to get a bump from both movies. It's going to get a bump from Mario, then from DK.
Not in the Mario movie.
But also,
oh no, he definitely is.
Donkey Kong Country and DK64 were both themed pack-in titles for the SNES and for the 64. The Jungle Green.
Of course,
so
iconic. Of course,
yeah. So we can't put it past Nintendo to not do that again with Switch 2.
Yeah, do like a Mario, not a Mario movie, excuse me, like a Donkey Kong movie bundle for Switch 2, where after Bonanza's been out for 2 years, they end up doing like a yellow banana or jungle green Switch 2, have Bonanza as a packet, have it as their holiday thing to launch alongside the movie. Like, bro.
Let me make the pitch because this is what I want. I want the Donkey Kong Bonanza themed dock where it looks like a wooden barrel with the red DK.
I love that. Yeah.
I want it so bad. It's so sick.
We need to bring that 64 controller back too with the banana cover.
Please, I love it.
So you say this is gonna be a bundle that has the game in it?
It would definitely if it came out like at the holiday season alongside the movie. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say I'll just say this: Furukawa likes to play things safe, right? What was the holiday bundle every year for Switch for 8 years?
Mario Kart, of course.
They didn't really bundle anything else till later in the gen, so I'm kind of like.
Well, there was an exception with Pokemon. Pokemon, they had the theme systems with Pokemon. Pokemon, they've done, and they will almost definitely do that next year, considering the next gen. Animal Crossing, you're right, though, didn't. Yeah.
That's why
there were those rare like aces and 1-2 Switch bundles. That was kind of strange. But
I forgot about those. Or like the Nintendo Switch Sports, right? Wasn't that one as well? Yeah.
Yeah, at one point, They had some really weird bundles, but like it was never like, hey, let's put Mario Odyssey and Zelda in a holiday bundle. No, we're just not doing it.
Well,
no, they re-released Odyssey with a strategy guide, same as Zelda. They were a different box art, like right.
Yeah.
It's like great. You're making me buy it again. I'd rather buy it again if I'm putting the system with it.
This is also crazy. I'm just looking at sales data now because I love this kind of stuff. And I don't know, my brain is like hyper focusing. I'm looking at this list when we were talking about the sales on Super Nintendo of Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2 both being in top 10. Number 11 on Super Nintendo was Donkey Kong Country 3, which only sold, it said 3.5 million. Yeah. But to put that in perspective on the Super Nintendo, Donkey Kong Country 3, which was the worst selling of the Donkey Kong trilogy, which was still the 11th best-selling game on Super Nintendo, sold more than the entirety of Super Metroid and Kirby Superstar combined.
Another important thing that you got to know with that is that DK3 came out in November 96 after the Nintendo 64 release. It just makes it that much cooler.
Man,
wild.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah, literally Kirby Superstar and Super Metroid. Kirby Superstar was 1.4. Super Metroid was 1.4. They were only differentiated by like 20,000 units.
like
It
DK
sold both, then more of them combined. Yeah.
And DK64 came out like right towards the end of the N64 era when we were already hyping up GameCube.
It's 99, yeah.
I feel like every time I look at the sales and I see the release years, I always look at this. I'm like, the last time that DK really had a fair shot was Returns on Wii and then Country. And those are two of the best-selling ones they've ever released.
I was going to say, and Returns, despite the fact it's not a top 10 best-selling game on Wii, like I said earlier, it's because of the Blue Ocean stuff. But Returns sold like 6.5, which is still more than Donkey Kong Country 2, which was one of the top 10 on the entire Super Nintendo.
Yeah,
it still was a huge success. And it's been re-released twice now between the 3D version and the HD version now.
Yeah.
So
if we only count initial releases, it's the second best-selling DK game.
Yeah.
So it's interesting looking at that because those are the only two games that really released during the peak years or like the heart of the generation until Bonanza.
Which is now at launch, or right after launch. It's essentially, but Bonanza's in the spot that like Melee was in with GameCube, where it's like a month and a half later, right? Where it was like everyone was hyped about it. They all knew they were going to buy it, but GameCube came out and it still was like another month and a half before we got smashed.
Yeah.
So, and Pikmin, I think, was in the same boat, wasn't it? Pikmin was December.
That's why I'm fascinated to see if it's got that evergreen. I think the movies will help. Is it going to sell outside of the movie periods? I hope so. I mean, look, was a Gamer. You said you think it's going to be the best selling. That's going to be at least 10 mil to do that. I think it's got. I think it's definitely got a shot. I think we're going to boost this holiday. I think we get another advertising push.
I could see Bonanza hitting 12, 13 mil, maybe even 15. Yeah. No joke.
What's Odyssey at?
I don't want to speak for everyone else,
30.
but this is the most discourse I've ever heard. Obviously back in the SNES days, I wasn't on Twitter or anything like that. But even amongst friends, like friends who aren't even that into gaming, are like, dude, that new Donkey Kong game looks sick. And it's like, yeah, it does.
This is gonna be one of those things. We'll start knowing more tomorrow and in the coming weeks and stuff. But also, like earlier this year, what drove Claire Expedition 33 to do so well wasn't necessarily the critic reviews; it was the user reviews. Amazing. So if the user reviews come out and everyone's like, dude, no, this is a must play. You have to play it. One of the best platformers I've ever played. And it just keeps getting said that way and keeps spreading on socials that way. Then the Mario movie trailer drops in September. Everyone's like, oh shit, there's DK. Hey, wasn't there a DK game that came out that everyone's raving about? I gotta get that for my kid this holiday,
Yeah. Well, and then just to speak on the evergreen, when DK gets announced as a Game of the Year nomination. That's more word of mouth. That's more hype. That's more marketing. That's more press for the game. And guys, we talked earlier tonight about how good that Donkey Kong music is. Think about the orchestra
playing at the Game Awards, of course.
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I
they literally brought Pauline out, didn't they, for Odyssey? They have Pauline come on stage of it. They'll probably have a kid come out and start singing like "Heart of Gold," "My Dream Come True," or whatever the hell.
Absolutely.
They revealed who the singer was the other day, and I'm just like, dude, if they get her at the Game Awards to come out and
for
sing
sure. How wild will like the total shift be though? When you have the Game Awards and you lead with this little kid singing like a hopeful Donkey Kong song, and then it just goes into all these French people being like Claire Obscure, and everyone's going.
There's like people dying on screen and stuff.
Oh my gosh.
They might go like that's a Split Fiction or something.
Exactly. Death Stranding. They'll go to Death Stranding. That's what it'll be. Kojima will have some fun like band on, and they'll go to Death Stranding. Yeah.
See, I feel like they're either going to do that with the singing, or they're going to somehow have like the main theme of the song and then mix in, the DK rap because it came back.
I love it.
Oh my god, dude! One of that I will say, guys. Regardless of what happens, one of my favorite things about the Game of the Year awards is that orchestra, man.
It's the best.
Incredible every year.
100%.
I'll watch TGAs every year just for that. It's so good.
Yeah.
To piggyback a little bit too on the timing, school starts in a month as well. So any of the kids that are playing that this summer, they're going to be talking about it on the playground with
100%.
Oh yeah,
we're playing it on the playground.
Yeah, that too.
Right.
Dude, I missed that.
You can bring your Switch. Yeah.
I have 3 kids. None of them have a Switch too. I don't know what parents out there are rich out there, but hey, you want to drop $500? I ain't touching Switch 2 until that light version comes out. I'm telling you right now. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
We need the
stop.
anti-kid
You got like
version.
7 Switches at launch, dude. I don't want to
No, I
hear it.
I got one.
We need the version that's like a brick that you can throw against the wall and nothing will happen.
And
to it,
then
like the Switch
got a
Lite.
Switch.
No, we didn't do it, but we technically did get 7 Switch 2s.
Well, okay. Those are giveaways. Everyone's like, well, you can give away. You can't buy them for your kids. My kids don't deserve them. Come on now. I love it. I got to earn that. I need straight A's on those report cards, man.
Yeah.
I got to incentivize. You can't just hand your children everything because then they just expect everything. Fun fact. I learned that hard as a parent years ago. All right. I handed them all 3DSs and that backfired. I should have made them earn it. Should have made them earn those 3DSs. All right. Let's go ahead and get to our next topic. Game Bird. What are we talking about, buddy?
All right, let's pull it up. So we just got from the man Miyamoto, the legend Miyamoto himself, casting news on the Legend of Zelda movie. We got casting reveals for both Link and Zelda. Let me see. Link is going to be played by 16-year-old Benjamin Evan Ainsworth. And Zelda is going to be played by 21-year-old Bo Bragason. Benjamin is best known for his role in, I'm sorry, there's typos in this. Mark Son of Critch. Mark Critch on the show Son of Critch that airs in Canada on the CBC and in the US on the CW. And people might also recognize him as the voice of Pinocchio in the live action adaptation. And Bo is best known for her role as Roxy Jackson in the Disney Plus show Renegade Nell. Unfortunately, the season or the show got canceled after its didn't get picked up for a second season. My apologies. I am exhausted tonight. So
all right.
Anyways, these are taking energy for tomorrow, man.
I know.
Well,
yeah.
You guys just flip.
Yeah.
So these are 2 unknown actors that have been cast as 2 of the most important roles, if not the most important in the movie. How do you guys feel about these picks? Do you like them? Why or why not? And I also want to, as a fun little thing from each of you guys, get kind of like each of your fan picks for characters that are likely to be announced. 3 characters in mind: Ganondorf. So each of you give a fan pick for Ganondorf. King of Hyrule. I want you each to give a fan pick for King of Hyrule. And Impa. So let's start with thoughts on this. And lastly, has the excitement for this movie gone up, gone down, stayed the same? Where are we at on this? Let's start with Josh.
The casting, I think, is great. So, I mean, it's one of those things until we see him in full costume and everything, it's like all we're doing is picturing him with blonde hair, right? And as long as that kid can go, yeah, then we're,
hey, if he says a single word of dialogue, I'm leaving the theater.
not to pause you real quick, Josh, but Nate, is there any way that you could pop up a photo of the two actors?
Of course I can. I got you.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Yeah. So the fact that they're both young, depending on the direction they go, like how they're gonna do these movies like long term. We've speculated, what if they do like a Power, Wisdom, Courage trilogy? Essentially, they're young enough that they could keep that going for a while, and they're not gonna age out. There's nothing worse than like, I don't know if you guys watch like the Goldbergs, right? And when Adam went from being but when he went from being a little kid to like a teenager, it was like, this isn't the same. Like they tried, but and it's nothing, like literally nothing against them. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
I think they did a great job here. Like, again, I need to go and watch them more, like see some of their other stuff, but like just the initial, like based on strictly the look, I think it's going to be good. And my only thing that I really hope happens is that they push the one, hopefully it's PG-13 at a minimum, and hopefully they push that to where there's like it's gritty. right? Like
Sure.
I'm hoping it's not like slapsticky and excuse me, princess, and any of that kind of stuff. But like that,
I'll forgive one excuse me, princess in this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
that's-
take one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take one.
but you know how, I mean, the Mario movie was, it kind of was, there was a lot of comedy there. There was a lot of and almost like older comedy, like Gleason kind of stuff. Like,
So you want something
you talking
more,
to my brother, like I want to see something like Game of Thrones, but PG-13. You know what I mean?
like Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Exactly like that. Like something that's taken serious. That because if you think about if even in just looking at the way the game has matured over time, like I want it to be at the maturity where the games are at now. Like Tears of the Kingdom storyline was not messing around. Like when you watch those cutscenes and everything, like there was plenty of death and like it had a very serious tone to it, as well as some great and exact, like Lord of the Rings is a great example of how like if they could be on that level with that would be great. I just don't want to see like a Men in Tights or something like that when it comes to this, like
Well, like
that'd
Breath
be
of the
so
Wild,
ridiculous.
some of that. Breath of the Wild, some of that seriousness too. Like some of those cutscenes, where Zelda's crying and because Link is basically almost dead.
Sure.
Because he got in the way to protect her and stuff. And the series has really grown up a lot, and I feel like it's been that way probably since like Majora's Mask and onward. The series, there's still been like the top down ones that felt a little sillier at times, but the 3D ones just felt like it kept getting more and more serious. I mean, the story in Skyward Sword, there's some very serious moments in that story, and I feel like the series has kind of figured out what it is. Like to be mainstream, and to be mainstream is you're kind of like that Lord of the Rings. You have your little tidbits of comedy here and there, but you have kind of a very serious thing going on this entire time that people aren't taking as a joke. Even if the comedy in the Lord of the Rings movies almost felt like, hey, this is just to ground it a bit because it's very serious. There's some scary shit happening, but we have to ground the audience a bit so they don't forget to have a little fun with what this world that we're building. Kind of like there's that huge serious fight going on, and then you have the dwarf and the elf going back and forth counting their kills and trying to challenge each other. But it's a very serious moment, and we just came off a moment earlier where they lost a huge fight. So I think that if they treat it like that, I've always felt like one of the number one reasons why I always wanted a live action Zelda movie was I wanted a Zelda Lord of the Rings. I don't know if that's what they're going to go here. I know they are filming on location apparently, so that's awesome. I love on location stuff, not just everything being CGI all the time.
In New Zealand also.
Yeah, in New Zealand.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, that's
that's great. Cool.
That's where Lord of the Rings was.
Hobbiton and everything. Sure, of course.
Yeah, and that's where Lord of the Rings was. And so, man, they're really taking this serious, I think, and that to me is really, really exciting. I think we're gonna get a story and something that we've just never had in Zelda before, because again, Link's talking. It's happening, guys. Get used to it.
Thank God. I am stoked to hear Link talk. And I'm ready for it in the games. I don't care what anyone says. Zelda's my favorite series of all time. I don't think adding voice acting for Link will take anything away from the game. Period.
Yeah.
When I play Zelda, I never sit there and think that's me. I always think that's Link. So that's not going to be an issue for me. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm not like, this is me right now.
As the cutscenes have gotten more and more serious for Zelda, I feel like Link is starting to stand out more as his own character. I understood. They said this back in the day. They never said Link was mute. He talks all the time. He's always talking, but it's supposed to be you're talking for him to the NPCs. Like when they ask, hey, what's your name? Or what did you just do? And you see Link just go, and then they just respond. Yeah, Link is talking, but it's you saying the words because you're supposed to be Link. So he never really was ever a mute. But now, here's the thing. This is a movie. The belief of disposition that we are Link is gone. No, this person looking on screen, that's Link.
Yeah.
Okay? This is Link. So you got to have a bit more of a serious story where Link's going to be talking quite a bit. He might talk even more than any characters. We're probably following him the whole adventure. So I'm very, very excited to see a more serious take on The Legend of Zelda that I think does fit more with the modern, more popular Zelda games we've had. So I think it'll fit right in. You know, like I joke about it wanting it to be like Game of Thrones. Look, I would love that, but Nintendo's going to keep it PG-13. So Lord of the Rings, I think, is a more apt hope for maybe what this will turn into.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Back to you, Josh.
What the other questions are far as like
so does this casting, does it get you more hyped, same hype, less hyped? It sounds like you're on board with these two actors that they've chosen. Does it affect your hype at all? And then also, as far as like remaining characters like Ganondorf, King of Hyrule, and Impa, do you have any sort of like dream casting actors that you could see filling in those roles, or what you personally would like to see? And let me add it just to keep this topic going a little bit longer. I want to add one more question for everyone here that's not in the topic, but what are your hopes for this? Obviously, you gave a tone as kind of a hope. You want it in the tone of like Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings a little bit, but just hopes in general for this movie, story-wise, setting-wise. Are you hoping that this is an original Zelda story like we get for each game? Do you want this to be strictly based on a game in the series already, or loosely based on one? I seriously can't talk tonight. Or loosely based on one. So kind of your hopes for the movie. Sorry to throw so much at you.
No, it's good. It's good. John Cena for Ganondorf.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yes.
Let's see. I don't know her name, but she was in Game of Thrones and she played Captain Phasma for Impa.
Gwendolyn Christie.
Oh, that's like an actually good one.
That's a great choice.
Hang on. Well, you're cooking with that one.
Yeah, and then Nintendo Prime for Tingle, and then and then let's see. I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, there's so many great, like, especially in Game of Thrones, like the old guys with white beards to play the king. Like, there's, but I don't know how many of them have passed since that series, right? So I mean, I can't. Sure. It's just one, but I mean, if like I'm gonna say Sean Connery would be a dream, but obviously it's not possible. But that would have been so cool just to see.
Does the King of Hyrule die? Because then there's only one person for that role.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The guy from Game of Thrones, he dies in everything
Sean
he's in.
Bean. You're thinking of Sean Bean.
Yeah, that's perfect.
He's in.
That's who was on my list.
That's the King of Hyrule right there.
King Hyrule's dying. That's who it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the other one that got me thinking too is like Harrison Ford might be kind of fun just to see him in a big white beard. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
I'm excited for my list when we get to me, because I feel like I've got a couple odd ones, but
as far as tone, and it's like I mentioned, you know, Lord of the Rings, whatever. I've been a fan of you know, fantasy stuff since my uncle took me to see Willow in the movie theaters, right?
Love Willow.
Like way back. And I don't think I've really watched it much since I saw it in the theater. So I have a very like, there's a lot of magic that took place, because I know that those the just the special effects and everything, the claymation, all of it, it's not going to hold up now. So it's like, I don't know that I ever want to go back and watch it, but it took me on an adventure. And I can remember going to the theater to watch Dungeons and Dragons, and I was hoping for a similar vibe. And it was all comedy for the most part. And it, like, there was nothing necessarily wrong with the movie. It's just my expectations and what I was hoping. Like, because I was, you know, I think House of Dragons was out and like all that. And I was just like, yo, I just want more of this like gritty fantasy. And then it was just really, really goofy. Right. And so I definitely just lean heavy to the gritty fantasy, like, you know, that's my preference. Now, as far as my hype levels for this, it's Zelda. So like, I don't have to be hyped to be excited or anything, like to know that I'm going to go and see it. Like, it's just going to happen. I'm more like excited and anticipating that first trailer. Like that's where that's like there's no my ticket's already paid for essentially.
Sure.
You
Yeah,
know
of
what I
course,
mean?
of course.
Like I'm there no matter what, even if it ends up being like goofy and more like aimed towards children. It's still like Zelda was the first time I held a NES controller. It was to play Zelda, and seeing like those colors on the TV, like magical, right? So it's not going to matter. The brand alone is going to pull me in. But when that first trailer hits, and if it is the direction that I'm hoping it will be, even slightly in that direction, and like you guys were saying, I mean, with good writing, you can mix comedy in with great action. I mean, look at the Avengers and all that kind of stuff, right? Like it can totally work. It's just where's Nintendo going to take this? Are they going to push it towards the younger audience, or are they going to push it towards the more like adolescent, like play it loud era of Nintendo? You know what I mean? Like, still,
Right.
Just have to wait and see.
Last part of that, Josh, do you want the story to be based specifically on a game, loosely on a game, or would you like this to be an original Zelda legend?
I think so. I mean, when you think about all the different games, there is different storylines and everything like that. But I think what I would love is for them to hopefully sit down with like the original like creators, right? And really kind of pick their brains on like, we had to use our imagination with the first game. That was like, yeah, we could go and adventure, but you had to read the manual and that kind of stuff. But it was based on like, I mean, was it Miyamoto? I can't remember at this time. It's just like, yeah, I mean, I think I've read interviews where he's like, I loved adventuring in the woods, and that's what, and so if some of that inspiration could continue to come through in this movie that literally inspired that first game and like brought the series to life, I would love that. Like, just absolutely love that. And so that as far as like, if there's a particular game, I mean, I lean heavy towards Ocarina of Time. I love that game. But at the same time, I think having something original and then letting people that maybe are being introduced to the series or like going to the movies and like, what is Zelda? And then now they're like, oh, this is a game, like being able to just go and play it, but not have to like worry about, well, how does this fall in line? Do I need to play this one first? That kind of stuff. So if the movie was a brand new thing, and again, like I said, if it leans into power, wisdom, and courage, and like we really get to kind of know the characters, I would love to see a movie that's more Ganon focused and his origins, and seeing like, if he's leading armies or whatever kind of just cool stuff, kind of like how Lord of the Rings started, the first one, where it was like we're seeing these big battles happening and whatnot. Like, just to kind of like, his character became far more interesting in Tears of the Kingdom, right? Like, it was just like, oh, there's a lot more depth here. And but then even the way Echoes of Wisdom started, where it was like, it looks like we're at the end of the first game, kind of, and then now he's like kind of reaching in and pulling Link into like, so there's just so much stuff that they could do. Sure. And in my mind, when I think about those other movies, there's obviously magic, but they're kind of more grounded in reality in a way. Whereas like, if you're splitting, dimensions and all that other kind of stuff that happens within those games, like, yeah, there's so many directions we could go. I've also wondered if this is the cast for the young Link and young Zelda, and if there isn't going to be an older Link and an older Zelda, similar to like Ocarina of Time. Like, who knows at this point? There's so many directions they could take it, but I think original story would be the way to go, especially with Link talking, because it kind of separates him from any of those other story, like any of those other games.
Totally.
Also, it's just kind of like its own thing over here, and it doesn't ruin, if you will, for somebody maybe their favorite game or whatever, because it wasn't. I mean, most of us in here grew up with like seeing the Super Mario Brothers movie, like back
The
in
original.
the
theater.
days.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
theater with my grandma.
You know, Street Fighter, like Mortal Kombat, like
Yep.
it, you know, so it, yeah, I just new
Oh, yeah.
original new story, not big, because like if they don't get Ocarina right, then you have that conversation going as
Sure.
well. Like, well, why did they do this and why did they do that? Like, no, just do something original.
Yeah, for sure. Let's jump over to Roger. Roger, what are your thoughts on
all
this?
right. First off, I totally think the casting's great. I think the fact that there are unknowns, very good. It's not Chris Pratt. It's not Tom Holland. We're good. Like, I feel like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
nothing against those two, but it's just like they're in everything. It's not Pedro Pascal. You know what I mean? Like, it's not somebody who's just in every single thing. What I will say in terms of who I think could potentially play some other characters, I'm going to link you this photo. Could you pull this up, Prime? I'm going to type that in the chat. This is a guy. He's an Egyptian actor who was in the movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson a few years back. Look at this dude's face and tell me this is not Ganondorf. I mean,
oh shit, yeah.
It's like, I mean, he would be seriously so good. The guy's a great actor, but I think also he's like a relative unknown as well. Like, he's been in some things, but he's not like super huge. And I think for the main core actors, I feel like that's probably what they should stick with. I don't think they should go with any big names, including for Ganondorf. I think if you were going to put a big name to any of the major three, obviously that would be the one to do it. But I don't know. I feel like the main three are going to be relative unknowns. I think if they are going to draw into star power, it'll be for some of the side characters. Josh literally stole my pick for Impa. I was going to say Gwendolyn Christie because she's been in a lot of stuff recently, right? She was just in Severance. She just got nominated, I think, for an Emmy. You know, she was obviously in the new Star Wars movie. She's been in Game of Thrones. I'm like, she seems like fantastic. An easy pick. But yeah, and she's awesome in everything she's in. I'm going to go with a weird one. I'm going to go with a really weird pick, but it's a character that I definitely think we are going to see absolutely without a shadow of a doubt, and that is the Deku Tree. I think the Deku Tree, in some way, shape, or form, will probably be the mystical kind of character that we see that's mostly voiceover. I really want them to go with Martin Sheen, who played President Bartlett on The West Wing, who's an older actor at this point, usually is pretty picky with what he's in nowadays. Obviously, he's been in tons of amazing things, from The Departed. I think he got an Oscar nom for that as well. Again, President Bartlett from The West Wing, he got like 3 Emmy nominations, and like, you know, that show went on to do like 7 seasons. He obviously it's a very well-known, prestigious older actor that is also not somebody that like someone would go to immediately. Your Dumbledores or whatever, like the same, you know, Patrick Stewart or Robert De Niro or whatever, like someone that's a little too out there, a little too star power, someone who I don't think necessarily they'd be able to get for the Zelda movie. But I do think Martin Sheen would be a really good choice for like an old man, kind of like Guardian of the Forest type guy. And then I think this is a weird one. I think if they were going to play it younger, this would maybe be a good choice. You guys already brought up Sean Bean. I think like that's awesome pick for the King of Hyrule if he dies. I also think Jeffrey Dean Morgan would be a pretty interesting pick, who's Negan from The Walking Dead. He was the comedian in the Watchmen movies. He's got a commanding kingly type of presence.
Oh,
I feel like.
Deacon.
Yeah, I think he could pull that off pretty well. And I think even if he does die, I think they have been leaning into the direction recently, especially like with the Hyrule Warriors games, even with Breath of the Wild, to the extent that like the old man was kind of a badass, right? That he had this giant sword that he's swinging around, and like he was a fighter. And not, again, Sean Bean like could totally play that, right? He played like Ned Stark, so obviously would make sense. But since that pick was already taken, yeah, I'm going to go with Jeffrey Dean Morgan for the King. Yeah,
that's a great one.
Martin Sheen for the Deku Tree, Jeffrey Dean Morgan for the King, and Gwendolyn Christie for Impa. There you go. And this guy for Ganondorf.
Martin Sheen, by the way, shout out to the elusive man in Mass Effect.
Yes.
Yes,
he was also.
He was so
that's
good.
right. Yes,
I remember playing that. I'm like, I know that voice, and I remember looking it up, being like, I knew it. That's awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. And Roger, what's your hype level for this movie now? Hype level, tone, and like hopes for the setting. Do you want it based on a game, loosely based on a
hype
game,
level?
or original?
Hype level right now is a 5 out of 10. It's a 5. I think this casting bumped it to a 6. I have way less faith in this than I did in the Mario movie, because I feel like Illumination knows how to do kids movies. I feel like Miyamoto obviously he's overseeing this Zelda movie as well, but he also oversaw the Mario movie from back in the day as well. And then it's gone on record afterwards being like, that's not what I actually wanted. So I feel like Miyamoto overseeing a live action thing does not necessarily mean that it's definitely going to turn out to be good. Also, Avi Arad, who's the guy who's like the lead producer for this movie, is notorious for having made a lot of really, 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 really bad movies. Not just like kind of bad, but really bad.
Yeah,
movies.
really bad.
And so I don't know. I'm not going into this with a lot of faith, even if they do cast it well, even if Miyamoto's overseeing it. I feel like it's going to take me literally seeing like the first trailer and seeing the characters in costume and seeing like the tone that they're going for to me to actually be sold. I'm in agreement with Josh. I think they should totally go for an original. I think if they try adapting a game, I don't necessarily think it will work as well. However, the director for the film, who is also the director of the recent Planet of the Apes movie, which was actually quite good, he specifically said he was not going on a red carpet for Planet of the Apes. He specifically said, I'm not going to reveal my favorite Zelda game because it'll give away what we're adapting for the new Zelda movie. And he said that on the carpet. So there's a high likelihood that this is actually adapted from a previous game, and it's most likely one that he loves. I think if they want to go in a weird direction, right? If they want to do something that's like good as a standalone thing where you have Link and Zelda in one time period, I think you go Majora's Mask. I know it'd be weird to not have Ganondorf, but I think if you want to make this a series, right? If you want to do multiple Zelda films, maybe you don't like immediately do Ganondorf. Maybe you go with something like a Majora's Mask. You don't lean as heavily into the Triforce stuff. You know, you lean into something that's a little more an easy story to tell in one sitting, right? The idea of like having to relive the same day over and over and over again, knowing that, you know, the kingdom would be destroyed. But of course, the weird thing with that is that Zelda's not in Majora's Mask, right? So then that opens up a whole other realm of possibilities. Like, okay, well, Zelda wasn't even in that game. That was Link and the people of Clocktown. So how would they then implement Zelda into this? Which is why I feel like, again, I want my hopes to be higher, right? But they're not, because I really think it's going to be like a weird adaptation of a game that we already know, but it's totally different, that implements Zelda in a way where there's way more Zelda than would have been in the original game, which is also like fair, right? Because the only one she really does have a huge presence in, there's two. There's Twilight Princess and there's Ocarina, right? Like, or Echoes of Wisdom, of course, but they're not going to do Echoes of Wisdom. But like those are the two, right? Like she's gone for most of Breath of the Wild. Spirit Tracks. They're not doing Spirit Tracks. They're not going to. Could you imagine?
It's all on train.
Hell yeah.
That'd be crazy, but I don't think they're doing that.
Kids brave the train.
I don't think they're doing Twilight Princess because they're younger. I think had this been an older cast, maybe, you know, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it is going to be like an Ocarina or a Majora. Maybe Link to the Past, like maybe. That's the only other one that I'm thinking, because then that way that's like nostalgic enough where, you know, I feel like they could change a lot of things because of the fact that it was top down and it was back from the SNES era, that like your imagination wasn't as clear about what some of that stuff looked like. And I think they could change that story and make it where it is just like one version of Link. And then you have like more of a version of Ganondorf that isn't present the whole time. You get the twist with Agni being Ganondorf, right? Like there's good plot points in that one that I think could make for a decent standalone movie if it was just one game's plot. I would probably pick, if they were going to ask me, I would probably pick Link to the Past, even though that's not even in like my top 5 Zelda games. I still think that's the one that I would choose. Yeah.
Little do we know, his favorite game was Link's Crossbow Training.
There you go. That's what they're adapting. They're actually going to adapt Link's Crossbow Training. That's right. Right.
Yeah. All right, Fablam. Let's get your thoughts, man.
So my joke ones, obviously you got to get Jack Black, right? Like you got to get
first.
Jack Black.
Casting first. Casting thoughts. Then jump into your cast choice.
Oh, my bad. I think I am more hopeful about the movie that I'm just kind of echoing and parroting what the other two have said now at this point. I'm more hopeful about it that it's original casting. It seems like they're trying to get this kind of this fresher view of the movie and not, you know, total opposite vibe of like the Mario movie where they're like, let's do the most insane typecasting for this than ever, and where this feels like, oh no, they want to have this kind of like original organic story, right? Yeah, I'm on the fence. I'm tentative. I need something else to sell me on this thing. I was really hoping it would be this kind of like Studio Ghibli-esque like live or animated movie, like kind of a 2D animated type thing. Didn't happen. Obviously, it's live action, but that's So yeah, I mean, I'm on the fence. I'm a 5 out of 10. I just don't know where it's gonna go. But back to my casting. No, my casting, like my joke casting, you got to put Jack Black in there, right? But the question is, you put Jack Black as Ganon, or do you do him as the King of Hyrule?
No, you do Tingle.
Oh, you put him in there as actually you're.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you throw him in tights. He goes la 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 lava, la 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 chicken, whatever. All the kids go, and then they freak out, and that's it. That's your fun. Yeah, right. Exactly. Right.
You just described my daily routine. So thank you.
I can literally visualize it because Jack Black could be like, what's the guy who plays Ham in Toy Story that's in every Pixar movie? It's like they could just put. Yeah, there you go. They could put Jack Black in every Nintendo movie, and he just shows up in one scene, and he goes, here's your map, and like runs off, and that's it, right? And that's the whole thing with him. You throw him into little cameos. So if you're gonna do it, he's Tingle.
And then of course
he'd be like the Bard on the Witcher show.
Right, totally.
Oh, totally. Yeah. He would be the comedic relief as Tingle.
There you go. Yeah. Maybe Tingle's like a jester. They try to like write Tingle in as a jester in like
Ganondorf's he can have like a scene.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. On my little more serious, maybe it's I'm a little Pixar pilled or whatever, but John Goodman is King of Hyrule. And
ooh, that's a good pick.
Interesting take on it. I was thinking more jolly, less serious.
Sure,
but I liked it because I was thinking like King of Red Lions kind of vibes, less of like how we see him in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know why. But then for like Ganon, I don't think I like Keith Davis's voice, but I just don't think I would like that as to voice Ganon, but I don't know if I would like it as somebody. I don't know if he has the stature for it, right? But the Mountain, obviously from Game of Thrones, is like if you had to pick somebody who has the I don't know how to say his real name. It's very Nordic.
Yeah. Sure.
But yeah, that's kind of where that's my casting. I can't think of other folks at the moment. That was what I was looking up. I'm terrible with actors and actresses' names. I was like frantically looking up.
You said Keith David because of his voice. And that reminds me, I actually do think if you weren't going to go with the relative unknown guy that I said earlier for Ganondorf, if you were going to go with like a big name, dude, Idris Elba would be like perfect. And he has experience doing like video game stuff because he's Knuckles. And so I think it'd be cool if he was both Knuckles and Ganon.
No, actually, that's a great.
And he's got the physique for it. I mean, he's a big guy. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, he's known, but he's not like Jack Black. He's not like a household name, right?
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm here with it. And then what if I want it to be based on a story?
The last two parts is tone. What kind of tone are you hoping for? Josh is looking for the more gritty, tone. And then do you want it based on a game, loosely based on a game, or a completely original story?
Yeah, I think tone wise, I mean, I think I would appreciate a somewhat serious tone, and then I think game wise, I want it to loosely be based on Skyward Sword because I think the story of Skyward Sword is excellent. It's the best in the series. Sure. Obviously, in a movie format, you don't have to do all the backtracking, so or motion controls. No,
none of the whatchamacallit, the metal detector quests that you have to do over and over again.
Yeah, right.
Dowsing. That's what it's called. Dowsing.
I need Fee in the movie constantly on your back. No, I think an origin because that is the origin story of Zelda is Skyward Sword. So a form of that where it's not even maybe it isn't even Ganon, it's Demise or some like that starts that cycle. And then you have later movies that are based on other games or just, or different takes of the Ganon the Triforce of Power cycle and how it moves on through the history of that world. I think setting that up in its first movie sets you up for other movies, both from a business standpoint, but also from a narrative standpoint, right? So it doesn't have to be a 1-to-1, God forbid, please don't actually. But I think a origin story where maybe, it's Zelda's gone and she's on a quest with Impa and Link's chasing her with whatever companion he has, like he has in other games. And yeah, I think that'd be a really good story. And then the setup of the whole thing. anyways,
real quick, you brought something up that I thought was kind of interesting. You were talking about the idea of like how they would adapt the stories and like from a business perspective, what would you throw in there? One thing I think is probably gonna be in here, considering the fact that like it's in a lot of the modern merchandise, is Koroks. I feel like I feel like Koroks, even if they are not present from whatever game they adapt, I feel like the idea of like him going around an environment and finding the little Koroks and having these little sprites lead him to the forest that has the master sword or whatever. That, like, from a marketing perspective, absolutely feels like something they would implement in terms of like little CG creatures, even above, I would say, like the fairies or like stuff from some of the classic games. I feel like the Koroks, especially now that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are like the two best-selling games, and it's like the most well-known in modern day. I think like having the Koroks in some capacity probably seems like a safe bet too.
I agree, and they're going to be the new minions, 100%.
There you go. Yeah, they walk around like, yeah.
Prime, I saw that message. You want to flash it up there again?
No, I accidentally clicked it.
Eric accidentally clicked it.
We're leaking. We're leaking live.
What were you leaking?
It was a pretty big leak. Oh my god!
I literally sat there. I'm like, they can't click on that.
No, it was
shown on screen.
100% an accident. I pushed my mouse forward and it just happened to click that. It hit the laptop and it happened to click that one. 100% an accident.
Well, since we're interrupting because of that, I'm
Cat's out of the bag.
Nintenbyte Podcast is partnered with PAX West to give away 5 4-day passes to PAX West. And if you guys didn't know, the Nintenbyte Podcast is at PAX West. We're there. Come see us.
Be there, baby.
Nice.
So you guys have a chance to meet the whole crew.
No, this one wasn't on accident.
So I want to put something out there because this is just my first time getting an official media badge. I did get an official media badge for PAX West. This is my first time.
Hell yeah, dude!
Cool. Very
acknowledging me and saying, "Hey, here, have a badge." So please.
Yeah,
so I'll be there, chat.
Yeah, we gotta say hi, Favlam. That'd be real cool.
Yeah. PAX West, I'm gonna be out there. I'll be
Maybe
there.
Red Bull room again.
Oh yeah,
yeah, Red Bull room. Anyways, sorry, I just had to. I was like, that's something that was really big for me. I know it doesn't.
Hey, no, congratulations!
It is
awesome, dude. I remember when I got a media pass back at E3 2016, and I'm like, dude, this fucking rocks,
right? Yeah. So, yeah, I guess passing off to you at Prime. I know I'm taking your job here, Bert. A little bit.
There you
Prime,
go.
tell us
What the hell, dude?
You're gonna break the order a little bit.
I'm out of work.
All right, listen. I was talking, and I interrupted. And
Well, what do you want me to
You
do
did a
first?
good job. I would have worked. Oh snap!
You just dip the fuck out. He accidentally closed his window.
Yeah,
that's okay. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's my turn, anyways. What do you want me to say first? I know there's a lot.
Thoughts on the casting that's been announced so far for Link and Zelda? Let's start with that.
Obviously, there are two people that are relatively unknown by a majority, I think, of moviegoers, but I've actually seen them and stuff, and they fucking rock. So I'm actually really excited by both of them. I've actually seen the Renegade show that was canceled from Disney Plus, and I've seen the Grinch show, the Cringe show. Sorry, I've actually seen that. In fact, that actor also appeared in an episode of the Sandman show that just had season 2 pop up on Netflix. So I'm actually pretty familiar with both of them, and they were incredible in those roles. I am so excited because neither of them have had that big breakout moment at Hollywood. So this is going to be kind of like what they're going to be associated with in Hollywood if the movie blows up and takes off and becomes a trilogy and all that. So I'm really excited for them, and they're young. They're young. The guy playing Link, he turns 17 in September. The actress is 21. So I know some people are like, hey, people are going to want to ship these two. Remember, one's a minor. I'm like, dude, he's going to be over 18 before the movie comes out. Relax. Let's relax a little bit. All right. If you want to ship them, we haven't even seen a trailer. Okay. We're probably not even going to see a trailer until he's 18.
I feel like it's such a nothing burger too. Like who cares?
Also, isn't like in Skyward Sword, isn't Link younger than Zelda? Isn't that like the whole thing?
I don't remember.
I
I
don't.
know, but I
One
don't
of
think
the
it was
games.
a,
He is
I don't-
younger than Zelda.
Yeah.
I
I think he's like
Skyward
a
Sword is
year.
the oldest
Yeah,
Link.
just because like he's
So.
he comes of age to the Knights
Yeah.
Academy, whatever. But I don't know
Yeah.
if it's an age thing or if it's just like because she's considered the goddess role, she doesn't have to
Right,
do the
right,
whole
right.
Knights Academy. Like, they
Sure.
probably are the same. I don't know. It really, to be
It doesn't
real,
matter.
it's such a
Yeah.
nuance. Doesn't matter. Nothing
Yeah.
burger point, right?
Yeah. It was
As
just-
long as it's not Padme Anakin again, we're good.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
right, exactly.
completely.
I made this for you. Are you an angel?
Yeah, well, it was just because people were like, after the movie comes out, you got to be careful about like in real life trying to ship those two. I'm like, he's gonna be an adult by then. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not. Who cares? He's growing up. He's becoming a man. Let him be. That's why they went with the young ones though, because that's the thing. They're gonna probably be in 3-4 movies. Like they're planning ahead. So that's why like all the other options that people were throwing out there, they were so much older. Like how many times have I had to see Tom Holland in a Link costume before I remember? Guys, this isn't 10 years ago. 10 years ago, that would make sense.
Right.
It's not 10 years ago. He's not. I get that he's aged very well and he still looks young, but he's got to be this look at 10 years from now, and he's not going to be able to pull that off. So it's one of those. I think this was obvious. It's just like the reboot of the Harry Potter series. You go with these super young actors. Obviously, they're a lot younger there because they're younger in the first book. But the point is, they're actors that people and actresses that people don't really know. And the fact that they announced these two first tells me that these are probably going to be. These are the ones you root for. These are the ones that people are going to really cling to with the movie. So I'm very, very happy with the casting. I think it was the absolute right choice, at least based on my experience with them. I don't obviously know how many of them, tried out, how many different people tried out, and who else was up for consideration. My whole thing is, if Miyamoto's involved with the process, everyone laughed when Miyamoto said he always wanted Chris Pratt to be Mario. Nobody's laughing anymore. He was right. Fucking crazy ass man. They didn't even do tryouts. He just wanted Chris Pratt, and the motherfucker was right.
I didn't laugh.
Yeah,
I was good with the pick.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Yeah,
I know they did.
so-
though, yeah.
actually, someone is still laughing, and that's Nintendo all the way to the bank.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Just saying.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like a billion, made over $1 billion.
And they literally were right. Every person that Seth Rogen, we know what Seth Rogen is, DK. Dude, he nailed it. Like, look, they knew what they were doing. This is different though, because that's voice talent, right? And I know that you want to get your professional voice actors, but they did right. And they did something that drove people to want to watch because you picked some popular. It's a little different when you're doing this because you go back to the original, like Lord of the Rings, the beginning of the movie, the main characters, no one knew who those actors were. You grew with them. We all know them today. We didn't know them back then. You know, a lot of the ones at the beginning of Game of Thrones, besides someone like Sean Bean, we didn't know Kit Harrison. Who the fuck he was. We know him now, don't we?
Yeah.
We're all hoping that they somehow make a Game of Thrones series with him. Something that they keep trying to make it, and then it falls through. Keep hoping. Why? Because he was incredible as that
It
character.
is funny though that you just called him Kit Harrison when his name's Kit Harrington.
Yeah. Shut up.
Just watch the show, maybe I don't know necessarily if he is this memorable.
It's another fusion that he's trying to make.
Yeah, there
I
you
started
go.
with
That's right.
Ghost of Yotoid.
Harrison Ford and
Now
Ghost
it's
of
Kit
Yotoid.
Harrison.
Oh,
I think
no,
that's his
Prime.
pitch for Kit Harrington as the next indie. I think is what he was doing right there.
No, I think this
so
is the
funny.
official arrival of Mr. P. And now it's time for me to not talk anymore.
I think this is your rival.
I'd rather you mispronounce names than burp over when people are talking, dude. So I'm happy with that. When you started doing that, oh no, see, I brought it on. Here we go. See, I just won't speak the rest of the time. Done. I'm good. I can't do it.
It's my turn to talk, anyways, isn't it? Anyways,
Exactly.
I guess I'm done.
Hey,
I guess
treat our guests with a little respect, dude.
The funny thing is, the person I burped over was Stash. It wasn't even a guess.
Yeah.
You just do it so frequently. I'm just so used to it.
I didn't
No,
even hear it. I was so used to it.
Corner right
Oh,
now
yeah.
because of my
mic
hernia,
button
my
now.
hernia thing. I actually can't chug it all anymore. So the burp.
That's good.
That's good.
That is good. That's real good.
All right, Prime.
Get it over with.
Oh, your hernia, thank God.
I've never been happier to hear that somebody has a hernia. That's great news. Great news. Honestly.
Awesome. Holy shit.
All right, Prime. Now I want to hear some dream casting from you.
I don't even know if you really want to hear it. I'm gonna be,
No, spit it out.
We were bullying him on his own podcast. That's crazy.
Was that a Sega joke?
No,
It
it
was.
was
Sorry.
I was referencing what was it? That guy that's in Step Brothers that does that all the time. Whenever someone starts picking on him, he's like, I don't even think you really want me to crash your boat or whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah.
I don't want you to
crash my boat.
boats and hoes. All right. I love Step Brothers so much. All right, so casting wise, I already kind of blew the load earlier. I do think the King of Hyrule dies in the first movie. So Sean Bean.
Cool.
Makes sense. One, he's an incredible actor. And it always sucks every time he dies. Like, dude, you're so incredible. Why are you dying? I need more. But that's what you're good at. So we'll take it. You get that nice emotional connection. And that's the driver either for the main plot of the story or the driver that gets us to the second movie. Like he dies at the end of the movie or something like that, right? And it's kind of a dramatic thing.
He's also got a tie to Nintendo.
He does have a tie.
He was in GoldenEye.
Yes,
That's
he was.
right. That's
he
right.
was, yeah.
It was a GoldenEye movie.
So that'd be great.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
At the right age, he's 66. So I feel like that, you have him in that first movie, dies towards the end, or it dies at some point during the movie. Cool. I was gonna go with the obvious one that was already mentioned earlier. I was gonna go with Idris Elba for Ganondorf. I just think he'd be a perfect one. He's also 52, so he's gonna probably still look the same 10 years from now. So good fit to get in a few movies there. And he might not be a lot in the first movie anyways. Because if it's a trilogy, it's usually as the trilogy goes, by the second movie is when they start to be more heavily involved with the main enemy. But he'll probably make an appearance. And then for Impa, Tilda Swinton.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good choice. That's a good choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she'd be the perfect choice for Impa. Obviously, this would be a little bit of an older Impa, not the younger Impa, but not quite ancient. It's sort of like in between. I think she would be a perfect choice for Impa.
Great choice.
I do think those characters are probably all going to be in. If they go with any other, they could go with an original character. I kind of feel like those are the big ones that all those will be in. Any other characters you guys pick from, even Tingle, it's like we'll see. But these are the ones I think for sure they'll go with because they're kind of the safe ones. All the Zelda fans know. And they were in the recent games, so that helps as well. So even the new fans know who these characters are. Setting that aside, what was the other part? Like you wanted to know like the story or something?
So yeah, you already set the tone that you're looking for that more grittier Lord of the Rings. So with that out of the way, story side of it, do you want this to be based on a specific game, loosely based on a game, or a completely original legend?
It's pretty simple. I want it to be completely original. I don't think any of the games translate well to movies. And if you do that, people are always going to judge it against the game. And I think that is a really bad idea to do. You want to disappoint fans? Try to translate a game to a movie that was never meant to be a movie with a main character that doesn't speak. No. You can't do that. It's got to be all completely original. It's got to be, a story that introduces what the Legend of Zelda is to people who haven't played the games. That the Zelda games don't always do that. It starts with Link waking up and you're on an adventure right away. That doesn't explain anything to people who have never played before. And I understand in the games you can get away with that as a gameplay device, but that's because you have this tutorial area and you're learning things. We're not playing a game. This is a story, okay? And Zelda, for everything we talk about with Zelda, even when we talk about the best stories in Zelda, Skyward Sword, or even the cutscenes in Tears of the Kingdom, they ain't great stories if you compare them to any game that actually has a good story. And I hate to say that because Zelda's my favorite franchise, but story's kind of its weak point. So it's kind of funny because like the story they tell in like Age of Calamity is almost better than any Zelda story that ever exists, and everyone hates it because it splits the timeline and is non-canon. But yet it's a way better story than anything that's ever really told in a Zelda game. So to me, it's got to be completely original because it's so story heavy. And what does Nintendo always say? Stories tacked on after we built the world and the gameplay. Well, can't do that. So it needs to be completely original in my opinion. I believe, I don't know if this is 100% for sure, but I believe Derek Conley's the lead writer on it. He did the Jurassic World series of stuff. That's what people mostly know him from. He's done a bunch of other movies as well. Obviously, Jurassic World just being the most popular one, especially that very first one. I think everyone agrees was pretty damn good. The ones after that, maybe there were 4 sequels. I don't know, but the Jurassic World, the original one, that one was really, really good. One of my favorites probably since the first Jurassic Park, anyways. And he's done other things as well. You know, the thing that makes people get scared is probably, you know, he was involved in the new Star Wars trilogy with the Rise of the Skywalker. Not the worst movie in the trilogy, thank God. But he was involved in that, and you know, so there is that. I was looking at some of the other stuff. He did work on Kong Skull Island as well. But he's got a bunch of stuff.
Skull Island is actually a very solid film.
Yeah,
for a monster movie. That movie, it's probably my favorite modern like Western, like monster, like kaiju type movie that we've gotten, and it felt like it was made by people who love video games and just love monsters. Sure. Like this is before it branched off into the
Kong Godzilla.
Yeah, where it got like super cheesy. That first one though, I stand by that movie. I think that's actually a fantastic one.
Absolutely.
For what it is.
Yep. And you look at that, like those are those are kind of like when you think Kong Skull Island, you think Jurassic World. Those are the ones that kind of fit in maybe the tone that you would do with the Zelda movie. And his most recent work was Deep Cover, which is actually a really funny movie if you guys haven't seen it. That was one that came out this year. That one combined with Kong Skull Island are actually like his 2 highest rated films that he's been the direct writer on. So that is, I mean, that's awesome. Jurassic World's the highest rated one that he's done. But it's really interesting because this is someone with experience. You know, obviously we could look at everything Rogers based, said about Avi and stuff is absolutely true. He's been part of a lot of big films and a lot of big flops. It is what it is. There is some gems in there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's some good ones, but I mean, like a broken clock is right twice a day. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get something good if you've got a good team behind him. So
sure.
Yeah.
And obviously Nintendo's heavily involved. Miyamoto obviously gave a lot of faith with everyone laughed at the Mario movie and cast choice and all that. And turned out it was right. And he was meticulously on. I think he's going to be meticulous about this again. Obviously Miyamoto's never been a story guy, so that's always like, well, that's why I look at the writer, because Miyamoto's probably not. He's going to be the one that makes sure everything looks right, feels right. It's a Zelda experience, but he's not going to be the guy that's going to be able to judge if it's a good story or not. So that's where I start to look at people like the writer and more so the director than I worry about Avi. Avi's more the money kind of guy, and Nintendo's also providing money. There's a whole hierarchy of stuff. Wes Ball, I've actually enjoyed his films. The Maze Runner series, I actually liked it. I know not everybody liked it, but I actually enjoyed Maze Runner. And then the last Planet of the Apes he did.
Tell me the name of one character in Maze Runner.
I couldn't tell you right now.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. Yeah,
that's not the answer. I was like, no, that's fine. I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you the name of a character in Game of Thrones right now, and I've watched it all the way through like multiple times.
You couldn't say Ned Stark. You're lying. You're lying.
You couldn't even say the name of the actor.
Jon Snow. Sean Bean. We literally just talked about him. What are you talking about?
Yes, I don't know the name of his character in Game of Thrones.
Ned Stark. I just said. Dude. You know who Ned Stark is. What? This is a moot point. You know who Ned Stark is.
It's not a moot point. I'm pointing out that there's something I like even more, and I still don't know the name of the characters.
Dude, Kit Harrison.
But besides,
Harrison, right?
My audience knows how bad I am.
Yeah, right.
I was dating my now fiance for 3 months before I knew her first name.
That's crazy. Does she know that? Because I don't think she'd be your fiance right now. If that's the case.
She knows that. What happened was she found out. I had her come in the car. I had a Post-it note with her name written on it on my dash.
No shot.
I picked her up once, and she's like, "Why is my name on your dash?" I'm like, "Huh?
Oh my god!"
That I looked at her.
Oh my god!
Did you just refer to her by her last name?
No, that's her first name, Julia.
No. Before you said 3 months, or was it? Hey,
I said, "Hey, girl.
Hey, babe. What's up?"
Oh my god!
So
that's hilarious.
She found that out. She's like, her first thought was, I must be dating so many women I can't keep it straight. like, no, that's not the case. No, I don't have a little black book back here. I'm thumbing through the I'm terrible with
That
names.
is so funny.
It's even worse when it took me 9 months to remember my son's name, and I named him.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I am that.
No.
I'm so bad. That's why when you're like, oh my god, he's about to tell me to name something from Maze Runner, and I'm not gonna be able to name shit. People in my audience know
I don't know any names from Maze Runner at all. Yeah, I couldn't tell you one.
Yeah, but anyways, I did enjoy the films. Now, obviously, when I think about this one, everyone's gonna wait for the trailer, and even then, people are still gonna be skeptical. I've been wanting a live action Zelda movie since I was a kid, and I first held a controller. It just felt right to me. And then Lord of the Rings came out and maybe wanted even more.
Mm-hmm.
I know everyone was like disappointed. Oh, we wanted the Studio Ghibli thing, like Flavlam said, and everyone else. Look, I get it. I understand the appeal of it. I don't care. I'm a live action kind of guy, not an animated kind of guy. I enjoyed the 1993 Mario movie, man. I'm one of those kind of people. I'm not that critical of movies in general. I can find enjoyment out of anything.
Dude, it's so wild. Not to interrupt you, but when I think about that 1993 Mario movie, it is so wild that they took the creative liberty to go, what if we made it cyberpunk? What if this was like a cyberpunk Mario movie, right? Like who was in that board meeting going, but guys, what if it's cyberpunk though? I love that.
What if the bomb is a little McDonald's wind-up toy?
Or the fact that like Daisy is the main love interest and not Peach is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is crazy.
Shout out to the Game Boy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. So look, everyone else is tepid. My hype level is already at a 10. As soon as they announced this, the only thing I was worried about was who was going to be Link and Zelda. Now that I know, and I've seen them act before, and I know they're pretty good, at least the roles they've done before. And fun fact, the one who did Zelda, that series that we talked about, that was like a medieval style series that she was acting. So I've already seen her in a role that kind of does that. Oh man, I am stoked. I just think that Westfall is an actor that unfortunately hasn't had the breakout movie. He's just worked on established series, and Zelda is an established series, but not as a movie. So I think that I have faith in Miyamoto. These castings I think are solid. The script is the only thing I don't really know about, but I think if they go with a completely original story, which I hope Nintendo let them do, if Nintendo says use this game as a template, I think that's going to be a mistake. If we find out, we watch the trailer and we're like, oh fuck, it's Ocarina of Time, the internet's going to go nuts, and I'm going to go, this movie's going to suck. That's the only thought that's going to cross my mind. If I could point out that, no, not a reference, but very clearly this is the story of X game, I will be massively concerned. But if the trailer comes out and it's completely original with just some background references of this or that, oh, that's clearly Hyrule, that's clearly Lake Hylia, that's Epona, but also, what the fuck is this story? This is crazy. I'm just going to be like, my hype level went to 15 now. They did it. Original story. Right now, I'm at a 10 because it's what I've always wanted. People got mad at me when they announced the live action Zelda. I didn't even care about Ari. I didn't care about Westfall.
You were just like, okay, I'm so excited for this.
I thought for sure it was going to be animated because of the Mario movie. I'm like, oh, they might do just all their animated series, and then maybe their Avengers Smash Bros.
Of course.
And then I'm like, no, they're giving me what I want with Zelda. I was like the only person excited on the podcast. It was crazy. So, anyways, this was back on the Nintendo Prime podcast, but I'm stoked. I'm absolutely stoked.
I'm curious. And actually, this is a question to you and everybody, really. But like, we were talking about music earlier with Donkey Kong, right? And this is just something that immediately popped up. Is obviously Zelda has iconic music tracks. Do you think the first teaser or the first trailer for this or whatever is going to have ba da 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 da, or do you think they're saving that for the movie? And do you think it's going to be like the fairy fountain? Because I feel like the fairy fountain has been clipped and used and sampled more in pop culture, the actual Zelda theme, and I'm almost wondering that will be like their moment to like hook people, of being like that melody is familiar, and that when the actual movie happens and you get the big heroic moment, that's when the actual theme of Zelda kicks in.
I can see both.
My theory is it opens up with something original and then ends with something familiar.
That's a
When,
good. That's a good bet.
when they flash the thing across the screen with the title or whatever it is, or they just have the sword, come through the Triforce or whatever they decide to do.
Yeah.
They end it with the familiar, either the Zelda theme or the Zelda's Lullaby or something like that. But they started with something original because I feel like you need a defining score for this movie that people say that's the movie score. That is
right.
And I think you kind of start with that, and we're all like, okay, this is interesting. This is sounding really good. And then all of a sudden, towards the end of it, it kind of ties right in. You're like, oh fuck, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a cool rearrangement like that. I feel like that iconic Zelda music. I'm gonna reference Batman really quick, and I'll be doing this when it's my turn to go over my thoughts. For a reason, I'll be referencing Batman again. But you know how, has anyone seen the Keaton Batman movies?
Of course,
Batman and Batman Returns.
Yeah, of course.
You know how every time Batman's having a moment, it busts into that classic.
Sure.
I picture the movie having, during the epic moments, having some sort of a rearrangement of that just blazing classic iconic Zelda track. I don't know why. I just picture that during combat sequences or him falling off a cliff and hook shotting, and I don't know. I just picture just epic Zelda music just punching you every time.
Yeah. I just watched one of those. It was playing on TV in the background the other day, and I'm just like, I forgot how outrageous this sounds when it comes on. It's so great.
Dude, it's one of the best soundtracks ever.
It's so good. Batman and 92 Batman are both so good.
I don't care what you're doing right now because it doesn't even make sense with the music, but this music's great.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm done.
Let's go over to Eric now.
Yeah. I don't know who the actors. I haven't seen, them in anything, but I do like the picks. They kind of seem to fit the looks of the characters, things like that. So I'm excited to see what they can do. As for my picks for Ganondorf, I think Carl Urban would be a good one. The guy who plays Billy Butcher in
Sure.
He was in Lord of the Rings.
He was in Lord of the Rings.
He was. That's right. You're right.
He's Johnny Cage as well.
Yeah, I think
Mortal Kombat movie.
It'd be a good one. As for Impa, I think Anna de Armas would be a pretty decent one. Or even Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Like a younger Impa.
Yep. And then oh shoot, where the heck did my one go for the King? Oh, there it is. And then for the King of Hyrule, John Rhys Davies. I think would be
that's a good choice.
That's a cool pick.
Yep. And then just for shits and gigs, I want to see Felicia Day redo her role as a fairy.
Oh my god.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Legend of Neil. Oh
hell yeah.
Does anyone tell me someone in the chat knows about Legend of Neil? Come on. Please. That's an old school reference.
Does anybody in the podcast know about the Legend of Neil?
I've heard of the Legend of Neil.
Okay.
And I know who Felicia Day is.
It's so hilarious.
You need to watch it.
It's for free. It's online.
Good.
Oh, it's so hilarious.
It is so good.
I'll check that out.
Yeah.
What about Eric? What about hype levels?
Oh, I am hyped. I mean, I'm probably a 6-7 right now. I think once the trailer comes out for it, that will either raise or lower my hype. I'm hoping it raises it, obviously. So yeah, I'm kind of sitting mid high right now.
Cool.
And just waiting for the trailer because that'll be the next, I think, big thing.
Yeah.
And then as for the feel of the movies, I agree. I like the kind of the young adult, Lord of the Rings type feel.
A little bit more gritty.
Yep. And then actually for movies, what I think would actually be a really cool idea if they did 4 movies. The first one being the Legend of Zelda and the Legend of Courage, and then the Legend of Wisdom, Legend of Power, and then the Legend of Triforce at the very end to bring it all together in the last movie. So it's kind of each character's development arc through the first three movies.
That's
and then
actually a really good idea.
And then
That's a great
together,
idea,
it comes to the fourth movie where they all come together, and then the final.
And having the Legend of Power for the third movie, that's always like the movie where it seems like the bad guys are going to win everything. Yeah.
It builds to whatever
Everything
you're going to
goes-
do with
everything goes
the Legend of the
Ganondorf's way.
Triforce.
I
That's
like
good.
it.
I like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
a lot.
I actually really like that idea. That's sick.
Hell yeah, dude. Love it. Let's go to the Thunder. Stash Man. Lay it down.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen because I got some casting choices here for you that I worked up.
We got
Okay, let's see him.
the images. Let's do it.
All right, let's see here. Let's
So far,
go.
none of my choices have been mentioned at all.
Really?
Don't speak
Yeah.
too soon.
I feel like
Not
we've gone
one.
through a lot. Wow.
We'll see if Statch.
For Ganondorf, Javier Bardem.
Javier, yes, from No Country
That-
for Old Men.
Yeah,
I
that's right.
love
I think he's
I was
got the
wondering,
look.
I was like, he looked familiar. I'm like, what was he from? Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
Stash,
Dune,
did you
obviously,
hear-
he was great in Dune recently too.
Yeah,
Did you hear that they used to make him go out to bars during the filming of No Country for Old Men? And he was very insecure of the haircut they gave him for that movie, that like long bowl cut, and would get
Sure.
really upset and didn't want to go out. I forget who was talking. It may have been Josh Brolin talking about that on an interview and
That's funny.
laughing about how they're like, "Come on,
That's
man,
funny.
no one's gonna notice." And like, tell him like, "Dude, no one's paying attention." But his hair was so derpy in that movie. Love it.
let me just say that as far as let me get the first question out of the way. The picks for Link and Zelda.
Yeah,
I absolutely love them. I wanted them to cast people that aren't mainstream names, right? And I know, Nate, you've seen them in some stuff. I don't watch a ton of TV, but for me, like these aren't mainstream Hollywood people, which is exactly what I wanted. Someone who can grow into the role.
Yeah.
All right. So this is my Ganon pick. I will give an honorable mention to Dave Bautista,
Yeah.
but I think Javier would be good. Okay.
I think Javier is a better pick. That's my favorite pick tonight, actually. I'll say.
All right. Well, so the next pick is going to be the King of Hyrule. And let me say, I had two people. You guys said Sean Bean. That was my top pick or my first pick. But this next one, let me tell you, this guy knows how to grow a beard better than anyone I know. In fact, he can grow a full beard overnight.
Uh,
The Santa Claus.
okay.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that beard.
He's
Yeah.
got the nose for it too. Doesn't the King of
Not at
Hyrule
all.
have kind of like a round nose?
Yeah.
That's so
That's funny.
I can just hear
I
right
think he's
now.
not the look
him
for
talking
it, man.
and Zelda going, ooh. Home improvement.
Sing the Tool Man Taylor.
Yeah, right.
I
got
love
the
that.
beard
That's so
for it.
funny, Stash.
That's a good one.
All right.
I love that.
Impa.
That's hilarious.
Here's my pick for Empa.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
that's
That's
a good
actually a
pick.
good choice.
Very good one.
That's a good pick. Yeah.
I think the age is probably appropriate.
Yeah.
She looks, of course, great for her age. I don't even know what her age is, but she's been
Yeah.
around for a while. I think she would
Yeah.
do well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I have some additional picks. I threw in a few for Tingle.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you better not steal my picks for Tingle.
I need
And I'm going to make a strong argument for Tingle, by the way, guys, just so you know.
Yes, I want him in the movie. So yes.
Ah,
what
Paul
in the
Dano.
world? Paul Dano.
Look at that face.
I actually like that.
The roundness of the face, perfect for
That's
Tingle. I
so
think.
funny.
All right,
Dude.
I got another pick though. This he gives off real Tingle energy.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Okay, that's awesome. That's
That's good. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
I think he'd kill it as Tingle. I honestly do.
Was that Michael Sarah, right?
Yeah.
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 I don't know his name.
Funny.
What the fuck?
Bro, he pulled that out the bank immediately.
All right. I think I only had 2 Dingle picks. Let me see. Let's see. The next one is yes, for the great Deku tree.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
This is one of my picks. I have a A1 and an A2. The next one is I think someone who would really kill it as the great Deku tree.
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
the voice of God.
Obvious. Yeah. He'd be perfect for it.
I saw in chat they were talking about the Happy Mask Salesman, and I got a good pick for that too.
Oh, jeez.
Hey,
You
ready?
went all out for this one.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I had the time to do it, so I figured, might as well.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Dude, that would work, wouldn't it?
That'd work.
Yeah.
It's a good pick.
That's
Okay.
so great.
And then the last one is Link's uncle.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm.
I got 2 picks.
We got an uncle. Okay.
Either would work. This is Link's uncle from, Link to the Past,
Link to the Past, sure.
Yeah.
of course. And we've all seen the concept art, right? We've
Yep.
seen his mustache.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
Sam
Or the
Worthington.
hair. I'm locked
Nice.
in. I'm
Didn't
locked
he
in.
wait. Didn't he recently pass away?
No.
Oh,
No.
Oh,
Did
okay.
he?
Good.
That's
Good.
horrible.
I thought he did.
He's alive.
Okay,
Okay.
good. That's good. Okay, good.
Beef.
Okay. If not him,
Yeah.
Wider.
There you
That's
go.
a good pick. That's a good pick.
They honestly, both of them look very familiar, like very similar
Yeah.
to the actual art in the instruction booklet.
Sure.
I think either could work right there.
It's a good pick.
Thank you.
I like it. I
That's
like that.
Great pick, man.
Okay.
So next stash, we've got tone,
Mhm.
your hype level, and the setting. Do you want it based on a game, loosely based, or original
Yep.
legend?
Okay, so for tone, honestly, I talked to Michaela about this a while ago. You mentioned earlier N64, Josh. I'm a huge fan, honestly, of Willow. I have it on Blu-ray. Had to get it from like the Disney store when they opened the vault. That's also how I had to buy Return to Oz, which is very rare. Love that movie. Love the soundtrack. Love the setting. I would like it somewhere between that and Lord of the Rings because I want the seriousness, and I think somewhere in the middle of those two would be perfect. Honestly, my hype level. Honestly, as Nate said, I've wanted a Zelda movie like since before the Mario movie in '93. Like Zelda is and always will be, my favorite Nintendo IP, my favorite IP, period.
Mhm.
I've mentioned it before, but my 5th birthday was the first time I ever got an NES game. Like I actually got to buy one for myself. And of course I bought the gold cartridge Legend of Zelda. My birthday is on May 7th. The movie comes out on May 7th.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, dude.
I
Dude,
feel like I gotta fly out and go to the movie with you for your birthday.
You're right.
right, man? Like,
Yeah.
Wait, when it got delayed and they said the release date, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
It's like you moved this to my birthday.
Yeah, like
To
what
be
are the
fair,
odds?
that was literally me on my 18th birthday with Smash Brothers. Because what happened was Smash Brawl got announced to E3 previously for a December release date. And then they delayed it to March 9th of 2008, which was my 18th birthday. And my
Oh,
parents
that's
let me
perfect.
take off school for the day to play Brawl all day.
Dude,
Because it
that's
was
so
Friday
awesome.
for a
Oh,
long
yeah.
weekend. It was sick. Yeah.
That's cool. So yeah, my hype level it's literally through the roof. It's one of those things where the best thing for me to do is not think about it.
Yeah.
This casting announcement did the opposite, obviously, because now we're thinking about it. Now I'm getting hyped again. But yeah, the best thing I can do is just not even think about it because yeah, we're still a ways away, but I am very excited. Obviously, I know what I'm doing. I'd say on my birthday, but I'm going to be seeing that as early as possible. So chances are I'll be seeing it at the probably
Thursday
at the latest,
midnight.
the midnight showing. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
yeah, I'll totally do a midnight showing for that. So yeah, super hyped. Zelda's extremely special to me. As far as the story, look, Ocarina of Time, I love the story and I love A Link to the Past. Love the settings. I love the time travel. I'm a big fan of just time travel in general in TV and movies and the idea behind it. Obviously, I love Back to the Future. So things like of that nature are very interesting to me. If they did adapt it like from the game, I think both of those would be excellent choices. However, I don't really think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be an original story. And this is something I've said before on this podcast, but I do believe it's going to be a trilogy. And I'm going to say the same thing I said before. And unfortunately, Eric, you already said it, but I love your idea. I do think it's going to be the Triforce of Power, Courage, and Wisdom. I think that's the trilogy. I think that's the foundation for the movies, is to tell the story of the Triforce. The Triforce has been, more absent than I think it should be, considering its meaning growing up, right, in the 80s. Playing Zelda on NES and Link's Adventure, but playing Zelda on NES and the ending for Zelda 2, Link to the Past. And then, I remember the rumors back in the day that Ocarina of Time had the Triforce, like in the original code. You guys remember that? Nate, I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Especially with running the Zelda Informer. But it was largely absent for quite a bit here. And I think it's going to make a return. I think it's going to have a major focus. I really do. And I think Avi, right? He's a huge Zelda fan.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine that's probably important to him to have that built into the movie. So I hope Miyamoto feels the same way and Aonuma. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. But that's what I think. I think that's the foundation for the trilogy. I think that's it, man. I'm hyped.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Hell yes. Love to hear it. All right. I'm excited to talk about this. You guys all know Zelda's my favorite series of all time. When I saw the casting announcement, I was ecstatic. I think it was a year ago someone had posted, it may have even been Paul Gale. It was like a year ago. Like, oh, who's your dream casting for the Zelda movies? And I specifically commented, like, I'm crossing my fingers that we get no names as Link and Zelda. I don't want no Tom Holland Link. I don't want no Timothy Chalamet Link. Here's the thing, man. It's nothing against those actors, but honestly, with like this kind of a story and this kind of a movie, it breaks the immersion. It's no longer Link. It's like it's Tom Holland now. And I just don't want that. I'm cool with bigger names playing side characters, and being a draw in that aspect. But as far as like the two core characters that are most crucial to the story, I much prefer them to pick relatively unknowns who are really going to define these characters. So I'm ecstatic about that. I think it was 100% the right choice. And I think it's just going to make it a better viewing experience and more immersive one at that. As far as my fan casting go, this is something I've thought about for a long time before we even knew we were getting a Zelda movie. But I have some weird picks, and I feel like I'll probably have the least popular picks of the group. I'll start with Ganondorf. For whatever reason, when I think of this character, the actor that I envision for this, and this is going to be a weird one for you guys, I think he's got a good look for it. I think he's charismatic. I think he's funny. He has intensity. He can play on the different emotions. Oscar Isaac. I don't know why. I think Oscar Isaac would be a fantastic Ganondorf. I've never wanted, for years and years and years, I've never wanted like the big brute, like the Dwayne Johnson or the. I think the Dave Bautista pick is funny. But I feel like I don't want like the meathead muscle.
I don't either.
Yeah, right.
I want the cunning.
He's
the
not big
crafty,
anymore either, though.
Emotional, the emotional weight. Oscar Isaac can bulk up. They could put him in armor and gear that bulks him up. I think he's got a good look for it in the face, and I think he's a fantastic actor. So he's my top pick for Ganondorf.
I like that pick a lot.
I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My next pick is for the King of Hyrule, and this is another one. He's phenomenal, award-winning actor who's done incredible work. But he's also not like a big name, and that's Brian Cox. He's one of the leads in the show Succession. He's also done fantasy and medieval movies. He's done Braveheart and Troy.
Love that. Yeah.
And when I think of like just like the weight and the strength and the wisdom of this character, Brian Cox for me is like peak.
Such a good pick.
That's a really good pick. I love it.
He's so good in Succession.
Dude, unbelievable. So he's my ideal. So Oscar Isaac for Ganondorf. We got Brian Cox for the King of Hyrule. Next is Impa, and I'm gonna butcher this name. Let me pull it up. She's probably the least known, or easily the least known of these characters or actors, not characters. Let me see. Sorry, I just don't want to mess up her last name. Okay, Anna Sawai. And she is the lead female in the show Shogun. If anyone's seen that show.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
She's phenomenal. She won awards for that show. Best female lead or whatever. Phenomenal. I do picture a little bit younger of an Impa as I see this being a trilogy. I agree with you guys. And then I was stuck. My last character, and I think this is a very important character. I think this character needs to be in the Zelda movie. Even if they're adapting a game that this character is not featured in, I think this character needs to be in the game, and that's Tingle. And I'll explain why I think Tingle needs to be in it. But I have two actors in mind for this. One of them's kind of a funny one that's been fan requested from the old days, but I just love the idea of it, and that's Danny DeVito.
Yeah,
of course,
you're gonna say Danny.
It's so great. But the other one is Larry David. I think too would just be hilarious. As
Larry
as
would be
Tingle.
good.
And here's the thing. I visualize Tingle in the Zelda movie as the companion character, the Navi, the Midna. I think this is going to Link exploring new adventures in this crazy land, and he needs a navigator. Tingle's the map man. He needs a navigator. And I think of movies think of The Labyrinth. You know, The Labyrinth?
Yeah, of course.
Remember Hoggle? Or whatever,
Sure.
the little
Hoggle. I have
and,
Labyrinth on 4K, baby. Got the Steelbook.
absolutely. And I even love the idea of doing kind of a Hoggle type storyline with Tingle, where there's like this moral compromise because of fear or whatever, because of this dark and twisted land. But I just think he's the best fit. I don't think a fairy works. I think you do something like Hoggle. And I just think it would be really cool. And it also acts as a sort of comedic relief for the movie too. That I think is, whether or not it's gritty, I think having that character that's going to make people laugh here and there, that's going to resonate with kids, is a good choice. As far as, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think Beetle would also be a decent substitution for that? Like, I know Tingle's more expressive and visually more, but I feel like Beetle is more like recent. You know what I mean? That's the only reason
more
I'd say
recent.
that.
I just think Tingle's a better character, and I think that just like I do see a story where they could do a Beetle like the wandering merchant who ends up joining the expedition for whatever reason. But I do love the idea of of the navigator. I mean, it's done in many movies. We got Hoggle and Labyrinth. Gollum in Lord of the Rings is another. He's the navigator, and he's also that kind of comedic relief. I just see Tingle as that role. I don't know why. It's just something I've always visualized. As far as tone, I'm a little bit lighter on tone than you guys. I don't think we go as dark and gritty as Lord of the Rings, which is dark and gritty, but it's not like Game of Thrones level. I think we actually go lighter. And I think where we land, but just for the first movie, I think where we land is that Hobbit level, the first Hobbit film. I think it's a nice balance where it's got a little bit of whimsical fantasy, but also has those dark, gritty, and brooding moments. It's a little bit more welcoming and family friendly than Lord of the Rings, but still dark and kind of jacked up at times. But I love the thought of watching, we're getting young Link, young Zelda. I love the thought of the series growing up. I've never seen any of the Harry Potter movies, but from what I understand, the movies get darker as the series goes on.
They do.
And as the kids get older. I like that for Zelda. I like it being dark, but still kind of whimsical, and then just getting darker and darker as these characters are continuing on through these stories and these journeys. And then my last part, try and keep it brief because I know we've been on this topic for a while. And this is where I'm going to reference Batman again. As far as whether I think it should be original story based on a game or loosely based on a game, I'm landing on more the loosely based on a game. And when I say that, I don't mean that like it's Ocarina of Time, but it's changed a few things. I mean more like Matt Reeves, the Batman, the Robert Pattinson Batman. His movie was loosely based on a comic called The Long Halloween and Batman Year One. The story was not either of those storylines. The movie was loosely based on those comics. They were the main inspiration. I don't want them to make an Ocarina of Time movie, but if the movie's loosely based on it, takes some inspiration, I am all for that. You make it clear that we're not making Ocarina of Time the movie, but this film is inspired by it. And then you could pull Easter eggs and pull characters and pull certain things. You're like, oh my gosh, that's from Ocarina of Time. You know what I mean? So I kind of want that loosely based on, inspired by, while also telling an original story. So that's where I land story-wise. But last part, hype level. I'm actually, I hate to say this, I'm close with Roger on this one. I've been dreaming since I was a child of a Zelda movie, and I feel like beyond thrilled that this is something that's actually happening. At the same time, I also recognize like this could be something that completely falls flat, doesn't stick the landing, misses the mark. I think Favlam, your wish of this being more of a Studio Ghibli type animated thing, I think that's the easy route to go, and probably the one that stands the most chance to be fantastic and memorable. However, I think the thing with live action is it's a much bigger risk, but has potential for the highest highs, but also the lowest lows. They're taking the biggest risk with this. It could be beyond our wildest dreams, or it could be like, that was a bust. Regardless, obviously I'm praying that this is epic. I don't expect it to be as good or better than Lord of the Rings. But I think it could get close. If enough tender love and care is put into this, I think they can make something really magical and special that really means a lot to Zelda fans and brings in new fans. It's a tall order, I'll say that. And I don't think the crew, as far as director, producer, writer, it's not exactly the dream team that I'd be looking for, but it's definitely something I'm excited for. It's not going to ruin my childhood if it's bad. I've got Zelda games, for the rest of my life. Right. So I'm not going to be that person. You ruined my childhood. It's just like, it wasn't really the movie I was hoping for, but maybe next time. And then one last thing, Majora's Mask is something that I would love to see some exploration, not in the first movie, maybe in another film. I love the idea, and this goes back to more of that vibe of the Hobbit films rather than Lord of the Rings, that more whimsical and fun. Tingle is obviously a big part of that, but the other part is I want to see some of that weird Nintendo shit, dude. I want to see what is it called? Kamara's mask. The mask that makes Link dance. I want to see the weird. I want to see that weird stuff. I want to see the creeper shop people, mysterious shop salesmen and stuff with the weird music. You know. Yeah, there you go.
Give me that N64 era weird stuff. Eerie things.
That's right.
That's it for me. That's where I land.
Gamebird, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So the Beetle versus Tingle conversation, does this change your mind at all?
Can't choose Beetle.
That's good. That's good.
Excellent.
All in on Beetle, by the way.
All in on Beetle. All in on Beetle.
I'll play Beetle. I'll play the weirdest Beetle you'd ever see.
Hell yeah.
Before we get to the next topic with direct stuff, Free Metroid Hat wanted to point out that Dennis Haber would be a great.
Yes.
Great
Thought about that as well.
play God in the show Lucifer. If you guys haven't seen that show, it's a great show.
His voice would be it's beautiful.
That's Allstate guy, right?
Yes, it is.
Allstate's dead.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
and
His
Stash
voice
Man.
is perfect.
Yeah.
Stash Man, I love your Kurt Russell pick for Link's uncle, and I also think as a backup king, I think he'd be a fantastic king of Iowa
Sure
as well.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I love Kurt Russell, so I can
I
think
do
of a
too.
million parts to cast him in. So
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Well, Stash. What are we talking
All right,
about
guys. Yes. So
The
this is
big
gonna be a fun one.
Headliner.
I hope you guys are ready. Hope you got your list.
Headliner 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, this
It
is
tends
the
to always be
Nintendo.
one of the last topics that happens
It was a
again.
big week, to be fair. There was a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So everyone, this is the Nintendo Direct predictions. So just to give a brief overview, as we know, Nate the Hate on his podcast this week stated that he's been told a Nintendo Direct is happening this month after Bonanza comes out. He does not know the date, the week, or the time. He was very clear that he wanted to be quoted very clearly, so don't ask him.
Or the format. Don't forget that.
Yeah, or the format. Doesn't know if it's a general or partner, you know. He just knows it's happening, okay? So first off, I'll ask everyone, are you hyped and do you believe this? Josh.
you guys already know my. Oh, go ahead.
Shut down. Shut up, Gamebird.
I'll go preemptively. I'm hyped and I believe it.
Okay.
It's just a drag and drive direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Yes. Finally, I needed that.
That's hilarious.
No, I'm. Did you ask if we're hyped? Because yes, I mean always.
Yeah.
Any
Of
course,
right?
anything
Nintendo
that has
Direct,
to do
of
with the
course.
Nintendo Direct, we're hyped. Was that the only question I'm supposed to answer at this point? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. Flam.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I think I do believe him. I mean, when has he been wrong, right? At least when he's this confident, he's just like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
he's always been like, well, maybe. But then there's the time when he's like this, it's like, oh, we're getting something. Something's in the works. I mean, and it makes sense too. Like, there's so many gaps in the back of the year at this point. We still don't have a Metroid Prime release date and all that stuff. So, yeah. So it makes sense. But I'm hyped. I'm always love a new Nintendo Direct.
Who doesn't? Roger, how
Right.
you feel?
Yeah, 100%. Yep. Hype and believe it. Again, Nate's not been wrong pretty much this whole year. He's been pretty confident about what he's saying. I feel like he's been smart to comment on when he doesn't know stuff as well, which I think is good and adds to the credibility. But it just makes sense. I feel like the fact that it didn't happen last week and knowing that we have a presents next week, I was like, well, that's weird. You know, the only time they usually ever have them that close is back during the days of like E3 when they would have the presents the Monday before and they'd have the big Nintendo presentation at the end of the week or over the weekend. So that part of it is odd, but then also like with the presents, if there is like a shadow drop of champions, like a lot of people believe, or like more information about Legend ZA, my assumption is that this direct would go over probably the Mario Kart, the first range of DLC or whatever, right? We'll probably have information about, well, I guess we're not getting to predictions. I'll wait.
Okay.
But yes, I believe it and I'm hyped. Yeah.
Okay. Eric, do you have some more you'd like to add?
Yeah. No, I mean, I am really hoping we get one because I'd like to see more shit coming out. So
Yeah, who doesn't want to?
I want it.
All right, Gamebird, do you want anything else to add?
Yeah, again, I 100% believe it. I'm hyped. It didn't take Nate the Hate for me to believe it. I've been saying it on the podcast like the last 3 or 4 episodes.
Yes, you have.
I 100% have thought we were getting a direct by the end of July, and I'm right there. I think it needs to happen.
For the record, I believe we all have, as a group, been
Yeah.
saying this. So, we knew this was coming. Nate, thoughts?
Well, considering I am Nate and I am great,
Yeah,
the
Nate
opposite.
the Great.
Dude, when Nate the Hate speaks, it's like a fool's errand to doubt him. Sure, you can be wrong sometimes, because things change in the industry. They do. But what he learned, or I guess a pattern I have noticed since last year, because last year he was pretty confident it was going to be Switch 2 will be revealed in March, and then it was delayed internally, supposedly. So he, ever since then, people started doubting anything he says, because he was touting March for like 5 straight months, and then said on the Game and Talk podcast it will be revealed in March, and then literally the next week the news broke that it was delayed.
Right.
And then he came after that and said, "Oh, I just talked to my sources; they're saying the same thing." But it's like, well, that's kind of a convenience thing there, that you just said it was going to happen, and now someone else broke the story. Now so people were like, "Oh, does he really know? Is he making things up?" But he had his redemption arc, not just saying all those Xbox games were going multi-platform when no one believed it, and then they all ended up going multi-platform, and he was right about all of that. Also, confidently saying the Switch 2 is being revealed on Thursday the 16th, the Monday before it happened, and we get to that Wednesday. Biggest podcast day we've ever had, Nintenbyte Podcast. Why? Because Nintendo didn't pre-announce that they were going to reveal it the next day, and everyone thought he was a liar, and he was getting trashed on, and
then
boom.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
And we confidently called our podcast, Nintendo Switch 2 will be revealed tomorrow.
We sure
and the
did.
podcast blew up. We had
Wasn't I on that one? I'm pretty sure I was on.
You might have been
I
on
think
there.
so.
I think I was. Yeah.
It was
fun.
wild. It was absolutely wild. The whole chat was like, "You guys are full of shit. You can't believe you." And I'm just like, dude, when Nate the Hate posted the image leaning back, I'm like, "Oh, it's fucking over."
Yeah.
Listen, he just fucking know. I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's happening." And sure as shit, wake up. It's there. It happened. And we had to do a bonus episode. We were so confident we had the bonus episode already planned and already scheduled, ready to go.
Right.
When Nate the Hate is that confident, you know what's happening. And one thing I think he learned from that March situation was no more talking about it till we're practically there, because then the plans probably aren't going to change. And guess what? He said it this week with 2 weeks left to go. We're practically there. So, I mean, because he doesn't know which week it is, you got to say it now in case it is next week, right? So, yeah, and he, by the way, on the show, he said his personal opinion is probably the last week. He doesn't think it'll be the same week as the Pokemon Presents. I will note that Pokemon Presents on Tuesday. You could easily put a direct on that Thursday. It can still happen. And traditionally, a direct does happen within a week of a Pokemon Presents. So it fits that timeline as well if you pay attention to. Of course, Nintendo's been breaking patterns all over the place. So those patterns even matter anymore. Hello, a direct in July at all already just breaks patterns. So that's not a game direct. They do game directs whenever they feel like they need to. But you gotta believe them. Like, if you don't believe it, it's a fool's errand. When it's this close to happening, he's like 100% right. So
Okay. I'll just say that, yes, again, just kind of reiterate what you said. We've always believed this. We always believe a direct was coming in July. We've been saying that. And yeah, we've always supported Nate. A lot of the stuff that he has said, we have been saying for like a year. So I think we're completely on the same page there. Okay. So Nate mentioned during the podcast that he knows of some developers who are not being allowed. And again, we talked about this, a month or two ago, but they're not being allowed to share their games because Nintendo is making them reveal their titles in the next Nintendo Direct, which again, this was literally a topic where we talked about Nintendo and Nintendo's control over the narrative. Yeah, this is not new. Again, we don't need to really, I guess, discuss this much, right? Josh, how do you feel about this?
It makes sense at this point because where has Xbox been outside of Tony Hawk? You know, like it. But even this, I firmly firmly believe that Nintendo cares about their third party support this time around more so than ever before because they have a machine that's like basically like what the GameCube was, right? To where it was like you could pretty much compete across the board with everything. And I mean, obviously, I'm not saying this is like a PS5 Pro. I'm not by any means, but you know, I've been playing Cyberpunk. I've been playing Street Fighter 6. It's fantastic. Like it is fantastic. I love this system, and I'm more blown away from it and getting more into just feel like I'm getting any more into gaming right now, which is usually I just talk about games. I don't play them nearly as much, you know. So that's been a huge thing. But I think, I mean, we saw right off the rip, you know, third parties' expectations weren't as high as they'd hoped with their sales. And now, you know, we saw, I don't know if this was new, but I hadn't seen it yet. Like the soccer game for EA got
FC,
announced.
AKA
right?
FIFA.
Was that an announcement like today or yesterday through a tweet?
It was on Twitter today. I saw Wario 64 post it.
Yeah, and I mean, Nintendo
GameCube
themselves oh, of course, yeah. Well, and even
better than a
even
code in a
that's-
box from EA.
It is.
I was expecting a code in a box, to be honest with you.
For sure. So it seems like they're drip feeding some of this stuff. And at the same time, I mean, the floodgates could literally open if Xbox got the go ahead to say, like, you know, the rumored like Master Chief Collection, like Gears of War. There's so many older games on Xbox that could run on Switch 2 perfectly, right? Even, I mean, where's Doom? Where's Monster Hunter? Is it Wilds? You know, which has lost like 98% of their player base or something.
And Wilds is not coming anytime soon, too. Just as a side note, because Wild struggles on PC. That's like a whole big thing about it. It's not even optimized. I don't see a world in which Wilds ever comes to Switch 2. And honestly, knowing Capcom and like knowing the Monster Hunter franchise and knowing that, you know, Rise mainly started as a Switch game and then got ported to PC, the assumption is that that team making the more classic traditional style Monster Hunter games is pretty much exclusively making those for Nintendo first. So the guess is that when we do get a Monster Hunter on Switch 2, it'll be the one built for Switch 2, as opposed to, a struggling one that is now floundering to keep
Josh,
its
do you mind
player
if I
base.
pause you for a sec?
No, go ahead.
Before we get into the actual predictions.
Oh, it's not even predictions. It's just to wrap it up. I think Nintendo's being strategic with trying to leave windows so that third parties actually sell, and not overshadowing everything with their first party stuff like they did with Switch 1 in that first year, because they had no third parties.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you're a movie theater and they give you the creative control to say what weekends movies are coming out. You're not going to have all 4 of your summer blockbuster bangers coming out the same weekend. You want to spread those babies out so they can all breathe and make money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's the same thing here. Flavlam, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think I mean I'm on the same thing. It's like you want to spread that out, and it's like not something you want to just stack on top of each other. I mean, I just concur. I don't have too much to say on it. I agree, man.
All right. And Roger, you feel the same there?
Yeah, 110%. I'm sorry. I'm somewhat distracted because Bonanza just might.
Yeah, we're all over
I'm
here
downloading it right now.
Bonanza.
I'm just gonna be totally honest. I'm a little distracted.
I know. Yeah.
Everybody's over here
I
downloading
literally got the thing and it was like,
Downloading.
hello from Nintendo, and I'm like, oh, here it is. There's my code.
Yeah.
All right, boom. So I was entering the whole thing.
No copies in live now.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going. No, again, what I will say about the third party thing too, and like the idea that like these companies are being held specifically like to show off their games during a direct. I mean, there's so much we already know about, right? Like all the Microsoft stuff that's been leaked to high hell, all those games, other than Tony Hawk, like someone brought up, which by the way I've been playing recently, is actually very good, really good. But I feel like Capcom will probably have a pretty big presence with their Resident Evil games, probably like RE4 remake and the kind of stuff that Village, probably like a regular version as opposed to the cloud version. You're probably going to get your Square Enixes with like whatever the new Team Asano game is. You're going to get your Bandai Namco's as well. Like I do think there is going to be big third-party support shown during this, but I honestly feel like for this direct, it'll probably have a primary focus of first-party stuff because again, there's so much we know about. Like in terms of big first party games that we just don't know important things about. Like we haven't seen gameplay for Kirby Air Riders. That game comes out this year, right? We have no date for that game. We know about Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, but don't know the release date for that at all. Have not seen anything beyond those, like, no pun intended, first two sections of the game, one that was in the demo and one that was like the psychic thing they showed off during the Treehouse. I feel like there's a lot of stuff they could focus on. And again, with that Mario anniversary coming up, I feel like something that's a very safe bet is the announcement of some type of like Mario anniversary direct and being like, stay tuned in 2 months for a full direct focused on this. Because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what they did with the last one, right? They had a Nintendo Direct and then said during that direct, by the way, there's going to be a Mario anniversary direct in a couple months. Look forward to that. And that's probably when you get your Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition, your Mario Maker. That's probably when you get your, Mario 3D All-Stars reprint with Galaxy 2 for a Switch 2 edition. That's probably, when you get your Mario Movie 2 casting news for like the Koopalings and Yoshi. Like there's a lot of stuff they could pack in there. And I think the other thing we got to remember for a direct, right, is that like these directs also are still going to have Switch 1 games in them. We have Rhythm Heaven. We've got Tomodachi Life. Like we have things that are coming up, and there probably is still more between like the Robobot stuff. I get in terms of new games. I guess I'll wait because I'm sure we'll predict about like 1 or 2 big new first party games that'll probably be shown here, and I have 2 strong predictions for that. But I do think like we already know so much that we just need information for that. I think this one's relatively cut and dry. Yeah.
Okay. Eric, Gamebird, Nate. Do you guys want to jump into predictions since I think we've all been saying the same thing every week?
Yeah. I think we dive in.
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
I will play cleanup because I do have a longer list, and I think it's best if I play cleanup for that, so we don't mention things twice. Who wants to go first?
I'll go. I was just talking about it. All right, here are the 2 big ones. These are the 2 big ones. I think it's Animal Crossing and Fire Emblem. I think those are the 2. I think it's Animal Crossing and Fire. I think Animal Crossing was too big of a phenomenon with Switch 1. And obviously it's in the zeitgeist. We already know of a Splatoon spinoff game. We already had the Zelda games there at launch. Mario, again, the anniversary is going to have that. We're getting Donkey Kong. The one big one left is Zelda. I mean, excuse me, not Zelda, is Animal Crossing. Because, if we don't have like a mainline Zelda thing, that's like the one core thing that's still kind of missing. Do I think it's this year? No. Do I even think it's next year? I don't know. I think it's like a wait and see. But I think the announcement happens this year. I think we get the announcement that they are working on Animal Crossing, even if we don't see it. It could be something similar to like what we got with Tom Nook in the one where they showed Isabelle for Smash Brothers, where it was like, by the way, we're working on an Animal Crossing. Stay tuned for more news next year. Literally something as simple as that. I think they could throw into this just to let people know, like, for sure, we're working on this and it's coming. The other big one, like I said, in terms of a big announcement, is Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, there has not been one since Engage. We know that team is working on something, right? I think with 3 Houses, being such a big success, and then Engage doing well, but not necessarily like lighting the world on fire. I think they're probably looking to go back to like a Three Houses type game. And we also I don't know. I feel like Fire Emblem's something that we all expected to get a remake game on Switch 1 that didn't end up happening. So I think like the time is right for that. And knowing the release dates for those are usually early year or early summer games, meaning that if it is early next year, right, if we do get the next Fire Emblem like February or March of next year, they're going to start probably showing it off around now. And then if it is summer of next year, then we'll probably get like the big blowout for it during that January direct, like the early winter direct. And an announcement could still happen here for that. So I think that, again, is like something I feel very strongly we're going to see. The only other small little prediction I have, because I know you guys are all going to have predictions and I don't want to step on too many toes, but I feel really confident about this one. I think we are going to get, at minimum, one Switch 2 edition announced during this. And I feel very, 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 very confident, like underline, it's Pikmin 4. I think it's Pikmin 4 Nintendo Switch 2 edition. I feel extremely strongly about it. I feel like with Pikmin 4 being such a big deal for them, like, again, reinvigorating the franchise, getting a lot more new fans on board, seeing how they're treating Pikmin as a franchise, where now it's like one of their key things in all their stores alongside Animal Crossing, Splatoon, and Mario and Zelda. I just think Pikmin makes the most sense. And I don't think we are getting a new Pikmin game within the next like year or 2 years, because that team traditionally works on Splatoon or on the Mario games. And the Mario games, as we know, we're waiting on. And that 2D team is probably working on something. So I don't think Pikmin is like in the near future, but I do think building upon what made Pikmin 4 special, having some type of like bonus single player mode, probably like a Louise story, right? Because Louise had his whole thing going on in Pikmin 4. We never really see it. We had the Olimar side story instead. I feel like having a Louis 4 or 5 hour long separate new single player thing, in addition to Pikmin 4, having it 30, at 60 FPS unlocked, having it like HDR support, 4K. I think that would make a huge deal. Maybe even like a new multiplayer mode, like throw Bingo Battle in there or something. But I feel like Pikmin 4, I feel super strongly they're going to want to get a Switch 2 edition out. I honestly think it's coming out in the first year of Switch 2. I think we're getting it like soon. And I think they're going to announce it there. Yeah.
Roger, let me ask you this, because I've mentioned it on the podcast before.
Yeah.
But I think it's an absolute lock with Pikmin that they all get mouse mode.
I also agree. I think they all get mouse mode. I think what's going to happen though, realistically, is if we do get Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition, my guess is that mouse capability and that HDR support and the frame rate upgrade is probably a free upgrade for 1, 2, and 3. Because 1, 2, and 3 already exist, right? And they've done this before with like new play control. And they're going to continue with these free Switch 1 upgrades. They've done this already. I feel like I could see a whole Pikmin section dedicated to like free Switch upgrades for 1, 2, and 3. And by the way, boom, here we go. Switch 2 edition of Pikmin 4, new single player mode, big push for that series. Please wait a little longer for the next major installment in Pikmin, but we have something for you this year. And like, that's that. Yeah. But I feel like if you had to ask me one game that I guaranteed think is in this that has not been announced yet, I think Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition is like 100% full stop going to be in this. Yeah.
I like that pick a lot.
Nice.
I just want to say real quick, I think with all the picks that you mentioned, all of them, mouse support is like
all three.
Pretty clutch with all three of those,
Yep. Animal Crossing with the design, Animal Crossing with your menus, Fire Emblem with moving your units, and of course, with Pikmin, moving the Pikmin around. And I think that's something that is also important, right? Is that we don't really have something fully showcasing mouse support beyond Dragon Drive right now. And I think they need that for one of their core franchises. And while I think like it'll be prevalent in whatever the next mainline Mario is, I feel like they need something now, right? They need something to like showcase to people right now. Look at this cool game with mouse support. And again, Mario Maker makes a lot of sense, or like Mario Paint, but that I don't think will be here. I think those Mario announcements are saved for that anniversary direct in 2 months. I really think it's got to be something else. And so again, all three of those feel likely, but if I had to choose one, Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition. Yeah.
Nice. Very good. I like those.
Yep.
Full Lamb, what do you got?
I've said this for many moons now, and I'm going to say it again. Fucking Nintendo Land 2, baby. I need Nintendo Land 2. I need it.
I wish,
need
man.
something to show off the mouse controls that's like actually fun. I would feel like you could retrofit like all of the games that were on the Wii U version, and then you could make you could have like the classic land or whatever, and then you could do like a thing where it's like all the new ones that are based on Nintendo Switch 2 gimmicks and mouse controls and maybe gyroscopes and whatever else. I don't know, man. I feel like people sleep on Nintendo Land, man. They sleep on it so much, and I wish we could bring it back. Wish we could bring it back somehow, and it didn't have to have all the Wii U gimmicks attached to it, unfortunately. But yeah, that's like my off the wall pick. I think Pikmin was a great pull, actually. I don't know why I didn't think of Pikmin, but that was a fantastic pull. I think we might get Animal Crossing a little bit sooner rather than later. That's the one point. I think we will get something Animal Crossing, but I think we'll get it sooner rather than later. I feel like it's been an adequate amount of time.
Yeah.
Even I hope it's not a Switch 2 edition and then they add a bunch of DLC with it, and it's more of like its own, like it's a different game, right? I hope it's a different like Animal Crossing, and they do a lot more like support with it as well. I feel like that's something that New Horizons fell on its face with, was that continual support. And I hope that if it is a new one, it gets more support from Nintendo themselves. I'll leave it at that, because I know we got a lot of folks to go around. But I know
Bless you.
Bless you.
Came out of nowhere.
But
Sorry,
yeah,
that was not an intentional interrupt. I promise.
No, you're fine. Dude, I got DK Bonanzas right. It's on my screen. I'm like,
Right here, man.
How am I?
So Blam's like, dude, wrap it up, man.
Need to play it.
I was honestly on the we wouldn't see a direct until September for Mario, right?
Really?
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you the year is pretty packed when you think about it. We just don't have a lot of dates. Like there is quite a bit of stuff already announced. So I'm gonna lean towards the maybe a bit more towards like a partner side of things. And like I said, a lot of those Xbox titles and just seeing what they can. I mean, even like the Rare Replay, there's a lot. There's quite the library that they could dig into.
Yes.
That being said, like, you know, I think we all kind of assume there's going to be a Mario Direct, but I do wonder if, like, I've been kicking around this idea of like a Galaxy 2 remake to kind of fill that void for a 3D Mario, but with a Bowser's Fury 2. Like maybe they keep that going.
That
as like
would be sick,
right? Like just a
Josh,
little
you're cooking.
Like a little like bite-sized like here's the second course before the or the second appetizer maybe before the main. And that gives us all of the potentially, well, those of us that purchase, but I assume they're going to re-release 3D All-Stars.
The update, I think that's the thing, is that like All-Stars seems like a given for when we get to the Mario Direct, right?
Yeah.
But they straight up like did a patch for the game that literally is not on store shelves for some reason that we don't know for Switch 2. And I think like knowing Nintendo and knowing how they like having things like out for limited amounts of time and thinking about like stupid decisions that they would make that are going to make a lot of people mad, but we're all going to buy anyway. I think the idea of a Switch 2 edition of 3D All-Stars with Galaxy on it, where if you already own All-Stars, it's like a $10 upgrade and you get Galaxy 2 in the soundtrack or whatever.
Yep.
But that it's back in stores again physically, and you're going to be able to get it, and it's exclusively on Switch 2 is like no brainer. Definitely going to do it. I honestly think they knew that was going to be the case back in like 2020, 2021, whenever they did it, that they knew this was eventually going to happen. And they were like, that's why we kept Galaxy 2.
What would be sick is if this is a super random, but you mentioned like throwing a soundtrack on. Bring back like the cool bonuses to games. Throw on the tech demo for Mario 128. Do you guys all remember that?
That'd be sick. I love that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, bring that. Throw that on there.
Right.
That'd be cool.
That would be.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm leaning towards a lot of third party, like seeing Madden, seeing seeing the soccer, like even wrestling, the wrestling. I was just looking at the eShop. It's like $130 for one version of the 2K wrestling.
That's classic 2K for you.
That's crazy.
2K is always doing that every year.
I'm like, I thought 80 was bad.
Lord.
Here's like 100. It's like 129 or something. 129.99.
Oh man.
So it's wild. But the other thing I think I want to touch on the Animal Crossing real quick. I agree. But I think, again, there's going to be strategy when they come out with, especially Animal Crossing. They know it's a system seller, and they know they know. I mean, they basically put the Animal Crossing Switch in their main line. It was in all of their main marketing after a while. So it'll be one of those like okay, we're starting to see a lull in sales. Let's get Animal Crossing. Let's get Mario. Like, I think all of those are going to be somewhat strategic, but. Leaning into that mouse stuff, I want to see a surprise RTS, and I would love it to be Xenoblade, and to see like just armies of Mechon and all, like just fill in the battlefield, and you get to pick different heroes. And I used to play a Lord of the Rings RTS on the 360, and I got to tell you guys, that and Halo Wars, you get a couple buddies together, you will laugh at and this guy's attacking my base. Like, it's just, there's so much fun.
What if they do Mushroom Kingdom Total War? And you have like a legion of Goombas.
Yeah, it would be incredible. Like, it would be.
Has Halo Wars ever been re-released?
There's a sequel. Like, there was but
they've never done a re-release of the original. Because I'm like, you said that, and I never in a million years would have thought of that game. But dude, Halo Wars is actually perfect for Switch 2 with the mouse controls and with the strategy aspect. And like, look, Halo needs to take wins where they can get it nowadays. I feel like doing a re-release of that and throwing it on Switch 2 would probably give a lot of goodwill to that franchise. Yeah, that's a deep pick, man. I didn't even consider Halo Wars.
But yeah, just an RTS, like a really. I'm hoping with the mouse support, like the mouse support this time around, means that there's some kind of first party RTS in the works, and I know that like Fire Emblem is like, it kind of it somewhat scratches that itch, right? I totally get it, but there's something to being able to create an entire army and then move it to a base, and then that triangle that's happening of like, oh, the air support takes out the ground and whatever the case may be, the heavy and the light and blah 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 blah. I just want to see something. Whether it's Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, some of those IP that are just like, they're just ripe for something like that. We got to see the XCOM like Mario games last gen with I can't the
rabbits,
Sparks of Hope and the rabbit, whatever.
Oh yeah.
And so just to continue that like, what third party is going to get some first party IP that's going to blow us away in this generation? And I think the RTS strategy with the mouse support is one of those areas we might see.
I like it a lot.
I'm with it.
Hell yeah.
Eric, what you got?
Yeah, it's got to be a big old third party dump. Because
big old dump.
Big old dump.
Sure.
Right on the chest.
Yep. As for possible Nintendo games that could be there, I mean, we got to have you'd figure we'd eventually get a Metroid Prime 4 release date. I mean, where the hell is that at? I'd like to see a Luigi's Mansion 4. That'd be really fun.
That'd be awesome.
But, yeah, I mean, outside of the mass amounts of, I'm kind of with Josh a little bit, where I could see this being a partner showcase because of third party that just needs to, that according to Nate, being held back, from announcing this. It's going to need a gigantic just dump of games for third parties. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. It's going to be a lot of third party stuff. And then if you do hit some big Nintendo games, Metroid Prime 4 release date, and or hopefully Luigi's Mansion 4.
I like it. Game Bird, what do you got?
All right. I went stash style. I put together a little list for this one, but I'll make sure to go through it quickly for the sake of time. And a lot of these are games that, before the DK Direct was announced, and we were kind of having that direct discussion that I mentioned at that time that I think are likely contenders to be at the next Direct. So there'll be repeats from, a month ago, but I think this is going to be a pretty meaty Direct. I don't know that it's going to be the banger that the September Direct is, because usually that's when they go balls to the wall. But I do think there is a need for some good stuff. And I'll get into that as the list goes on. But starting on the basic side, I think third-party release dates for games that we already know are coming. I won't dive into all of them, but when I say that, I'm talking about games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Elden Ring for Switch 2. Games that we know are coming, but we need release dates for. On top of that, third-party support. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole list of all the third-party games that I think could get announced, but I kind of want to reiterate ones that I've mentioned before, because my opinion hasn't changed on these. And you'll see there's a theme here, because these are all, with a couple exceptions, these are all RPGs. I think RPGs do really well on Nintendo platforms, and I honestly, truly believe that Switch 2 is going to be the best place to play RPGs. It's a hybrid console at home and on the go. So examples of that would be Persona 3 Reload, the Persona 3 remake, obviously the brand new Persona 4 Revival. In that same vein, Metaphor ReFantazio. These are three of the greatest JRPGs of all time. They belong on Switch. Deca Police, a level 5 RPG that was announced a while ago on the Switch and has been delayed multiple times. The game looked really good. I have a feeling, as long as development's going fine and the delays aren't of concern, I think that one looked really good and could be a sleeper hit. The new Professor Layton, it's another one that we already know about. I expect to see very soon and get a date for. You're muted, Roger.
You're still muted, Roger.
Yeah, still muted.
Yeah. Bro's freaking out about Professor Layton, just like me internally.
No, the little puppet Kong is fucking with his shit. Happens.
Yeah. I said Professor Layton, I just
Bro, Puppet Kong unplugged his mic, dude. What the hell? He said, if I can't have the mic, then nobody can. Nope, still nothing.
Still nothing. Well, keep going since he's still trying to
I'll keep going. But I want to hear your thoughts, Roger. So just remember what you want to say. So those are the RPGs that came to mind for third-party support. Some of them we already know about, but some of them are not announced for Switch currently. Within that third-party support, I wanted to mention two other possibilities that I think are likely. This is one, again, that I've mentioned before. I actually expected it to be announced for Switch 2 first, and it wasn't. The new Suda51 game, Romeo Must Die. That's one I thought Suda would come out swinging for Switch 2. It was announced in the PlayStation Showcase, but I think it's going to come. And lastly, I would not be surprised for this Direct to see something from Platinum, whether that's Astral Chain 2, whether it's a new IP, or a new edition or a new version of a game that they've already made. Moving on, I think there will be some indies thrown in here, because I do think there's some indies that are worth more than an indie Direct. Examples of this are Hollow Knight Silksong. I've always expected that we'll get the release date in a Nintendo event. I just feel like indies do best on Nintendo. I feel like they fit, again, just like JRPGs, on that hybrid hardware. Hades 2, that's another one.
Yep.
Super influential RPG. I've got two more indies that I think are strong contenders. Oh,
he's back.
Did we get you?
It's back. Yeah, it's back.
Okay.
I responded to the Hades 2 thing and I wasn't sure, but I was like, no, we're back. I don't know what happened there. I think my Rode Unify just crapped out. It's like, you guys have been live for 3.5 hours. What are you doing? Also, for just real quick, not to tangent too much, but that you guys, I just linked in the chat for you guys. That is a thing that nobody is talking about right now. This is like the best kept secret in the industry. Essentially, E3 is coming back next year, but it's not called E3. They're relabeling it as a thing called Econ. So it's like two eyes, like the Wii, and then Con.
Yeah.
And Nintendo has already signed on for this, as have Microsoft and Sony. So literally every big publisher is already here. They haven't talked about it. It's in Vegas and it's in April.
That's in
And
Vegas.
so,
Interesting.
so I know you guys were talking about like, oh, potentially talking to some Nintendo people or working some stuff out. That's the place to do it. Is that econ event?
Dude,
yeah,
That's
it's more of
that's
like a media type event. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a 3-hour drive for me. I'll be there.
There you go. You should go for sure.
Yeah.
It's in April and it's in Vegas. Vegas is cheap to go to, so
Easy. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Actually, we could fly right over.
Let's do it, guys.
Look at
There you go. You go to econ. Sign up for econ next year and go, and then you do a live show from there or something. Go early.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
Dude, Take-Two is there, Ubisoft, Warner Brother Games.
Everybody major is signed up. Yeah, it's already
EA, Epic Games. Jeez.
Ubisoft. Yeah.
Amazon. Yeah.
How does nobody know about this?
Because they haven't like publicly announced it really. I found out about this. This would have been last like July or something.
Yeah.
Because the ESA put some press release out about the fact that like they're making some new convention. And people were like, yeah, whatever. Nobody's gonna sign up for it. And then like 3 months ago, right around the time of like the Switch 2 stuff, I saw the website updated and it had Nintendo front and center. I was like, what is this?
Bro,
that is cool. We should definitely think about going, guys.
Join Summer Games Fest to save
Exactly.
his life.
But they're all like, we'll go to
icon
this.
at him.
Right.
I remember when ESA announced this, and I put it on my radar, and just like you said, Roger, like I didn't hear anything about it.
Nothing. Yeah.
So when you just sent it, I remember this, but seeing everyone who's going,
it's crazy now. The
And then
lineup
it's
is
actually
like
happening.
everybody. And that none of them are saying anything, which is also weird. Like none of the publishers have been like, oh yeah, we're attending this thing. I don't know if it's because it's still a little far out, right? Obviously it's April of next year, but still it's like, it's a lot of people to sign up and be like, we have booth space. We're doing a whole thing for this. And it's like you said, it's Vegas. So it's a really quick flight. It's just like, go right over. And then you can party
quick flight
too.
for
Exactly.
everybody.
Right.
Me and my DCS.
Right. You're on the opposite side of the country, sure.
Yeah.
Flights are still cheap though. DC to Vegas.
They
pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No.
This is kind of cool.
there he is.
Yeah,
There he
cool.
is.
Welcome back,
back.
64 Josh. Welcome back.
Dude, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
I mean,
Cool deal.
literally,
All right.
it's nothing to really sign up for.
Gamebird, what else you got?
There's nothing.
Yeah. So just to finish up the indies, and just to preface, guys, I don't think all these things are going to be there. These are just things that I think stand a good chance of showing up in a direct at the end of the month.
That's how my list is.
So
yeah.
Again, just to go back over the indies, Hollow Knight Silksong release date, Hades 2, Slay the Spire 2. This is another one that like I could totally see in a Nintendo Direct. And Witchbrook. Do you guys remember Witchbrook? Does anyone remember this game?
Witchbrook.
Yeah,
No.
It looks
Pixar
rad.
game.
It's like a
I told Michaela she would like it.
it's who is it? Is it Chucklefish that's
Chucklefish.
making it? It's like the Harry Potter.
Yes.
Like the Harry Potter style one. So that's
But
it
you're
that
a
I put
witch.
for the indies. I could see Mina the Hollower as well, just to add one more in there that I forgot to put in my list. And then Nintendo games. So Metroid Prime 4, we need a release date. The game comes out this year, unless there's been a delay that we don't know about. God forbid, hopefully not. But I also see, and I get this one from Stash, because Stash has said this 1,000 times. Prime 2 and 3, baby. Like, this is something that's been rumored for a long time. Something that a lot of people have given up on. Stash has been championing it for like.
I'm there.
months,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
So
I'm gonna explain to why as well.
yeah. I'm not going into explanations,
I
Stash. I
will.
know you will, so I'm just gonna run through. Age of Calamity, a release date. We know it comes this winter. Winter's rolling up, folks. Where is it? I think we'll see Splatoon Raiders, but I don't think we'll get a release date. I just think we'll get more of a gameplay trailer. Here's an interesting one. NSO. Oh, wait, actually, one more. Sorry, one more Switch game. Kirby Air Raiders. We're going to see Kirby Air Raiders.
100%.
It launches this year. We're going to see that without a doubt. Here's an interesting one. NSO. Smash Melee. I think that I don't know if it's now or September, but I'm just going to guess it for both. I think Smash Melee. I know what Stash thinks for Smash, but I'm on the Melee train. I don't think
Didn't
we
the
do the
64
Ultimate
one just get confirmed essentially on the
Did it? Did I miss that?
It was in that thing with Nintendo posted a video.
I missed
of
that.
like the build of NSO and games that they're testing on it.
Scratch it. I'm scratching it. I'm pulling off the list.
DK64 and Smash were literally both on there, so you're
okay.
good.
I'm pulling that off the list. Thank you for that.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Glover was on.
And
there
then
too.
lastly, here's the thing. Anyone who's on the podcast is already familiar with this question because I've asked it like the last 3 podcasts. What is Nintendo's big holiday game this year? Because whatever it is, it hasn't been announced yet. We do not have a massive Switch 2 holiday game. Traditionally, your holiday game is the biggest game of the year. So is there a game that's as big or bigger than Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza? Now, I say Switch 2 game because Pokemon is a Switch 1 game that's has a Switch 2 version. Metroid Prime 4 is a Switch 1 game that has a Switch 2 version. Is Nintendo's holiday game a Switch 1 game that has a Switch 2 version? Me personally, I don't think so. Now, when I say as big or bigger, it doesn't get bigger than Mario Kart World. It's literally their biggest IP. But there are things that could generate massive hype for different reasons. 2 of these IPs have been mentioned by you guys tonight. The 2 of the ones that come to mind is the next Monolith game. And I know when you think Monolith, you don't think the size of Mario or Zelda. But again, I've said this before, this is a company that's getting more popular with every release. The fan base for the Xenoblade games is expanding and expanding with every game. The games are critically acclaimed. I think what they've done on Switch 1 is amazing. I can only imagine what they're able to do with the more capable hardware of Switch 2. I think they could release, whether it's a new IP, a brand new Xeno game. It doesn't have to be Xenoblade 4. It could be Xeno whatever, Xenosphere, Xeno Arc. I don't know. Whatever they have planned next, I think it is going to be a showstopper. And I think it's potential. Another one that was mentioned tonight that I think is potential is Fire Emblem. Bring back the 3 houses. It was a game of the year it was a game of the year winner by the fans. Critically acclaimed, one of the highest rated Switch 1 games.
Yep.
And personally in my top 5, maybe even in my top 3 Switch games, to be honest with you. The game's that freaking good. Those are my 2 top guesses, but I do want to mention a couple others. I think Luigi's Mansion 4, that's a game that's been floated around. It's stunning. It's become a bigger and bigger seller with every release. And I think they could do wonders. Look at how Nintendo's reinvented Zelda. Look at how they've reinvented Donkey Kong and Mario Kart. What can they do with Luigi's Mansion 4? Another one I want to mention is, and I think this one is like maybe the least exciting, but again, there's a lot of mystery around this game, and the game has a huge following in Japan. It has a growing following in the States, and that's Splatoon Raiders. I don't think it's the holiday game, but it wouldn't be shocking, and I think Splatoon has grown enough in popularity that a single-player focused spinoff that has co-op, story mode or whatever, something that we don't have in the mainline games, could be a really cool hit this winter. But that's the big question. We don't have a holiday game announced. We don't have that big November title. I mean, I guess Nintendo could get away with announcing it in September. I wouldn't hold it past them, especially with certain titles. It's not going to be Smash, this year, but Smash is a game where you don't need a year of marketing. You could literally announce it 2 months before it drops, and it'll be a massive event. They could do that, but yeah. Holiday game.
Exactly?
I think we find out.
Do you remember when Mario Wonder got announced? It was a Nintendo Direct, but do you remember when?
Wasn't it June? Before it came out?
Was it June?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was
September.
Yeah, and then it got announced for whatever. It was like November or something is when it got released, right? Yeah, because I'm looking at this. Mario Wonder got announced. I'm looking at the date.
June 21st.
August. It was August 31st, 2023 was the Wonder Direct. And like you said, yeah, the one before that was the summer one. So realistically, they could maybe do like a 2D Mario. I think 2D Mario. Yeah.
And my guess for that would be Mario Maker 3. I think it advertises mouse controls. It would have, listen, there was a huge downgrade going from the Wii U to the Switch with Mario
Sure.
Maker because you don't have the
Mhm.
stylus and touch controls.
Yep.
Mouse controls solves that issue 100%. It's the same thing I complain about. Like if we get Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD, you're getting a downgrade. We don't have the dual screen anymore. And that made those games. So that's my list. Sorry, I tried to go through quickly, but I think I'm pumped for this because that's for me. That's the big question. What's the holiday game?
All right.
Like it.
I'm with you.
Nate Dog.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Look, Nate the Hate said it. Lots of third parties. It's happening this direct. He just knows. They couldn't talk about him. Nintendo's saying no. So a lot of third parties. We're seeing Call of Duty. It's happening. It's being shown. Might even be the first thing they kick out the show with. No, I think it's this year's Call of Duty. Notice how we still haven't really seen gameplay.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. Yeah.
It was a cutscene tease. Haven't seen gameplay. Why would Microsoft not show off gameplay at their own summer event for their biggest game they're launching this year? Oh, could it be because they're going to debut it at the Nintendo Direct and try to make a big deal out of the fact that it's back on Nintendo? Maybe it's part of that 10-year contract deal. I don't know. All right. I think that's going to be there. Red Dead Redemption 2. I think that's going to be there. I think an interesting one, just looking at the companies that he mentioned, specific companies. So he knows like specific things from them are coming. So I think looking at some of the specific companies he mentioned, I could see the Okami sequel getting teased. Just for something new. Obviously, like a lot of the games that keep getting teased for Switch are like ones that already came out. Well, there's got to be some new stuff too. One of the big ones I think is going to happen, and this is a total shot in the dark, but it feels like even if it's a 2026 or 2027, I don't think it's anytime soon, but we just haven't seen it in so long. And despite all the industry layoffs, despite all the studio closures, they keep refusing to say this game is canceled. Beyond Good and Evil 2. I can't trust Ubisoft. So
yeah,
it seems
I would
pretty
not get my hopes up, Nate.
But this is why they were asked like a couple months ago if it was still being made, and they said, yeah, okay. What does that even mean? The director left at one point. What is even going on with this game?
Dude, that game, I'm sorry, but that when they came out on stage and said that they had like a web portal where fans could help develop the game by giving them access to tools to build terrain and textures, I was like, nope. The Beyond Good and Evil 2 that we all wanted was the one that they teased a decade prior.
Yeah, long time ago. Yeah.
That's all they had to do. Sorry, I'm passionate about it because I love Beyond Good and Evil.
I'm trying to manifest Beyond Good and Evil 2. Okay. They refuse to say it's canceled. There's probably active development on it somewhere doing something. Will it ever come out? I don't know. They like to call games quad A games. This thing's been in development so long, it must be a quad A game, right? So, yeah. Skull and Bones also got delayed to hell and back before that came out, and then they called it a quad A game, even though it had less content than Assassin's Creed. So, I feel like my argument for it is this. They need a shocker. They need a shocker game. Call of Duty's not a shocker. We know it's coming. Red Dead Redemption 2, we had Red Dead Redemption 1 on Switch. So, like, none of these are surprising. Doing the Dark Age, all the Microsoft games, none of that stuff really surprises. Maybe if Fable potentially gets announced for it, that would maybe be a little bit shocking. But also, people kind of expect Microsoft to just put their games on everything. So, is it really that surprising? It would be cool. The Zelda machine has Fable. That's pretty badass. But also, so does PlayStation. Everyone, because they're a third-party company now. So the reason I pulled out the Beyond Good and Evil 2 is one, because he brought up Ubisoft. It's probably for Assassin's Creed Shadows, to be honest. But because we already saw that there's an ESR or sort of PEGI rating or something for it. Either way, we know Shadows is coming. So it's probably what Ubisoft is going to show. But I pulled that one out because I'm like, the game that everyone wants to see announced is GTA 6 for it. Probably, if it does happen, it's not going to be, it's years away. It's not going to be launching next year. It'll be 2020. It'll maybe with the PC version if it comes at all. So they need a shocker. and Beyond Good and Evil 2 getting shown off and teased for like 2027 or some shit would make people go, oh, so that game still is alive. No one's going to believe it's actually coming out in 2027, but everyone's going to think it's going to be a studio closure next year and get canceled. But hey, it gives everyone hope for a moment. And Beyond Good and Evil was on GameCube. So it's kind of like, hey, there is a Nintendo history with that IP. And I just have hopium. It's just straight hopium. Silk Song's going to be here. Period. Release date's getting dropped.
Yeah.
This is what it is. They literally said it's coming out before the Xbox handheld, which is coming out this fall. They got to really. There's only so many events left between now and then. I know they could just release. It's so anticipated. They can just drop the date themselves on Twitter with a trailer, and it would be fine.
Yeah, of course.
But I always remember that this game originally was announced at a Nintendo Direct, and it demoed at E3 2019 in Nintendo's booth.
Yep.
So, like, there is a deep connection between Nintendo and Team Cherry. I do fully believe that Team Cherry was one of the few indie studios to get a Switch 2 dev kit because they're such a small team and they've been so secretive about their own game. Nintendo clearly would feel like you can obviously keep Switch 2 a secret. And again, they worked with them in the past for the E3 demos. So I just kind of feel like now's the time. Now's the time. We're going to finally get that release date, and it's going to be a big deal. And everyone's going to be really excited. And that might be one of the few indie games that even show off of this because they have so many third-party games to get to. And on top of that, not a lot of indie studios seem to have Switch 2 dev kits. And I do think it's going to be a very heavy Switch 2 Direct. There will be, I think, there'll be a Switch 2 edition for sure. I think Pikmin 4 makes the most sense, but it could be anything really. Obviously, just pick your favorite Switch game, and they can do it a Switch 2 edition. One that doesn't have an official free update. Yeah, so that could happen. But I do think I think we could possibly see Tamagotchi Life again. They might wait. Like a lot of the Switch 1 games, like Tamagotchi Life, like the big one for next year, they literally don't have to talk about it again until next year. So Metroid Prime 4, obvious. Legends EA we're already seeing next week, so probably won't be in this Direct. So I actually don't think there's really going to be a lot of like Switch 1 only stuff in this Direct. I think it's going to be heavily Switch 2. And I also have this long-term theory. It's like a different conversation that they might not be releasing new Switch 1 games after next year. So there might not actually be a lot more in
like
the
Nintendo first party, you mean?
Nintendo first party, yeah.
Third party. Yeah, next year's their last one. Right. Tomodachi Life and Rhythm Heaven and stuff.
Kind of feel like this year we have Metroid Prime 4 and ZA. That might be it for the rest of this year from them. So there might not have anything to say now. There might be a couple more ports or announcements next year, but it'll be next year, or I should say specifically September. Something for the Mario's 40th. I could see something going on there. But this Direct, I don't really think they need to say anything about Switch 1 stuff. And so if that's going to be the case and that's the direction they go, well, then there's not going to be a lot of indie games here. Silk Song might be the only one. Other third parties, and they talked about, let's see here. Gosh, I just had something like Bandai Namco has stuff to announce. I mean, at least I think Tarnished Edition release date.
Yes.
Like that's like the big one. It's already announced. We've already technically seen footage. It'd be nice to see more footage and hopefully running a little better and a release date. That'd be sick. So that would be really cool. They could announce Elden Ring Night Rain as well, even though it didn't review as well. I could see them still wanting to push that game.
For sure. Absolutely.
I see a Switch 2 version of that. I haven't played it, but I did see it get played. I did see.
I liked it a lot. I played
did
it
too,
at PAX. It was good.
Yeah, and maybe we get if Duskbloods is a first half of next year game, maybe we see it again. That would be kind of cool since we found out what kind of game it was after the Direct, which is
it's weird though because Duskbloods is not a Bandai Namco published game. It is a Nintendo published game developed by FromSoft, which is super weird. But Bandai, on the topic of this, and you guys mentioning earlier that like they're waiting to announce stuff right for a Nintendo Direct. We know this. We've known this for 2 years, but we know this right now that there are two teams internally at Bandai Namco. There's Team A and there's Team S that are both working on first-party Nintendo IP exclusively within Bandai Namco. Team A and Team S. Now, Sakurai, right, is probably not making Smash right now because he's making Kirby Air Riders. But my assumption is that they are putting together Team S for an eventual Smash game years from now. But Team A, right, has been working on something for years that we don't know anything about that is Nintendo and will be exclusively for Switch 2.
Yep.
I I wanted to throw this in earlier when we were doing first party predictions, and now I see we're kind of wrapping up and getting to third party stuff. And I'm like, I do want to throw this out there. Bandai Namco developed the last good Star Fox game, which was Star Fox Assault. Star Fox is also in a weird situation in which it is now skipped an entire life cycle, right? We had Zero on Wii U, critical flop, sales failure, did not do well. But I know from having gone to the Nintendo Museum and talking to Nintendo people and all this stuff, Star Fox is still a priority series for them. They still love Star Fox. Like, Star Fox isn't going anywhere. Miyamoto loves it. Like, they love it. They know there's more they can do with that brand. And we're seeing them sort of breathe new life into Donkey Kong. I feel like if it's a smaller scope arcade style game and it's being developed by Bandai Namco, Star Fox could maybe fit the slot of like a holiday game for them. Like, I don't think that would need that much of a lead in. And that would be directly into like all this talk about there being like a big third party thing. They previously worked on the franchise. I don't even think it would be like a remake. I think it is like, if it is a Star Fox, right? I think it would be like a new one. But I do think that is one that people aren't really talking about that I think could happen to showcase like the power of Switch 2, you know?
Yeah. I think something Persona. I don't know what. I'm not a big Persona guy, but I feel like something Persona is going to happen. And that'll get people excited. And the last thing I want to throw in there is I think we're going to see something new from Dragon Quest. I don't know if it's the rumored 7 remake or if they're going to finally show 12 again after announcing it years ago, because this is like a direct is a perfect place for them because Dragon Quest sells best in Japan and the number one platform in Japan is Nintendo. So it makes a hell of a lot of sense that you would use a Nintendo event to reveal your next whatever. What if it's a remake for next year or if 12 is going to be coming next year, whatever it is. Yeah, sure. You could start off by reminding people about 1+2 HD 2D, but then you end it by teasing the new big thing for 2026. That would be pretty sick. And then we probably won't see it again until next year. Or it's 12 and they don't give us a date and we still don't see it for like 3 years because they're taking forever with 12, which, you know, whatever. I know everyone's like, well, they want to get all this Dragon Quest out. They want to get I'm like, yeah, but then 11 came out before Switch came out. Like, it's been like a decade. Like, at some point, 12 has to come out. They've already announced the game. It's got to come out at some point. But I understand also 11 was like the biggest thing they ever did with Dragon Quest and it blew up. So now maybe they're treating it. Maybe they're almost giving it like Final Fantasy treatment. Like they want this next one. They think it's going to sell, 15, 20 million or something crazy. So, so we'll see on that front, of course. Sega, look, they got to be doing something. Obviously, we know about Crossroads coming over already. Happy to find out physical copy, full physical on Switch 2.
Oh, that's great. I didn't even know that. It's not a virtual game card.
No, it's not. It's not a game key card.
Good.
Is the full physical launching day and date? Because I saw something about how it's actually coming in 2026.
Early 2026.
That's fucking stupid.
Oh, that stinks.
That's fucking stupid. I hate that shit. Granted, I'd still rather it be full physical and wait, but that's stupid. And I'm sorry, Sega. You're a big publisher. You and Nintendo are pretty tight. Day and date. Come on. What are we doing? Stupid. I mean, I know what you're doing. You're trying to push people to go all digital. I get it. Stupid. Anyways, sucks. So yeah, maybe I'm trying to think. Maybe they show off like the Shinobi game. I guess that comes out in August. I guess I'm trying to think of like I don't really know a lot of projects going on at Sega right now beyond like this year. So I guess I'll probably just leave it at that for now. And then what was the other one I wanted to get to here? Capcom stuff. I know I talked briefly about Okami. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 could possibly get shown here.
Good call.
That'd be a really good get for them. And yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. I think, I know a lot of people want like Monster Hunter Wilds. That seems almost impossible. It runs like shit on other platforms. I don't know if it's just the engine or they just really badly optimized it. I have no idea, but it runs basically bad on everything. Even PC, it's really rough, even on good hardware on PC. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what happened between World and this game. Something's not, I don't know. Maybe they rushed it out. That's probably really what happened is it got rushed out and it's going to be like a Cyberpunk on PS4 situation where it runs well 5 years from now. But so maybe a port could eventually come, but at that point they've probably made a from the ground up exclusive to Switch to timed exclusive like Rise, because that sold so well. There's zero excuse not to be planning a from the ground up timed exclusive. So yeah, but that's not going to be shown now. That's going to be like mid-gen or something like that. So
yeah,
that's kind of my thoughts on that. That's for first party stuff. Not going to dive into too much because you guys said a lot of the stuff that I'm already thinking. But the big holiday game, the Gamer brought up, that's kind of the thing where I'm like, okay, I do think Animal Crossing a tease for next year absolutely could make sense. And because they didn't do a lot of content with Animal Crossing, which pissed a lot of people off, get the game out early so you can have a whole generation worth of getting content out for it. I think that makes sense. I think obviously as awesome as it was for Animal Crossing to come out when it did for everyone's lives with COVID, really bad for developers trying to make new content. That's a bad time.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty early on that they're like, hey, we're just gonna get this one DLC thing out and we are done. We gotta go to the next system and then we'll do a better content plan for that. Because Animal Crossing's a forever game, guys. So it makes sense to get that out early in the gen, just like Mario Kart. Have DLC go for the whole gen.
Yeah.
I do think there's a possibility that they do announce because we all know there's going to be DLC for Mario Kart. I wonder if they're going to announce the DLC pack and get that thing started later this year. Like they announce it now, you can maybe like pre-order it or get it part of the thing, and they just show off like the very first part of it that comes out this holiday.
I feel like they do a free update, like with the new skins.
Completely.
I think it's a free update. I don't think they make it paid.
Yes. I think
you get a free update.
The paid update comes during the Mario Direct, where then they say separately in September, after they've already gotten the goodwill of being like, we're adding 200cc for free, and we're adding, whatever, a jukebox mode to listen to music. Like, I think it's going to be stuff like that with like Donkey Kong and Pauline skins to celebrate Bonanza, or a couple of the Kongs or whatever thrown in there as racers, and that it's free. And that the actual DLC stuff starts when they announce it during the Mario Direct later in the year. I am in so much agreement. There's no way, knowing the backlash that has gotten with the price, that they're immediately going to announce paid DLC before some type of free update. Yeah,
that's exactly where I'm at, Roger. I was like, I could see it happening later down the road, but I feel like they need.
It will.
Need a goodwill update, or that game is going to die.
Later down the road, there will be paid DLC, but I agree that the first thing they're going to do is going to be a free update, 200cc, some new, quality of life things, jukebox mode,
some classic mode, just appeal to like the competitive scene a little bit, because that whole scene has just died, man. Like I was really into it for a minute there, and it is really, people are struggling to play it, at least. Yeah. Anyways, you get it.
They all moved to Discords to do private matches so that they could do 3-lap races.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right.
So I don't think Nintendo's doing a free update for Mario Kart World. I've been on record saying this. Because look, I know we don't like this side of companies, but Nintendo's on top. They like making money. All the bitching online has not slowed down sales one bit. They're selling every fucking system and every copy of Mario Kart. I haven't even seen a Mario Kart World on a store shelf. Like, they can't keep the thing in stock. It's selling out, and that's not even counting the bundle. Like, it's insane. So they have no reason other than just to calm down the internet, but the internet's not their main consumer base. We make up a very small, minute part of the people that actually buy Mario Kart World. 70 million people bought Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There's not 70 million people bitching about Mario Kart World.
Was 200cc not a free update for 8 Deluxe, though? Was that not a free update? I'm pretty sure it was.
It was free.
Right, right. Sure. Which is why I'm in agreement. I don't think content will be free. I think this free update, whatever they're going to do, is beyond 200. Yes. Yeah. Right. I think that aspect of it, they have a track record of doing. Like, I agree, there's no reason for them to do it, but I think they have a track record of doing it, which is why I think it's going to happen. But I'm in agreement that like any other extra courses or characters or stuff like that, like that will be paid. But I don't think that's happening yet. I think they're going to wait a couple months and buy a little bit of time.
This is the Nintendo that I always remind people did something in 2017 that pissed me off. They put Master Mode in Breath of the Wild behind paid DLC when it's always been free.
That's true.
So that was back then when they didn't know what Switch was going to be. They know what Switch 2 is going to be. This is new leadership who likes numbers. I just kind of think they're done doing that kind of stuff. That was very early in Switch's gen that they were like, let's be nice. We're trying to bounce back from Wii. They're not trying to bounce back from anything.
Master Mode was not free in any other previous Zelda.
Skyward Sword.
Was Master Mode free in the original?
Yeah, hero mode in the game. Yeah.
Oh, hero mode there is. Because I was going to say, what's like
the Time one?
That's the one I'm thinking, where it was like on a paid separate disc.
Yeah, that was separate. But then when they put it on 3DS, it was included.
I gotcha.
Yeah. They started that from 3DS on forward. They started including that extra difficulty mode.
I see.
And then we got to this game, and everyone's like, "Why the fuck are we paying for that? Why is it just here day one? Oh, it's part of the. You got to pay for that.
It was part of the expansion pass.
It's weird.
Yeah. I would counterpoint that though, and say if you look at like even with the expansion pass and like the benefits they've been adding to it and stuff, even having it where it's been like there's no reason that they need to be like if you own both the Zelda games, you get Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild for Switch 2 editions. Like there's no reason for them to do that either, and yet they do it. Right. And you could buy the $10 upgrade or whatever if you already have the physical or the older version. But like there was no beneficial reason on day one of their system to be like, you are getting 2 free versions of our highest rated, best selling Zelda games ever. Day one. And they did it for anyone who was an expansion pass user. They're like, they did it for free. Completely.
Are you talking about the Switch 2 edition for Zelda, right?
Yeah. The Switch 2 editions for Zelda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Those are customers that they already got money from. It's just they're just knocking $10 off for them. That's all those upgrades are $10.
Okay, but again, counterpoint to this: if the majority of people playing 200cc, right, for Mario Kart, are not playing that single player, they're playing 200cc online with their friends. The only way to play online on a Switch is to have an NSO subscription. So already, like that is their added thing. If that's the direction you want to go in, I think their added thing is, look, you're already paying for online, so throwing 200cc in there. To be honest, it's probably already in the game, and they just got to do something to unlock it. But it's probably already there. So, like, to me, the idea of doing it is like a little added benefit. It helps with the optics, but I don't think they planned for the optics, which I think was your counter argument in saying that like Nintendo doesn't need to. They're not going to like kowtow to the internet. Which is true. They're not going to.
I think they're going to give everyone what they want. I think like there's going to be a new mode they add that has just 3 lap courses. It'll be a brand new mode. Because like when they pissed people off with that, they were just fixing a bug to put that mode the way it was intended to be. But maybe because they saw how popular it was, they already were getting a mode ready to go. But that'll be part of DLC, which might piss people off. But it is what it is. If you want to play the competitive stuff, you're going to buy the DLC. And let's be honest, most people that bought Mario Kart World, we're always going to get the DLC, especially if it is a roadmap DLC. Where we're talking about this is roadmapped over the next 2-3 years. You spend $40, or I hope it's not 40, but it might be what they charge based on charging 80. And people might be like, oh, this fucking sucks. But then Nintendo's like, yeah, but we got like new updates coming every 3 months for the next 2-3 years. People are going to be like, fucking bullshit, but also we're getting a lot of content. Then people, oh, that content should have been in an $80 game. No one's going to give a fuck, and it's going to go off to sell millions and millions and millions. And maybe expansion pass members maybe get lucky and get it for free, like they did with the Mario Kart 8. And that'll be like their counter argument is, hey, you don't have to spend 40. Just be an expansion pass member.
I think it's important that they put it on expansion pass. I think Nintendo wants to grow NSO subscribers. They want to incentivize people to stay subscribed.
That's the push.
I think it's a business win as well as like a good grace for your fans.
And it will definitely be on expansion pass. Whatever the big DLC thing they do, it'll be on there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was the point of putting the Zelda ones on there. But it is notable that like the reason that I feel like, one, Nintendo didn't plan for the backlash, so they're not planning to give anything for free. 2, they don't have to give anything for free because everything is selling out. They have no reason to do it other than internet backlash. And I don't know that Nintendo's ever cared about internet backlash because sales are everything. And look, all the internet backlash in the world, now everyone's saying Donkey Kong Bonanza is a must get, buy a Switch 2. Meanwhile, you're gonna buy a bundle, you're gonna get Mario Kart as well. So like everything's working out in their favor. And slowly people are they're like, hey, as long as we get more games out, people will stop talking about the backlash of Mario Kart World. It's just a game everyone has. And then the conversation will go away. I mean, Nintendo knows that. One thing though about all of that is that this is also the Nintendo world. They gave you those $10 ones with the expansion pass. They didn't include the DLC with your $80 copy of game. Or $70 for Breath of the Wild. They didn't include the DLC. So if you've never played, you spent $70 now, or I think it was for the Breath of the Wild version for Switch 2, you still got to spend more if you want all the content. And
Isn't that DLC also on expansion pass?
No, the Zelda one is it? No, it's not. No,
weird.
Yeah. So you have to buy that.
Weird.
If you, I mean, everyone who owns a Switch 1 version that wanted the DLC probably already has it. But if you're getting into Zelda for the first time, 70 isn't all you got to spend if you want all the content. And that now it's 90. That's where the people started up on the $9. Now it's $90 if you want everything. And it's like, why didn't they include that in 8 years later? That makes no sense. Everyone else includes it in. They bundle it in at this point. Nintendo didn't. Why? Because they like money. And it sucks thinking about that. This is the greedy side of Nintendo that sucks. And we don't like talking about on this show.
I like it. Raise the price, bro. I don't care.
Yeah,
raise the price. Get your money up. Raise the price. I don't care.
Oh, get your bag.
I don't care. I really don't care. It's the one aspect of like the current conversation where people are mad about it, and I'm like, look, it's Nintendo. I don't care. There's no amount of bitching and moaning of people saying they're because like you just said, everything you just said, everyone who said they were never going to buy the games, they ended up buying Mario Kart World anyway. They bought it anyway. So realistically, unless you actually show that you're strong and you're going to stand by it and not buy the system and not comply, then that's fine.
Yep.
But if you're going to cry for 3 months about the fact that this game is $80 and then still buy the thing anyway, I have no sympathy for you, and you have no say in this conversation. You literally don't matter. So
yeah. This is like just blasting people like some ordinary gamers who went on a parade about how anti-consumer it all is, then fucking bought
anyway. Exactly, day one. That's my point. Exactly.
He didn't say anything, but someone saw it in the background of his video. So then he had to say something about it, how he's a hypocrite. And it's like, you were trying to hide it too. Like, that's even worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, I would never buy this. Meanwhile, he's out day one getting it. It's like, come on.
Number one Nintendo Prime hater, ABS, and best friend of He's now reviewing Switch 2 games right now. Literally reviewing them on a system he said is anti-consumer and no one should buy it. Like, it is what it is. People just, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking Nintendo just doesn't give a fuck. We're worth more than we've ever been worth. Everything we do is selling. Our latest game is gold. Everyone's talking about how amazing it is. The first one in 26 years. Maybe this becomes a 15, 20 million seller. People were excited when we dropped Splatoon Raiders. Wherever we do this direct, everyone's just going to be hyped. Everyone's going to stop talking about how we don't have third-party games. Here's the third-party game dump. Also, by the way, you didn't think Animal Crossing was cool? Well, here's our big fucking holiday game. Brand new IP, Monolith Soft. You don't think we had a visual feast for you? Here's your visual feast.
That would be sick.
Like, that's my prediction for the big holiday game. Is that game that's been in development for like 8 years, it finally comes out, basically, for the big holiday game. And they're not, and the reason I say that is, Monolith Soft games don't traditionally sell very well. They're not quite as worried about this game selling well because Pokemon's the month before.
Yeah.
So they already know they're going to be making bank. So it's kind of like, hey, this is that game that everyone's been waiting from us to be like, we couldn't do this on Switch 1. This is the game we literally could not do. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be, I mean, it probably started development on Switch 1. That's the thing. It's like, I was watching an Andres Restart video the other day, and he reminded me that every game Nintendo's announced so far has started on Switch 1. We haven't actually seen a from the ground for Switch 2 game from Nintendo yet.
Kirby Air Riders, right? Kirby Air Riders.
Oh, true. I guess
that's the
true.
one.
Sakurai.
The one. Yeah, that's Kirby Air Riders might be that one. We just haven't seen the gameplay, so we don't. And obviously, Sakurai will be right up in front of Honest if he started it on Switch 1.
110%, of course.
We'll find out some random Famitsu interview before the gameplay's even revealed.
right.
Yeah, right.
to kind of piggyback on that Mario Kart conversation from a bit ago, like, they need to put out battle passes, and I'm using that word loosely, like they do in Splatoon. Right, like that are like they're essentially like you fill your catalog.
Yeah, catalog. Right?
they are pushing everybody to race the rally mode and then do one lap. It's not okay. Yep. Like, if you want us to rally, give us 3 laps still. Give us a classic mode. And if you want people racing rally, give us objectives in that catalog that say, do 10 rally races this week and get this sticker or this costume.
Really good idea.
Whatever
icon for your profile picture. Or whatever.
Yeah, and then add more customization to your like the banners. I mean, all they have to do is look at Splatoon and Smash, and they go, Sakurai gives us any option we want. If you want to play competitive with no items, that's how you set up your For Glory. And if in Splatoon, if you want to customize all your stuff to make it your own, you go and do that. And then Mario Kart is sitting here like, this game feels a bit dated.
Yep.
It's also incredibly good, but then you also have casual people that are like, it's kind of hard. And you're like, they need to make a tutorial for this game that teaches the tech in a way that like gamifies it to where you even unlock something by completing it, like it's just, I want people to love this game more than anything. That's why I get so fired up about it. Cause I just want people to love it.
The catalog idea is great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just have to say this for all the channels. I know they're going to clip me talking about Nintendo doing all this crazy greedy shit. I actually want them to do any of it. Okay.
Yeah, all the same people who are going to get angry at you, they can clip me saying raise the price. I don't care. I'll pay $90 for Smash Brothers. I don't care.
Especially
I'll do it anyway.
I'm on your side with this.
$89.99 Sakurai.
No, because like I know Nintendo's not exactly pro-consumer, but like they're definitely pro-labor. I mean, especially in this market,
their workers.
Like, I'm happy to pay more for this art and for this for this company because they're actually holding the fucking industry together. Like, respectfully,
absolutely.
To be totally honest with you,
but you're completely correct. Look at all the stuff going on with Microsoft right now.
Right?
They're like bolstering all this AI stuff. They're taking all these IPs. They're canceling all these games, dropping all these studios. Literally, Nintendo, when Nintendo was struggling, Iwata's like, I'm taking a pay cut. We're not laying off anybody. So guys, I literally don't care. It's like, make the games more expensive.
We've gone on a big tangent.
Wait, guys. Did we get to hear Stash's predictions for the direct yet? I've been
dude, I can't. It's already 1 a.m. I thought we were wrapping up. I thought we were
I forgot. All right, Stash, we got to hear this.
We do gunfire.
Hold on.
Boom, boom.
Hold on. To be fair,
I think Nate's still going.
Nate's
as well.
Dude. I've been anxiously awaiting Stash's predictions.
I know, me too.
Thanks, man.
Let's go.
I'll swing over to Stash in a moment. One more thing about the Nintendo thing and how well they take care of people. Shurakawa's been asked over and over about the AI stuff, and he said, "Hey, our aim is to make things that can't be made with AI alone."
Right.
Yep. Done deal.
Easy.
Like, we don't. Why lay people off? Keep your talent.
Exactly.
$100 billion company.
Saying that. Hashtag raise the price, bro.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if I'll go that far, although I probably would have paid more for the Switch 2 if it was working. I don't know, man. I didn't buy the $700 PS5 Pro, so maybe there is a limit for me. I don't know. We'll see.
Stash, you gotta go. So Stash, I'm giving you the hockey. It's yours.
Yeah.
This is yours. It is all you. It is all Stash for the rest of the show.
And Stash, as your reward for this brutal segue, I don't know what the hell happened here. Don't feel rushed, man. Just say whatever you want to say.
Okay.
Take your
we
time.
only have 32 super chats to get through.
I mean, I will say it's all
before the tangent.
It's all written out clearly, so there shouldn't be any filler words.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't realize that me talking about a prediction on Mario Kart World DLC being announced was going to turn into this.
You can't talk Mario Kart, and I can't just sit back. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not invited often.
It's
you are the Mario Kart.
It's a long show to predict that. I should have waited till Roger and N64 Josh were not here to make that prediction.
Correct. I will make everything an hour longer. That's how
it got to the because I stepped away for I had to step away for 5 minutes, and when I came back, this was happening. So after it's gone on for 10 minutes, I'm like, wait, did I miss Stash's predictions?
We were saving them for you. Don't worry.
That's right. Best for last, man.
Yeah. All right.
There we go.
Stash man, the floor is yours.
Okay. Here we go. So We'll
One
start
more
off
thing
with
about Mario Kart. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
Hey, you're good. We'll start off with Nintendo.
Go ahead.
I don't know what happened. I got dropped or something.
So Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Again, mouse mode is the best way to play Metroid. And I believe Nintendo clearly knows that. They're not going to say, hey, we want you to play Metroid Prime Remastered with standard Switch controls. We want you to track down either a GameCube to play Metroid Prime 2 or a Wii to play Metroid Prime 3 or the trilogy and use the Wiimote. And then, by the way, those games will only play in 480p. And you'll need a TV that still has RCA inputs. If you don't, you'll need an HDMI converter. And unless you buy one with a proven track record like RetroTink, it's going to introduce a ton of input lag. And one more thing, you don't need to adjust your TV set. The games are blurry by default. And yes, your TV is supposed to have black bars. I don't think Nintendo's going to do that. Do you guys?
No.
No, not by any
0%
means.
chance.
I'm refraining from talking the rest of the show until the super
Same,
chats.
bro.
Okay. And again,
My mic.
Yeah.
I'm
I
going on
mentioned
mute.
at the end of this, I expect 2 and 3 to release on Switch 2, just like Pikmin 1 and 2 did on the Switch. I think it's the perfect template. Next, Kirby Air Riders update. I think we'll see an update on that, and we will see an update on Star-Crossed World because that's due out August 28th.
That's right.
Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. I think we'll see an update on that. Jamboree TV releases July 24th. This is the Mario Party for Switch 2 for the foreseeable future. So I think they're going to make a big deal about that and show it. I don't think we see anything Mario related just yet, because again, I do think that's for September, but I still think we will see Mario related stuff at the Mario Direct, like Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition. I do think that's coming. I've been saying that for a long time. I think Smash Bros. Is a long ways off, and this is how you feed the fan base. Mario Wonder
about
Switch 2
baseball?
Edition.
I'll die live on stream, by the way, if that happens. I will literally die live on stream of a heart attack if that happens.
What do you think about Melee? What if they bring Melee to like the GameCube one?
I'll die. Every
I
situation,
mentioned
I'll
that,
die.
but
They do anything Smash Bros.
I mean, if they can get the input lag nailed down, that's a big issue right now. And if that's an issue with Smash Brothers, that's going to create chaos. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Mario Wonder Switch 2 Edition with DLC that we never got. I think we'll get an expansion like Kirby Star-Crossed World or Jamboree TV. I think it'll be in that same vein, which is what will get people to buy the expansion. What I would like to see is Mario 3D All-Stars running at 60 FPS with enhanced resolution. I think they can make it happen. I think they could have on Switch 1, and there's a good chance they're saving that actually for Switch 2. And then more Switch 2 upgrades. So that's what I'm expecting from the big N. Okay. Now, I'll give you some rapid fire. I have this broken down by devs. So take two. Red Dead Redemption 2. Been saying it for a long time. I think we'll see 2K26. It comes out the end of August. So we're going to see actual gameplay, probably in a sizzle reel. Borderlands 4. Again, I think we'll get an update. It's supposed to be coming later this year. Borderlands 3. The ability to purchase the game was removed for Switch 2 due to issues with the game running on Switch 2. So you cannot buy it on the eShop right now. I decided to pick it up physically because of that reason. So I could kind of see what happens, check it out. The major issues I ran into were lighting pretty early in the game to where the screen was like completely black and you can't even proceed. The good thing is the game's running at 60 FPS. So I think that is a really good candidate to receive a Switch 2 upgrade. In preparation in a sense for Borderlands 4. Ubisoft. Okay, Assassin's Creed. Origins, Odyssey, Syndicate all received a 60 FPS patch from the PS4 version to the PS5 in the last few years. I expect these games, along with Valhalla Complete Edition, Mirage, and of
Agree.
course the already Peggy rated Assassin's Creed Shadows
Sure.
to come to Switch 2.
Yeah, it's a good prediction.
Yeah, Ubisoft really needs to recoup costs
Yeah,
as
for
quickly
Assassin's
as
Creed.
possible.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So these are all games that I think would do very well. Mario Rabbids Collection. I think we see Switch 2 edition for the Mario Rabbids games.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll do like a double pack or they'll release them individually, but individually they'll be complete editions, right? I know Kingdom Battle had a lot of DLC.
Yep.
Sparks of Hope, did it have DLC?
It does. It's got Rayman DLC actually.
Oh, snap. I
Yeah.
somehow missed that. I did
Yeah.
not realize.
Maybe we
It's
get
not
complete
good.
editions.
It's not good. So you're.
Oh,
you
it's
missed
not
nothing.
good.
No.
Mm.
No. So you miss nothing. Literally, Rayman does not interact with anybody else at all.
That's
It's
lame.
like its own total. Yeah, it's super lame. Yeah.
Last one for Ubisoft for now is Star Wars Outlaws is due out September 4th. That's the release date. You can pre-order it right now. Best Buy. We need some actual gameplay, not what they showed, obviously in that direct. For Microsoft, okay. I've been saying this. I said this in my review, my full review for Indiana Jones, that I fully expect it to come to Switch 2. The DLC was supposed to release spring 2025, and it was delayed. They did not give a reason why. It's now coming out September 4th. That's their Giants DLC. I don't know if we'll get it this early, but I 100% expect Indiana Jones on Switch 2. I played it on Series S. Again, it runs on Series S, so we'll run on Switch 2. Oblivion Remake.
Oh, that's a good get.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Really good.
Yeah.
Thanks. Doom the Dark Ages. So, again, I think we're all expecting this already. There's no reason for it not to come to Switch 2. The precedence has been set a long time ago with Doom, going back to the SNES, the N64, obviously. And then every single Doom game is on Switch 1. Every single one. Flight Simulator. Again, that was one that was rumored. Halo Master Chief Collection, another one that was rumored.
Yep.
Here's one I've talked about quite a bit is Fallout 4. So Fallout 4 got a PS5 update to run at 4K 60 FPS. That came out in April 2024. They released it then to coincide with the Fallout TV series. Season 2 is coming out this December. Perfect time to introduce Fallout to the Nintendo Switch family of consoles. Who needs to jump off, Flavam?
All three of us. All three of the guests.
I think all the guests are saying it.
I see it coming in.
We're all like, whoa.
It's okay. You got.
No, we're all waiting.
Okay.
You still have 5
All right.
minutes.
Yeah,
bro.
finish
You go
your
through
thoughts.
predictions.
Yeah,
I want to
I
hear
think I can get
predictions.
through it.
Yeah, I've been waiting.
Diablo 4. Call of Duty.
Oh, okay.
Diablo 4 's
Starfield.
great pick.
They desperately need to recoup cost. That did not
Starfield, yep.
perform.
Yep.
I expect the PS5 version to get announced
Starfield.
at the same time as Switch 2.
That's a good call. Okay.
Here's an IP that Microsoft has. There's a game that's already done, just ported over. Battletoads came out in 2020. I think the Switch, obviously Nintendo fans would like this game.
Yep.
And then Sea of Thieves, because again, that is Rare's really only title that's producing.
Yeah.
So I could see that happen.
Yeah.
All right, jumping over Capcom, Resident Evil remakes.
Yes, guaranteed.
Yeah, I think
100%.
we'll get the first Resident Evil remake announced. I'm not saying part 1, but we'll get the first game that they plan on releasing announced. Dragon's Dogma 2. We have part 1. And again, Dogma 2 runs on Series S.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it doesn't run great on PS5, but if it runs on Series S, it can run on Switch too. Now, Monster Hunter Wilds is kind of a different story because that game does not run very good on PS5. However, we never got Monster Hunter World. What about Monster Hunter World Complete Edition with the Iceborne expansion?
That would be cool. I would love that.
It couldn't
Monster
run on
Hunter World.
Switch 1.
Yeah. That's a really good idea.
They wanted
yeah.
to, but
Yeah.
because it couldn't run on Switch 1, they they made Rise.
Yeah.
Well, this can run on Switch too, so I think that's a good way to fill the Monster Hunter void while they work on whichever one's coming to Switch too.
Sure.
And then last for Capcom, Mega Man. It's time for him to return. It's been a very long time since our last Mega Man.
Legends, baby. Give me Legends.
Right. Even 64 on like NSO would be sick. I'd be
Well, we
super
had
happy
Mega
about
Man
that.
on Switch, but it came out in 2017, I believe. I think the
Yep.
launch year.
Yeah.
And
Was that 11?
Yeah.
What Mega Man was that?
It was 11.
right?
It was 11. Yeah.
It's the best-selling Mega Man ever. So that's good. So why wouldn't you be making the new one? And I think there's no better place to announce it than with the company that you started Mega Man with, which is Nintendo. Okay, Sega, more Yakuza. I think we get one Persona, probably Persona 3 Reload, or Persona 5 Switch 2 Edition. That's going to have higher resolution, 60 FPS. I said this in my review, Metaphor ReFantasia.
Yeah, that's another lot.
I said in my review, last year that I expected to come to Switch 2 fully. Here's a little wild card, Skies of Arcadia HD.
Oh my God. Don't
Ooh,
even.
sick.
Do not do that to me. It's my favorite RPG of all time.
The copyright was
Stop.
renewed, and not every game gets their copyright renewed. So we'll see. Shinobi, I think we see it in a sizzle reel. And then last one for Sega, Monkey Ball. It's been happening at launch or within the launch window since GameCube on every console, except for, I believe, Wii U.
Do you think, not to interrupt, do you
Go
think they incorporate mouse mode in Monkey Ball somehow?
Oh,
They
that'd be
could.
fun where you control it with the. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
actually be really cool.
I think they could.
Yeah,
Be
that
down.
could be cool. Anyways, go ahead.
All right, Bandai Namco. So Elden Ring Tarnished Edition, we get the release date. I will say I still expect some sort of Zelda-related items in the game, like weapons, armor, and
Sure.
I put horse shit, but I mean horse stuff. But you know,
Yeah.
maybe we get Epona in the game. Who knows? Probably not,
Cool.
because that lore was written by. The lore of the game was written by who was it?
George R. R. Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they don't want to really mess with that, but I think putting in something Nintendo related, like with Skyrim, is not out of the realm. Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6 got the spotlight at launch. I think it's safe now that they can announce Tekken 8. So I think Street Fighter got its window. And then Little Nightmares Enhanced and Part 3, those were announced already. They're coming out on October 10th. I don't know what they're doing with Part 2, though. So Part 1's getting enhanced. Part 3's coming out. Nothing for Part 2.
Nothing Part 2.
All right. Square Final Fantasy VII Remake, we get the release date. We already know they're working on Final Fantasy 16. The director spilled the beans on that. Kingdom Hearts native release. Again, they came out on the cloud. This is a perfect match. Switch, Nintendo, Kingdom Hearts. And then I expect to see Final Fantasy Tactics mentioned at the Direct, since it comes out September 30th. EA, The Sims. It never, we got My Sims, but we didn't get the current Sims, which is on PS4. Perfect fit with mouse mode. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Again, this did not perform well. I picked up Legendary Edition, brand new, clearanced out at Walmart for $5, which is crazy because they're amazing games. And then Star Wars Jedi, Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor. Those are supposed to come over.
Those are good. Yeah, those are good picks too.
Koei Tecmo, I do think we see Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It comes out July 31st. It's on my list of games to review. So I think we see that in the sizzle reel. Konami, Silent Hill 2 Remake. I do think we get that. I do think we get Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. And there's a reason why we got the collection. I expect all of Konami's remakes to actually make their way to Switch 2. And again, as I've said, if it runs on Series S, it will run on Switch 2. Here's one that historically this just makes sense. It's Bomberman. He's due to appear on Switch 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
Since
Wasn't
the
last game
release
totally
of
bombed?
Switch 1.
Yeah.
Well, no, because there was Switch
See
One
what you did
had
there.
Bomberman R, right?
Yeah.
And then they had Super Bomberman R, which like bombed and they killed support after like 6 months. So I'm almost wondering if they would be willing to even go back to Bomberman. I would love that, but I'm worried that
I'm curious
that's
too.
done for a while.
The precedence is there because, as we know, going through the Nintendo launch history as we did, Bomberman's always there at launch or at the launch window every time.
Yeah.
My wild card pick for Konami, a lot of people will probably say no, but it's Castlevania. I think there's already a historical template for it because we got Contra Anniversary Collection, and then we got the new Contra Operation Galuga. Okay. We got Silent Hill 2 Remake. Now, what are we getting? We're getting Silent Hill F.
Actually, it's pronounced Silent Hilf.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
All right.
The F's attached.
Well, on that,
but Castlevania again. This is a very old IP that I grew up with. All of us 80s, 90s kids. But between the Netflix show, which done very well, the Anniversary Collection, then the GBA Collection, and then the DS Collection, Dominus. They just did the same thing with Metal Gear. They gave us all the Metal Gears, and then here's a new Metal Gear game. They gave us Silent Hill 2. Here's a new Silent Hill now. They gave us the Contra Anniversary. Here's a new Contra. This is the same template. Konami's doing the same thing by introducing their historical IP to a new audience. All right, last part. This is quick. Miscellaneous. Hades 2. I played it at the Switch 2 experience. It's coming. We know that. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That's coming out this year.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Looks
Silk
good.
Song. Mina. Yuko Replay E. I think we get a release date on that.
Sure.
We've already seen the trailer. Atelier Ryza Trilogy DX. It was just announced a few days ago. It's releasing in 2025. Surely we should be getting a date then. The Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition. It's already rumored. It's on sale right now. If you don't have it, you should pick it up. Baldur's Gate 3.
$10 on the eShop, by the way.
Still.
Wow.
Baldur's Gate 3. It's just a matter of when, not if. Ease X Proud Nordics. So it's due out this month in Japan. Ease X Nordics already came out. So the translation is largely done. The Nordics part, obviously it's added a little bit more, but the translation's done. So if it's coming out in Japan on the 31st of July, it's coming out in China in August. I think the US isn't very far off, and that's a massive RPG. That'd be a massive get if it comes out this year. Farming Simulator. Let me say something about this. If you played the Switch 2 Welcome Tour, I mentioned this in my review, that I expect games like Farming Simulator and Power Washing to take advantage of the Switch 2 Joy-Cons and HD Rumble. There is a demo in the Welcome Tour where you move the Joy-Con in mouse mode like a saw, and it legit feels like you're sawing a tree. It's brilliant, and I think these games will thrive on Switch 2 in ways that they can't on other platforms. Honestly. Double Dragon Revive. It'll be in the sizzle reel. And maybe, just maybe, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Amen. That's done.
Amen. Good night, everybody.
Hope it happens.
Yeah.
Good night. That was perfect.
Wrap it up.
Good night.
Enjoy talking super chats for the next hour and a half. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, it won't be an hour and a half.
Thanks for having us.
Just
Go
Yeah,
on,
let us know what you guys
so
are going on. Through the power.
farewell, Avidas, and goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye, Roger.
Please don't go.
See you guys.
Enjoy DK, guys.
Yeah.
Don't go.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having
Yeah,
me.
don't go.
Appreciate it. Oh my God.
Later.
Wait, no one wanted to plug their channels?
Yeah, no one cares about plugging their shit, apparently. Yeah.
You know,
Lamb, will you at
I'm-
least plug your channel?
Sure, I'm Favlam. I'm making a video about the Donkey Kong redesign history soon, and then
Nice.
also I'm going to PAX West. So if you're going to be at PAX West, so
Hell yeah.
maybe I don't think you're going to be able to do a 4-hour-long podcast at PAX West Prime. You have to cut it down to an hour.
Well, actually, we can. We're not doing it like at PAX. So.
Oh, okay.
We're just all going to be there together.
Watch us.
Right.
We're all going to be there.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Sir, you need to leave.
Good night, man.
All right.
All right, later, man.
Little does he know, it's a 4-hour hot tub podcast. He is right. He's just not invited.
Yeah, and it's a hot tub time machine, so it's not even gonna feel like 4 hours.
Yeah. There we go.
That'd be a really funny podcast, though, for all in the tub with like a platter with like grapes and champagne and shit. It'd be hilarious.
Board.
Yeah.
That would
totally
actually
down.
be hilarious.
You gotta make sure it's on a floating table that we can push between each
Right.
other. Hey, pass me over the charcuterie board. Yeah. Whoop. All right,
man.
Let's go ahead and get to the super chats and all that stuff, guys. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible show. Let's get to all the stuff. We do appreciate the support, of course, of the show here. Mira did come in and said, do you think Pokemon Champion will release this year or next year?
Sure.
I feel like it's 2026, but who knows? We'll know next week. Yeah, we'll know next week.
I think
right?
next year. I think we get Pokemon Coliseum.
Wait, when is
on
we didn't
GameCube?
do any Pokemon predictions?
I think we get
No,
Pokemon on GameCube
That
and
was
we
gonna
get
be a topic if we did
Pokemon
it.
AZ.
Sure.
I think next year is perfect.
Yeah.
I
Well,
agree.
we'll see. Here's the bottom line is, guys, Tuesday next week we'll know. If it's not there, then it's not this year. If it is there, it'll have a date. So we'll see what happens. Watch, that's the holiday. It's double Pokemon.
Hot damn.
Matt McDonald Media. Okay, going in hard. I want to hear all your opinions on Life Sim Hyrule game. Think Zelda meets Harvest Moon. Choose race, relationships, live life. My opinion is that sounds cool, but I'd rather have a Hyrule Total War. I'd rather fight than build a life.
Yeah. I'm all in on this one. I love the idea of more spinoffs. You know, I love the idea of doing with Zelda what we've done with Mario, where you've got the sports games and the racing games. I want different genres. I mentioned it last week. I want that turn-based Zelda RPG spinoff that's narrative driven. I want that. So, but that sounds rad. Especially playing like Fantasy Life, imagining like, oh man, if this was like Zelda themed with the iconic Zelda music with Gorons and Zora and all that stuff, it'd be so rad.
By the way, I don't think Venny knew this next one is so perfect now, considering they all left.
Right?
Rip Puppet Kong, but not forgotten. That was about way earlier in the show, but it's more fitting now.
Right?
He's literally Rip. He didn't even get to say goodbye. That's how Rip it is. Yeah, poor Puppet Kong. The Pokemon fan with the Pokemon Presents predictions. We're obviously not going to dive too deep into any of that.
I guarantee
Everyone
you,
give one.
Yeah, give one. Is it everyone got one prediction? Just one?
Pokemon games.
Yeah.
Pokemon game. Okay, that's your one. There will be Pokemon.
Pokemon.
You got a prediction, Gamebird?
Yeah, I'll throw out Black and White remake.
Ew, there you go.
There we go. You got something stashed?
Yes, I think the first expansion for Pokemon Legends ZA will be announced. And it will be Pokemon AZ.
Yeah.
Pokemon
There it is. I'll throw a prediction in there. We finally get the long-awaited true sequel to Pokemon TCG, the game.
Ooh, okay.
That'd be cool. Let's be honest, though, guys. The safest prediction is a new iOS game.
That is the safest. Yeah.
I mean,
I like to live dangerously.
I guess I can do. I guess I can actually do an actual one. I'm the next. Let's go.
Oh, whoa! Okay,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Silver and gold.
We had to keep the tradition going. NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits. Let's get it all back.
Yes.
Hmon, really casting choices for Lincoln Zelda? Who would be your Ganondorf? We went over all those, but Javier Bardem is a good choice.
Yep.
It's a very good choice. Demonic Brawler. Thundersash showing support for DK with a banana. Yeah, that way earlier.
Hell yeah.
I gotta try to remember to go get a banana tomorrow.
right.
I probably will forget to get bananas tomorrow. Just to be honest, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
get
gonna
that
wait
potassium.
and probably stream. That's probably what's gonna happen. But yeah, banana. I can't wait to hear that tomorrow. You're gonna hear banana so many times tomorrow. It's gonna be sick. Corey
I
Bone.
can't play to the lunch break.
Can we talk about how DK and Pauline have a close bond now? Makes Mario the villain in the OG Donkey Kong. So obviously that's getting into the lore theories. I don't think I look, the answer is already out there because the game leaked for like days now. But my personal opinion is that Pauline is not actually a child in this game. She is, but she isn't. She didn't start off as one.
I didn't see any leaks.
Some charcuterie happened. But I don't know.
Thankfully.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't actually know if this is
Is
true.
this spoilers right now?
No, if it is, it's a guess.
Yeah.
I have not played the game.
Yeah.
I've not looked at the spoilers. My guess is that she actually is an adult in this game, but something happened that caused her to become a child, and she turns back into an adult at the end. And because of the art they put in the whatchamacallit, this is also the founding of New Donk City. They put it in the art in the Ask the Developer. So they literally have like a piece of art that says New Donk City. So
Fair enough.
All right. Free Metroid hat. Where is Conker's Bad Fur Day on NSO? I need it. I can't go to the bathroom without hearing the great mighty poo. Oh, I need a beer. Oh God, here it comes again. Yeah, we need it. It needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Please. I mean, come
Yes, it
on.
does.
You have an M-rated app.
Yeah.
Just do it already.
Right.
Well, the question is, what do we get first? A Conker remake or a Banjo remake? I hope Banjo's happening, man. Especially because I made a video dedicated to it. That way,
I think Banjo would be first.
I mean, that'd be real nice for my street cred right now.
Right. I don't know if Nintendo wants to revisit Conker outside of maybe we get the game re-released on NSO and the M-rated app.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to think that the M-rated app was in a way created for Conker.
I love the idea of an M-rated Nintendo app, just Nintendo Hardcore, they call it, or something like that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
man.
I would love
So
if see, Nintendo's been dabbling in that M-ratedness like Bayonetta. They practically let her get naked on screen. So you know what? Bring back Conker. I'm gonna say Conker.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Remake it.
Yes.
Something.
Put MK2 on there with the blood.
By the way,
the red blood.
just to shock the world, Nintendo, you reach out to Microsoft and you make the game.
Mm-hmm.
And no one expects Nintendo to get that risque.
Right.
Somehow they do it. You know what? Sakurai's not making another Smash game. He's working on this game.
Yes.
Demonic Brawl did the Here We Go. That was what got me to drink the beer earlier and hit the streak.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, buddy. Demonic Brawl then said, can't wait to find all the Easter eggs in Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think
Right.
that's all of us.
Right.
You know, 3D
Mhm.
platformers from Nintendo are also collectathon games. It's going to be fun. There'll be a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of interesting stuff to find for sure. Demonic Brawler then said, my question is Donkey Kong Bonanza better than Mario Odyssey, but rather, how much better will the next 3D Mario be?
Oof.
Man,
Yeah.
Odyssey is so good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm literally on my I was on my Twitter feed while Sash was doing his thing, and people are all like, Donkey Kong Bonanza is the greatest 3D platformer ever made. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay. People, this is fans now getting hyped and saying this as they play the game.
No boy.
So I'm like, and 3D Mario is going to be better than that? Probably. Because Mario's the gold standard for Nintendo. So how much better? I don't want to say better. I'm going to say it's at least on par with Odyssey. Whatever this new crazy 3D Mario game. I'm going to say at least on par. It won't be worse.
Yeah. No, I can see that. Huh? Safe bet.
Yeah. We can stop there because if we all answer all these questions, we'll be here all night. No, on 3D, we up in 4D Mario now.
Yeah.
We're just like quad A games. We're just gonna invent a new thing because we can.
It's got a little water bottle spritzer on the bottom, so when you go underwater, it sprays you with it.
Yeah, they put the smell-o-vision in the Switch 2 Pro controller. They just haven't told us about that feature yet. It just happens as we play.
Yeah, right.
The Modern Brawler. So Donkey Kong Bonanza isn't just the first 3D DK game in a while, but we haven't had a new 2D Donkey Kong game in several years. Do y'all think they will change up the formula and blow our minds again, just like Mario Wonder? So for a 2D Donkey Kong, what do you guys think?
Yes.
Nice.
I don't know if they'll change up the formula completely like Wonder, but I'd like to see that. I still think we're going to get 2D Donkey Kong Country games.
Yeah,
I do.
I think maybe the better word for it is like more experimentation. You know, even Retro Studios did some really cool stuff with like the silhouette, you know, cool art styles and like the kind of like 3-dimensional 2D levels.
They did.
Where it
like
got
that.
more like depth perception. So I see more experimentation to make it cool.
Here's an opinion that I don't think is going to be true. Demonic Brawler. I really hope that Movie Link stays mostly mute.
Yeah.
I don't think the main character that we follow the whole movie is going to be mute or mostly mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think they hired that guy not to talk.
Yeah.
That would be very weird. Imagine you're just method acting. That's what we hired you for. You're a 16-year-old kid. We hired you to method act. Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're gonna have to get used to it. I only hope this one cryptic. My only hope for Zelda is that it's by the Planet of the Apes director, which are great. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's like what your hope is, that you like the last Planet of the Apes, so you're happy with Westball. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't think Westball was a bad choice. I also think the interesting thing about choosing him is this could be an opportunity for him to break out in the high fantasy world. With a high fantasy IP, you know, every great director had to start somewhere with a breakout. You know, so we'll see. Maybe this is it.
Yeah.
Modern Brawler. I would prefer a new take in the movie, but the references from all the best games. I can see Lucy Liu as Impa and Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe is the king.
Russell Crowe is the king.
That is the first one we heard Russell Crowe today.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? What was the last thing I saw Russell Crowe in? Didn't he play like a god in something not too long ago?
Gladiator in 2001 was the last time you saw him.
No, it's not the last time I saw him. I've seen him since then. Might have been the last time you saw him because you don't watch as much stuff. But it was... Nah, I know he was in some movie where he was like a murderer, stealing people and trying to kill a family. That was like 4 years ago.
He just doesn't do great movies anymore. It's sad.
I mean, you know.
He
used to be so good.
Dude, A Beautiful Mind. I used to love that
Bring up A Beautiful Mind. Such a good movie.
So great.
And the boxing movie.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
That movie is very good.
Oh my god. I have the name right at the tip of my head. That movie's fantastic.
Yeah, what was that called?
I don't remember that one.
Gosh. Cinderella Man.
Yeah, Cinderella Man. Great movie.
Oh, dude, Master and Commander too. That was another crazy movie.
Yeah,
dude, he had a lot of really good ones for a while, and then it just fell off.
Yeah, you know what? Chat said he was Thor.
Yeah, that's
not
what
Thor as Zeus. Zeus and
okay. He was a god and something, and I was like, yeah, that's right. It was the last Thor movie or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And he killed him. He threw his own lightning bolt back through him. Way to go, Thor.
He's great in South Park, although that's not him voicing the character.
Yeah, it's not him voicing the character. Pretty much I'd say Ian McShane is the Great Deku Tree would be cool. Oh, that'd be a good one.
Ooh, Ian McShane's cool. Yeah.
That'd be a good one. Demonic Brawler, what if it's Ocarina of Time or Link to the Past, and to promote the movie, they release a full from the ground remake of that game? Well, like we've been talking about an Ocarina of Time remake for a long time. Not so much in the Link to the Past one. I'll take either or.
Yeah.
Or both. I'm selfish.
Yeah. We've been talking about it.
The Ocarina of Time one's the one that seems to have all the teasing from Aonuma. It's something that's coming.
Those are my top two Zeldas. My 2D and 3D picks. So.
Yeah. Demonic Brawler comes back again saying Link to the Past is a great starting point probably for the movie. Demonic Brawler says, I hope it's PG-13 and not E for everyone. I do agree. I think they need to go PG-13 with the movie. I think they need to embrace being a more grown up sort of film.
I think it will. I mean, the games are all rated T.
Well, a lot of them are rated E.
Yeah,
but the more recent ones. Yeah. Yeah. I think you just got to do it. Because if it's rated E, then okay, there's no epic battles or anything going on like ever.
Well, as long as it's not rated G.
Oh my God.
NC-17. Wait, what?
Okay, if it's rated G, you might as well just did a puppet show on PBS.
Yeah, right.
Did they get rid of the G rating? Because I don't see it anymore.
I haven't
All I
seen
see is
it.
PG. That's a shame.
Did they actually
I'm
get rid of
pretty sure
it?
they did, yeah.
Is the G rating gone?
So every movie, you need your parent there. You need parental
No,
guidance.
it still
PG.
exists. It's just extremely rare for any major studio film.
Especially live action.
Especially live. Many studios aim for PG. So no, it's still a thing.
It can't be G because there will be violence, even if it's considered mild violence.
Yeah.
I wonder what the last G-rated movie is to come out in theaters, though.
I love how for G-rated they got to clarify it can't have nudity or sex. Well, I think we know that.
Really?
Oh, no shit.
Pretty sure it's rated R. What do we? Well, the sex part you can do in PG-13 for sure, but nudity that's R. What are we doing? I guess depending on how much nudity you guys want, it's actually rated X, but whatever.
NC-17.
NC-17, I think, is before rated X, if I remember right. All right. It's been a long time since I've looked at any movies like that. So I'm like, I don't even remember how the ratings work once you get up to that. And then there's just straight up prawn. All right. Mr. P knows burping is the best way to show hospitality to his guests. I will say he really hated that burp on that episode.
Yes, he did.
And he keeps bringing it up like I'm going to do it every time I drink a beer. I'm like, no. When he is on specifically, I will mute my mic. Specifically, Roger, respect. He's about, what about all the other guests? No one's ever complained until you. So I don't even burp that much anymore. So stupid hernia. Graham McTavish would be great. Graham McTavish. Who's he from again?
Graham was in this show that Michaela and I watch. That's so good on Stars Outlander. We don't even have Stars.
Rambo
on Netflix, but he's badass in that.
I kind of recognize him.
Graham. Graham was the manager.
He was in the Rambo, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The
Graham
last
was
one.
in Creed.
Okay.
In the Creed movie, he was the manager.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's probably where I recognize him from.
But he's been in a lot of stuff. What is he most famous for? Why am I drawing a blank? It's something that you need to know.
He's known for The Hobbit, The Unexpected Journey. Actually, all the Hobbit movies. He's in all the Hobbit movies. That's what he's most known for.
Mm-hmm.
He played Dwalin. I'm trying to remember who Dwalin
Oh,
was.
yeah. He'd be great.
He's very good in Outlander.
Someone in my chat gave a really cool suggestion actually for Ganondorf. I forgot to mention it earlier. I thought it was a cool one. Jason Isaacs.
Yeah,
that guy plays phenomenal villains. He's the dude. His villain in The Patriot is unbelievable. He's great as the hunter in Jurassic Park. He's fantastic in White Lotus. He's just a great all around. He's got a very cynical kind of look to him.
Yes, I see him. He'd be good. You'd be a good bad guy.
No, his role in The Patriot.
Do you remember him from The Patriot?
Yes.
Have you seen The Patriot, Stash?
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude. One of my favorite movie villains of all time, to be honest. He's so good. You just hate the guy so much. It feels so good when he finally dies.
The Patriot with Harrison. Talking about the one with Harrison Ford?
No.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of Patriot Act.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a
totally Harrison. There's that. There was Clear and Present Danger and The Fugitive.
We're
Fugitive
talking
badass.
about The Patriot.
Yes.
Mel Gibson.
If you haven't, it
kills people with a tomahawk. It's sick.
No, I've seen it.
Just fucking whips through the woods and right in the forehead. It's sick.
Yes.
Yeah, great movie. Okay. So Stash, this is an example of the mods you promote at your channel. I don't know if I can handle this. You guys should all start Bonanza at the same time on stream. Put the key card in first, and the first to get it downloaded wins. I kid. don't you kid about a Nintendo game being a key card? God damn it! I love it.
Yeah, I hope that never happens.
You're right.
I love it. Thanks, Nady Nate, for supporting the show and supporting Stash. Pretty much our app. Dennis Haysbert would be great for the Great Day Country as well. Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. All right. Crimson test. Yeah. Guess what? There's no AI voice today, buddy. No AI voice on the podcast. Look, can you imagine what Roger Base would react if I played that AI voice?
Yep.
Oh my.
Yep.
Oh my god. He almost left her in the intro. So
yeah, if we put that AI voice that's basically having more fun than all of us, there might not be a return.
Yeah.
Cryptic over on Stash's channel do you all think we're introduced to Goron, Zora, and Sheikah tribe all in one movie? Also for Roger, do you think that link raised by the Kokiri may switch it up? It's Koroks or is it his uncle? Well, Roger's not here to answer, unfortunately, because it took us way too long to get through all the topics, which happens. But what about the first one? Do you guys think the Goron, Zora, and Sheikah tribe are all in one movie?
yeah, I do. Yeah, I think it's impossible not to have them. I think they need to show that this is a magical and mystical land. I think if we're going to be seeing places like the Hyrule Marketplace, we should be seeing traders and merchants and people from all the different cultures of Hyrule. So yes.
Yeah, there's got to be like some place they go where everyone kind of congregates. Like I could see it depending. I could see one of those where you start off in like Hyrule Castletown, and in a lot of places it's all like Hylians at first, and then maybe as you go on an adventure, each movie takes place primarily in one of the zones, and then that's how you don't really see them in all the movies until the final one, potentially. But I feel like that would just make the world feel too disconnected in a movie. Yeah. But maybe. Demonic Brawler. Okay, serious question. Who's playing Epona?
I think Mr. Ed.
Yes. Yes.
Gary Busey.
Gary Busey.
Look, get the saddle out.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god.
He's got the teeth for it.
Yeah, I know he does. He does.
Andrew Brightwell over there supporting Stash. Sorry, Stash, got to get involved after work. Anything on Zelda other than casting, specifically an Ocarina of Time remake? We haven't had any news. Nope. Probably won't hear anything about that till next year. Remember, Zelda's 40th is next year. Begins in February. So just expect maybe some sort of announcement. Possibly anything in like the first direct next year.
Yeah. I also mentioned we got 2 Switch 2 edition Zeldas on SKU.
Yep.
And we got 2 Zeldas with a free upgrade. Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom. So we got 4 Switch 2 Zeldas this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're pump the brakes and we'll wait till next year for that.
More.
And, well, we're also getting Age of Imprisonment too. That's gonna be 5 Switch 2 versions of Zelda this year.
What?
Dude, all they got to do, I want Grezzo to, like, they could do this as an announcement. Announce the 3rd, I forget the name of it, the 3rd canceled game from the Oracle games.
Oh, the Oracle of Ages, Seasons, and
the
like
canceled
what the 3rd one was going to be named?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
Dude, have Grezzo make that game.
Yeah. I'd love to see it.
Make it like a Metroid Dread type thing.
The 3rd game was called The Legend of Zelda Mystical Seed of Courage.
Yeah.
Okay, I was not Oracle's, but it's part of that like Triforce of games.
Yep.
Eric K 1982 says, do you guys think that game key cards that have Switch 1 versions should be required to offer an upgrade if they're going to game key card route for Switch 2? Do you think game key card games that have Switch 1 version? Oh, so that would be like an example of like a recent game just said Dragon Quest 1+2.
Dragon Quest, yeah.
Yeah. HD2D is a full.
They finally answered the question for me though.
Yeah. Full physical on Switch 1, but Switch 2 is a key card. Should they be required to offer an upgrade? Well, they're obviously not, as we know. I'm actually kind of surprised Square is being that way when the other companies were not being that way.
Do you think it's Square, or do you think it's Enix?
Yeah, whoever makes the decisions over their business, whichever side of the company does it. No, but I mean, do I think they should be required? I think it's hard to for any platform holder to just tell studios how to release their games. I think that's a dangerous slope, and I don't think it's dangerous because it puts Nintendo back in the era of the seal of quality, and you can't release your game on our platform without it. And the problem with that is it drove everyone away when we got to the N64 era. It was fine when the industry was crashing and we had to fix the slop problem. But there's so many great games coming out right now, and the cream of the crop rises to the top these days, that Nintendo needs to not be alienating third parties. It sucks. I think it's one thing to try to, we want them to make a stand for the consumer, and the stand will just be, we're not releasing your games on your platform anymore. And that's not good.
No.
I know Nintendo is doing a survey on game key cards to see how they've been received. So maybe there's some changes coming. Maybe the issue isn't really the key card. It's that Nintendo hasn't made anything other than a 64 gigabyte cartridge. Maybe they got to look into that. Now, there's been some theories out there that the technology they're using for the cartridges, like, it just doesn't work below 64 due to something. I don't know. It's beyond my understanding. But I don't know. Unfortunately, it's not 50 cents for a disc, so on Switch 2 is what I'm saying, because of these cartridges. Sathius, any word on variable refresh rate in dot mode? There's been no updates.
No official word. I still have the same stance. It's coming.
Yep.
Just a matter of when, not if.
Yep. I mean, the only thing we know for sure is the dock is not preventing it. That has been discovered, because you can run an extension cable to a Steam Deck or other platforms, and variable refresh rate's working right on the dock. So there's no, they don't have to release an update for the dock to make it work. It's literally being held back by the platform itself, the Switch 2 unit. I think someday they'll sort out the issue. I just don't know when.
Yep. Firmware. Do a firmware update eventually.
Stash, bring it. Ocarina of Time remake, Metro Prime 4, drop ASAP.
I wish I could.
Right? But we all just,
I would do it.
Hey, Nintendo contacted you. Just saying, you're the in now. I'm on the out. They haven't responded to my email yet.
Oh, they haven't?
Them. I had to reach out to them. See, they came to you.
I know. I couldn't believe it.
You left quite the impression at that Switch 2 experience. That one employee's pissed off. The rest around are like, dude, look at this guy's mustache. What's wrong with you? Let him be.
You're right.
Right.
And maybe you put all those Switch 2 videos up and they're like, dude, he had the best coverage of the event and those videos blew up. Shit, we better get in contact with that guy and start giving him games.
Whatever it was, I am just beyond grateful.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stash, for the story, guys, is that Stash got contacted by Nintendo to get a review copy for Donkey Kong Bonanza. Now, obviously, getting the review copy when the game launches is what it is, but this is one of those things that can lead to potential future copies early, which does mean, for this podcast purpose, kind of sucks. He'll be under NDA for some things and won't be able to talk and have to sit out some topics, but it happens. I will just be looking at his face and waiting for the smile or the wink. Just
yeah.
Hey, Stash, am I even anywhere on course? just maybe.
Yep.
Anyways,
say anything.
hey, you're becoming a big time game reviewer. That's what that means. It potentially could be a big thing down the line if you can get the copies early, especially start competing with the big boys.
They're the toughest to me. I would presume they would be the toughest company, right? To get a code from ever. So yeah, I was shocked.
Andrew Bravo comes out. Thanks for putting this crew together. Love this group. Yeah. The whole crew, obviously our base crew here, kind of lucked into things. Had Stash on the Nintendo Prime podcast a couple times, and I felt like he would be a good addition to try to have on. Asked him, he was cool with it. And then took us a long time to finally get to Game Bird. Lots of sifting through other people to finally get to the Birdman. The right call for the group. Perfect call for
You mean the
group.
right call?
Listen, I was on the bottom of the list, but I was the best on the list. And that's all that matters.
And as for everyone else that was guests, they're all people that have been on the show, even going all the way back to the Nintendo Prime podcast. What was kind of cool about having that podcast before this one is it gave me a group of people that I could reach out to come on this show. So, yeah, we kind of have like a nice list of people that I just send out invites to every 3 months, and we just see what happens. Because you guys don't know, I try to schedule 3 months out. Except Attack the Backlog, that Game Bird brought him in. That was awesome. And yeah. I mean, we're always trying to expand and get other guests in.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like as an example, we might have somebody coming on, a certain somebody many people know, in October for a certain game with Mina in the name. We might have someone coming on our show for the first time ever to talk about that game and obviously other topics that we have going on. So, and that's a new guest that we never had before. So, yeah, we're still trying to expand that roster and get people to come in. Kit and Krista, you've never been on this show. I promise it's different than the last show. Get your asses in here.
Yeah.
Anyways, it would be nice to have them in here. But all right. Next up, we got Bill Ballmer. What about Stellar Blade? You guys think it's got a chance?
I do. Yeah, I do. It's been talked about.
Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
Because it's supposed to be called Killer Ass? That's what it should be called?
No. I mean, probably actually.
I mean, the angle is just straight ass like most of the game. They knew what they were doing. Anyways. See, this is why I'm not worried about the person that might come on in October. They got to deal with somebody else who brings up inappropriate shit like me. So, she's already trained.
That's a great one.
Tap the back like you guys been going longer.
I like that. That's funny.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's a good one.
That's good.
This is one of our longer episodes in a while, but also, God, we had so many. Dude, we were talking about it this morning. Like, dude, Nintendo's just dropping massive topics in our lap.
Right.
Like, I thought we were good with Nate the Hate Direct. Nope, there's just more shit.
Right.
I knew the Zelda movie topic was going to take forever because I don't think we've even talked about the movie on this podcast yet. So it was like, nope.
Yeah, we
just a little bit like a year ago.
Yeah,
like 6 months.
We hadn't had like any deep dives, and it's like, oh, now they announced the cast today.
Well, we were waiting too. We talked about that last year that we won't really talk about it until that first casting comes out, and then that's when we will.
Drop it the day before Bonanza. It's like, okay, we already have to talk about Bonanza, but now we got the direct, and now fuck.
Yeah, right? We have topics, but we have to wait on some, like when we have our big topic on Smash Brothers and the characters that are going to be coming, predicting those. Like there will be a time for that. It's just a matter of course, when.
Yep. Yep. All right. Alex Davey, who's been playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, jealous, except I'm going to be streaming it, so I'm not going to be too jealous. I knew a lot of you guys are going to be playing already. Having an amazing time and had 0 performance issues. The thing about the performance issues is you are having them, you just aren't noticing them. They factually happen because there are certain animations in the game that cause it to drop to 30 FPS. And the reason it drops is because it doesn't support variable refresh rate. So if you have like a 2 frame rate drop, the game doesn't care. It drops you to 30. That's why VRR is nice to have, so you don't have that big drop. But if you are perfectly comfortable playing games at 30 FPS, you just might not notice the drop. And that's okay. Also, a lot of the drops are timed. Nintendo was smart about this. They mentioned that in their dev interview, like the stop animation on hits to like make it feel more impactful. A lot of the drops are happening on those animations, so it's very easy to not notice it because they intentionally are stopping the gameplay for a second. So like Nintendo was very smart in how they implemented it, where those drops happen then. But just like randomly smashing through ground or whatever doesn't seem to drop it. It's just like on those impact hits, which so it's technically happening, but like, dude, it's a fucking 91. The reviewers clearly didn't give a fuck. I don't think most gamers are gonna give a fuck either, except for console warriors. Michael Lorenz. This is the last one, unless someone slips one in before we get out of here. Please. Careful how you slip it in, all right? I hope the Zelda movie has an Ocarina of Time like story. Maybe Prime might remember the ending of the movie this time.
That's good.
That's a good one. That is.
I appreciate the $5.
Yeah.
My audience is never going to let me
no.
live it down ever.
Not at all.
I'm going to be 50 and they're going to bring this shit up.
Yep.
God damn it. All right, guys. That's all right. You know what? Just like today when I was mispronouncing everyone's names and creating new words and new crossovers, shit happens. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 7. We'll go around quick, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Like, as an example, we'll go to the Stash Man first. What's your next review? What are you doing?
Next thing I'm doing is Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm also working on Speak It In. I am about 75% through the game.
Nice.
There you go. Stop.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's good.
Went ham on it for the weekend. Excellent so far. But yeah, that'll be the next one. And then this finally just came in. I think it shipped like probably a month ago. But I'll be reviewing this. Nixie sent this in.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, so I'll be testing that out.
The Wizard.
Yeah, I've heard of the Wizard too.
Yeah, it just came out. It was up for pre-order. Honestly, they shipped it to me as soon as they could. So I don't know if anyone has even reviewed it yet, but yeah, it just came in today.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be working on that as well.
Nixie Wizard. I had a little, I think, was it the D-pad? There was one thing I had an issue with the original one. I was hoping they fixed it on this one.
I have the original too. Of course, I bought that. This was before I was like doing this YouTube, but yeah, I'm excited to test it out, especially with like the GameCube NSO.
Yeah. Oh,
and with Smash Brothers, know, Ultimate, because those are the reasons to have one. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Is the Wizard 2 work with Switch 2?
Yes, I confirmed. Okay. Switch 2 works with GameCube, and it works with Wii.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so kind of cool. It works with everything.
Nice.
That's cool.
Awesome. I'll look forward to those reviews, man. As always.
Thanks, man.
Birdman, you got anything going on?
Yeah, I'm working on a couple of videos. I'm not gonna say what they are yet. Although, actually, no. So I'm working on one video talking about franchises or IP that we haven't seen in a while that I think are going to make a spectacular return on the Switch too. But I have a couple other videos I'm working on too, but I don't know when those are going to drop, so I'm not going to mention those ones yet. But I do have some cool content coming soon. I have another collab that I want to get the ball rolling on soon with Stash Man. I'll be in touch with this one. No rush. I know you're busy, but I'll be reaching out to you about it soon.
Oh, cool.
As far as the video game show and tell. Collab. Yeah. Showing off,
that'd be good.
Collection items.
I'm not the person to do that one.
Yeah.
I had to sell my whole collection, so it sucks.
I look at Stasha's room and I was like, I've got to do because I've had this idea for a while, but it's kind of boring. Like, I've got stuff beyond what you could see in the back. I've got stuff on this wall. Yeah. But like, I don't know. It's It's
I got more than that. I got more than that.
It's pretty much for collection.
Okay, I got more than that.
I look at Stasha's room and I'm like, oh man, like it would be so much funner to have like a guest come on and kind of have that back and forth. I've also reached out to Botox Games, who said that he's totally down to come on and do an episode of it. So we'll see. I don't know enough people in this space to have it like make it like a once a month thing.
Yeah, start somewhere.
But even if Stash, I know you're busy, but if you're interested in doing, more than one video of this, once a month or every couple months, that would be sick. I'll obviously reach out to Bo again and, hopefully meet some other people. But I don't know. I think it would be a fun thing to do once a month with a different guest each time. Go over, love for video games and a little bit of the history. Doesn't always have to be games. It could be hardware. It could even be memorabilia. Like Stash has got that NBA Jam hoop back there and stuff that, could have a story behind it or important to you.
For some cool E3 stuff laying around.
Fablam has a pretty decent.
Oh, Fablam, yeah. Fablam's got a good collection.
Oh, does he? Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll hit up Fablam for that. That could be fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit different, but I feel like it could lead to some pretty fun conversations.
Yeah.
No,
sure.
Sounds like a great idea.
I think it'd be easy to make a series out of it too. I'm looking around. I got so much. It'd be fun. So much I need to go through and talk about too.
Well, sometimes, man, like you build up a collection, and like then there's things that you like don't look at for a while. At least for me, and then for whatever reason, something might. A question or someone commenting on an item might make me pull it out, and then you get hit with that like nostalgia feeling, like, oh yeah, I love this thing, like all the memories with this, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
So cool. But yeah, that's what I got planned, and you guys can find me at GameBird Classic here on YouTube, also on Twitter at _Birdmaster. And guys, the boys are going to PAX, baby, PAX West, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, I am stoked. I'm getting like more and more excited with every week as we inch closer, and it's gonna be badass.
Yeah, and giving away because we partner with PAX. Dropping the link here. We're giving away 5 passes, 5 4-day passes.
Yeah,
to PAX West. So if you live in the area, why not try it? We already have some entries. I think there's like 28 or 29 entries right now. It's going on for like the next 18, 19 days. So good luck.
I love how you put it in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, no, if I type it here, we're streaming on Twitch.
Yep. Okay, never mind. I see
it's
it.
Also on YouTube.
I see it.
Yeah, I did it there, so the link goes to everywhere I'm streaming.
I see it now. I missed it.
I probably should put it in Stash and Gamer's chat too here.
Yeah.
Slap that link in there for you guys. I got your guys' chats open. I'm trying to be better about having your guys' chats open. I'm like, dude, the show's on 3 channels, baby. I gotta be everywhere. Got to be everywhere. I can see all the chats on this live thing here, but I can't respond to all of them here. I can only respond to mine here. So, anyways, cool. Eric.
Yes, you can find me here and on our Clips channel.
There you go. Then you got me over here, Mr. Nintendo Prime. How's it going? What I got going on? Look, I do daily news videos, so probably won't be one tomorrow. We'll see. Somebody playing Donkey Kong Bonanza on live stream. That's going to be the content tomorrow. Won't be streaming tomorrow night either because my son's got a baseball game. That said, there's a couple things percolating. One specific thing percolating for this show. We may be debuting something next month, which is awesome. That will lead to me taking the shirt and burning it in the fire pit. So. Stay tuned for that. Also, if you do go to PAX West, again, we've partnered with PAX West to give away 5 4-day passes. If you do happen to go to PAX West, don't be afraid to say hi to us. We may or may not have something for you if you decide to walk up and have the courage of your convictions to say hi. Remember, may or may not, while supplies last. Again, it's all actually related. It's all actually related to something we're going to debut next month. But anyways, was working on that behind the scenes. Actually, technically, all of us were. There was a lot of feedback. GameBird in particular was really getting in there on the feedback, just getting up in there. But actually, in the end result is pretty amazing. I can't wait to show everyone. It's going to be pretty cool. That being said, you can listen to this podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. I will not be going to sleep right away because I'm going to get the audio version actually up today, like now. We're going to get it up right now. So I'm going to worry about it. I'm tired of forgetting about it till like Sunday. Then I'm like, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, shit. Yeah, let's get it up now. So thank you guys for being here. You can go ahead and follow any of us. Podcast is every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central Time, live at Prime, Stash, or GameBird's channel. Follow us on X, Twitter, wherever the fuck you want to follow us. We're there. We're talking games. It's what we do. Catch you guys same time next week.
Later.
Have a good night. Enjoy DK.